This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Riptide by Douglas Preston Lincoln Child. Read by Scott Brick. Such a day. Rum all out. Our company somewhat sober. A damned confusion amongst us. Robes of plot. Great talk of separation. So I looked sharp for a prize. Such a day took one, with a great deal of liquor on board, so kept the company hot, damned hot. Then all things went well again. From the logbook of Edward Teach, a.k.a. Blackbeard, circa 1718. Applying 20th century solutions to 17th century problems affords either absolute success or absolute chaos. There is no middle ground. Orville Horn, Ph.D. Prologue. On an afternoon in June 1790, a Maine cod fisherman named Simon Rutter became caught in a storm and a strong riptide. His dory overloaded with fish, he went badly off course and was forced to put in at fog-bound Ragged Island, 6 miles off the coast. While waiting for the heavy weather to pass, the fisherman decided to explore the deserted spot. Inland from the rocky bluffs that gave the islet its name, he found a massive old oak tree with an ancient block and tackle dangling from one low-slung limb. Directly underneath it, the ground had subsided into a depression. Although the island was known to be uninhabited, Rutter found clear evidence that someone had visited many years before. His curiosity aroused, Rutter enlisted the aid of a brother and returned one Sunday several weeks later with picks and shovels. Locating the depression in the ground, the men began to dig. After 5 feet, they hit a platform of oak logs. They pulled up the logs and, with increasing excitement, kept digging. By the end of the day, they had dug almost 20 feet, passing through layers of charcoal and clay to another oak platform. The brothers went home, intending to renew their digging after the annual mackerel run. But a week later, Rutter's brother was drowned when his dory capsized in a freak accident. The pit was temporarily abandoned. 2 years later, Rutter and a group of local merchants decided to pool their resources and return to the mysterious spot on Ragged Island. Resuming the dig, they soon reached a number of heavy vertical oak beams and cross-joists, which appeared to be the ancient cribbing of a backfilled shaft. Precisely how deep the group dug has been lost to history. Most estimates assume close to 100 feet. At this point, they struck a flat rock with an inscription carved into it. First will ye lie, cursed shall ye cry, worst must ye die. The rock was dislodged and hoisted to the surface. It has been theorized that the removal of the rock broke a seal, because moments later, without warning, a flood of seawater burst into the pit. All the diggers escaped, except Simon Rutter. The water pit, as the flooded shaft became known, had claimed its first victim. Many legends grew up about the water pit, but the most plausible held that around 1695 the notorious English pirate Edward Ockham buried his vast hoards somewhere along the Maine coast shortly before his mysterious death. The shaft at Ragged Island seemed a likely candidate. Shortly after Rutter's death, rumors began to circulate that the treasure was cursed, and that anyone attempting to plunder it would suffer the fate threatened on the stone. Numerous unsuccessful efforts were made to drain the water pit. In 1800, 2 of Rutter's former partners formed a new company and raised money to finance the digging of a second tunnel, 12 feet to the south of the original pit. All went well for the first 100 feet of digging, at which point they attempted to dig a horizontal passage beneath the original water pit. Their scheme was to tunnel up from underneath the treasure, but as soon as they angled in toward the original pit, The passage rapidly began filling with water. The men barely escaped with their lives. For 30 years the pit lay fallow. Then, in 1831, the Bath Expeditionary Salvage Company was formed by a downstate mining engineer named Richard Parkhurst. A friend of one of the original merchants, Parkhurst was able to gain valuable information about the earlier workings. Parkhurst decked over the mouth of the water pit and set up a large steam-driven pump. He found it impossible to drain the seawater. Undaunted, he brought in a primitive coal-drilling rig, which he positioned directly over the pit. The drill went well beyond the original depth of the pit, striking planking as deep as 170 feet, until the drill was stopped by something impenetrable. When the drilling pipe was removed, bits of iron and scales of rust were found jammed in the torn bit. The pod also brought up putty, cement, and large quantities of fiber. This fiber was analyzed and found to be manila grass, or coconut fiber. This plant, which grows only in the tropics, was commonly used as dunnage in ships to keep cargo from shifting. Shortly after this discovery, the Bath Expeditionary Salvage Company went bankrupt, and Parkhurst was forced to leave the island. In 1840, the Boston Salvage Company was formed and began digging a third shaft in the vicinity of the water pit. After only 66 feet, they unexpectedly struck an ancient side tunnel that appeared to lead from the original pit. Their own shaft filled instantly with water, then collapsed. Undaunted, the entrepreneurs dug yet another very large shaft 30 yards away, which became known as the Boston Shaft. Unlike earlier tunnels, the Boston Shaft was not a vertical pit, but was instead cut on a slope. Striking a spur of bedrock at 70 feet, they angled downward for another 50 feet at enormous expense, using augers and gunpowder. Then they drove a horizontal passage beneath the presumed bottom of the original water pit, where they found cribbing and the continuation of the original backfilled shaft. Excited, they dug downward, clearing the old shaft. At 130 feet they struck another platform, which they left in place while debating whether to pull it up. But that night, the camp was awakened by a loud rumble. The diggers rushed out to find that the bottom of the water pit had fallen into the new tunnel with such force that mud and water had been ejected 30 feet beyond the mouth of the Boston Shaft. Among this mud, a crude metal bolt was discovered, similar to what might be found on a banded sea chest. Over the next 20 years, a dozen more shafts were dug in an attempt to reach the treasure chamber, all of which flooded or collapsed. 4 more treasure companies went bankrupt. In several cases, diggers emerged swearing that the flooding was no accident, and that the original builders of the water pit had designed a diabolical mechanism to flood any side shafts that might be dug. The Civil War brought a brief respite to the diggings. Then, in 1869, a new treasure-hunting company secured the rights to dig on the island. The dig foreman, F.X. Wrench, noticed that water rose and fell in the pit in accordance with the tides, and theorized that the pit and its water traps must all be connected to the sea by an artificial flood tunnel. If the tunnel could be found and sealed, the pit could be drained and the treasure removed safely. In all, Wrench dug more than a dozen exploratory shafts of varying depths in the vicinity of the water pit. Many of these shafts encountered horizontal tunnels and rock pipes which were dynamited in an attempt to stop the water. However, no flood tunnel to the sea was ever found, and the water pit remained flooded. The company ran out of money and, like those before, left its machinery behind to rust quietly in the salt air. In the early 1880s, Gold Seekers Limited was formed by a consortium of industrialists from Canada and England. Powerful pumps and a new kind of drill were floated out to the island, along with boilers to power them. The company tried boring several holes into the water pit, finally hitting pay dirt on August 23, 1883. The drill came up against the plate of iron that had defeated Parkhurst's drill 50 years before. A new diamond bit was fitted, and the boilers were stoked to a full head of steam. This time, the drill bored through the iron and into a solid block of a softer metal. When the corer was extracted, a long, heavy curl of pure gold was found inside its grooves, along with a rotten piece of parchment and 2 broken phrases: silks, canary wine, ivory, and John Hyde rotting on the Deptford gibbet. Half an hour after the discovery was made, one of the massive boilers exploded, killing an Irish stoker and leveling many of the company's structures. 13 were injured, and one of the principals, Ezekiel Harris, was left blinded. Gold Seekers Limited followed its predecessors into bankruptcy. The years immediately before and after 1900 saw 3 more companies try their luck at the water pit. Unsuccessful in duplicating the discovery of Gold Seekers Limited, these companies used newly designed pumps in concert with randomly placed underwater charges in an attempt to seal and drain the waterlogged island. Working at their utmost capacity, the pumps were able to lower the water level in several of the central shafts by about 20 feet at low tide. Excavators sent down to examine the condition of the pits complained of noxious gases. Several fainted and had to be hauled to the surface. While the last of the 3 companies was at work in early September 1907, a man lost 1 arm and both legs when an explosive charge went off prematurely. 2 days later, a vicious nor'easter howled up the coast and wrecked the primary pump. Work was abandoned. Although no more companies came forward, individual diggers and enthusiasts still occasionally dared to try their hands at exploratory tunnels. By this time, the original location of the water pit had been lost among the countless flooded side shafts, holes, and tunnels that riddled the heart of the island. At last the island was abandoned to the ospreys and the chokecherry bushes, its very surface unstable and dangerous, shunned by the mainland townspeople. It was in 1940 that Alfred Westgate Hatch, Sr., a young, wealthy New York financier, brought his family to Maine for the summer. He learned of the island and, growing intrigued, researched its history. Documentation was spotty. None of the previous companies had bothered to keep careful records. 6 years later, Hatch purchased the island from a land speculator and moved his family to Stormhaven. As had so many others before him, A.W. Hatch Sr. became obsessed with the water pit and was ruined by it. Within 2 years, the family's finances had been drained and Hatch was forced to declare personal bankruptcy. He turned to drink and died soon after, leaving A.W. Hatch, Jr., at 19, the sole support for his family. Chapter 1. July 1971. Malin Hatch was bored with summer. He and Johnny had spent the early part of the morning throwing rocks at the hornet's nest in the old well house. That had been fun, but now there was nothing else to do. It was just past 11, but he'd already eaten the 2 peanut butter and banana sandwiches his mother had made him for lunch. Now he sat cross-legged on the floating dock in front of their house, looking out to sea, hoping to spot a battleship steaming over the horizon. Even a big oil tanker would do. Maybe it would head for one of the outer islands, run aground, and blow up. Now that would be something. His brother came out of the house and rattled down the wooden ramp leading to the dock. He was holding a piece of ice on his neck. "Got you good," Malin said, secretly satisfied that he had escaped stinging, and that his older, supposedly wiser brother had not. "You just didn't get close enough," Johnny said through his last mouthful of sandwich. "Chicken." "I got as close as you." "Yeah, sure. All those bees could see was your skinny butt running away." He snorted and winged the piece of ice into the water. "No, sir, I was right there." Johnny plopped down beside him on the dock, dropping his satchel next to him. "We fixed those bees pretty good, though, huh, Mel?" he said, testing the fiery patch on his neck with one forefinger. "Sure did." They fell silent. Malin looked out across the little cove toward the islands in the bay. Hermit Island, Wreck Island, Old Hump, Killick Stone, and far beyond, the blue outline of Ragged Island, appearing and disappearing in the stubborn mist that refused to lift, even on this beautiful midsummer day. Beyond the islands, the open ocean was, as his father often said, as calm as a mill pond. Languidly he tossed a rock into the water and watched the spreading ripples without interest. He almost regretted not going into town with his parents. At least it would be something to do. He wished he could be anywhere else in the world. Boston, New York, anywhere but Maine. "Ever been to New York, Johnny?" he asked. Johnny nodded solemnly. "Once, before you were born." What a lie, Malin thought. As if Johnny would remember anything that had happened when he was less than 2 years old. But saying so out loud would be to risk a swift punch in the arm. Malin's eye fell on the small outboard tied at the end of the dock, and he suddenly had an idea. A really good idea. "Let's take it out," he said, lowering his voice and nodding at the skiff. "You're crazy," Johnny said. "Dad would whip us good." "Come on," Malin said. "They're having lunch at the Hastings after they finish shopping. They won't be back until 3, maybe 4. Who's going to know?" "Just the whole town, that's all, seeing us going out there." "Nobody's going to be watching," said Malin. Then, recklessly, he added, "Who's chicken now?" But Johnny did not seem to notice this liberty. His eyes were on the boat. "So where do you want to go that's so great anyway?" he asked. Despite their solitude, Malin lowered his voice further. "Ragged Island?" Johnny turned toward him. "Dad'll kill us," he whispered. "He won't kill us if we find the treasure." "There's no treasure," Johnny said scornfully, but without much conviction. "Anyway, it's dangerous out there with all those pits." Malin knew enough about his brother to recognize the tone in his voice. Johnny was interested. Malin kept quiet, letting the monotonous morning solitude do his persuading for him. Abruptly, Johnny stood up and strode to the end of the dock. Malin waited, an anticipatory thrill coursing through him. When his brother returned, he was holding a life-preserver in each hand. "When we land, we don't go farther than the rocks along the shore." Johnny's voice was deliberately gruff, as if to remind Malin that simply having one good idea didn't alter their balance of power. "Understood?" Malin nodded, holding the gunwale while Johnny tossed in his satchel and the life-preservers. He wondered why they hadn't thought of doing this before. Neither boy had ever been to Ragged Island. Malin didn't know any kids in the town of Stormhaven who ever had either. It would make a great story to tell their friends. "You sit in the bow," Johnny said, "and I'll drive." Malin watched Johnny fiddle with the shift lever, open the choke, pump the gas bulb, then yank the starter cord. The engine coughed, then fell silent. Johnny yanked again, then again. Ragged Island was 6 miles offshore, but Malin figured they could make it in a half-hour on such a smooth sea. It was close to high tide, when the strong currents that swept the island dropped down to nothing before reversing. Johnny rested, his face red, and then turned again for a heroic yank. The engine sputtered into life. "Cast off!" he shouted. As soon as the rope was uncleated, Johnny shoved the throttle all the way forward, and the tinny little 18-horsepower engine whined with exertion. The boat surged from the dock and headed out past Breed's Point into the bay, wind and spray stinging Malin's face delightfully. The boat sent back a creamy wake as it sliced through the ocean. There had been a massive storm the week before, but as usual it seemed to have settled the surface, and the water was glassy. Now Old Hump appeared to starboard, a lone naked dome of granite, streaked with seagull lime and fringed with dark seaweed. As they buzzed through the channel, countless seagulls, drowsing one-legged on the rock, raised their heads and stared at the boat with bright yellow eyes. A single pair rose into the sky, then wheeled past, crying a lost cry. "This was a great idea," Malin said. "Wasn't it, Johnny?" "Maybe," Johnny said. "But if we get caught, it was your idea." Even though their father owned Ragged Island, they had been forbidden to visit it for as long as he could remember. Their dad hated the place, and never talked about it. Schoolyard legend held that countless people had been killed there digging for treasure, that the place was cursed, that it harbored ghosts. There were so many pits and shafts dug over the years that the island's innards were completely rotten, ready to swallow the unwary visitor. He'd even heard about the curse stone. It had been found in the pit many years before, and now it was supposedly kept in a special room deep in the church basement, locked up tight because it was the work of the devil. Johnny once told him that when kids were really bad in Sunday school, they were shut up in the crypt with the cursed stone. He felt another shiver of excitement. The island lay dead ahead now, wreathed in clinging tatters of mist. In winter, or on rainy days, the mist turned to a suffocating pea-soup fog. On this bright summer day, it was more like translucent cotton candy. Johnny had tried to explain the local rip currents that caused it, but Mullen hadn't understood and was pretty sure Johnny didn't either. The mist approached the boat's prow, and suddenly they were in a strange twilight world. The motor muffled. Almost unconsciously, Johnny slowed down. Then they were through the thickest of it, and ahead Mullen could see the ragged island ledges, their cruel seaweed-covered flanks softened by the mist. They brought the skiff through a low spot in the ledges. As the sea-level mist cleared, Mullen could see the greenish tops of jagged underwater rocks, covered with waving seaweed, the kind of rocks so feared by lobstermen at low tide or in heavy fog. But now the tide was high, and the little motorboat slid past effortlessly. After an argument about who was to get his feet wet, they grounded on the cobbled shore. Mullen jumped out with the painter and pulled the boat up, feeling the water squish in his sneakers. Johnny stepped out onto dry land. "Pretty neat," he said noncommittally, shouldering his satchel and looking inland. Just up from the stony beach, the sawgrass and chokecherry bushes began. The scene was lit by an eerie silver light, filtered through the ceiling of mist that still hung above their heads. A huge iron boiler, at least 10 feet high, rose above the nearby grass, covered with massive rivets and rusted a deep orange. There was a split down one side, ragged and petaled. Its upper half was cloaked by the low-lying mists. "I bet that boiler blew up," Johnny said. "Bet it killed somebody," Mullen added with relish. "Bet it killed 2 people. The cobbled beach ended at the seaward point of the island in ridges of wave-polished granite. Mullen knew that fishermen passing through the ragged island channel called these rocks the whalebacks. He scrambled up the closest of the whalebacks and stood high, trying to see over the bluffs into the island. "Get down!" Johnny yelled. "Just what do you think you're going to see in all this mist? Idiot!" "Takes one to know one," Mullen began, climbing down, and received a brotherly rap on the head for his troubles. "Stay behind me," Johnny said. "We'll circle the shore, then head back." He walked quickly along the bottom of the bluffs, his tanned legs chocolate brown in the dim light. Mullen followed, feeling aggrieved. It was his idea to come out here, but Johnny always took over. "Hey!" Johnny yelled. "Look!" He bent down, picking up something long and white. "It's a bone." "No, it isn't," Mullen replied, still feeling annoyed. Coming to the island was his idea. He should have been the one to find it. "It is too, and I bet it's from a man." Johnny swung the thing back and forth like a baseball bat. "It's the leg bone off somebody who got killed trying to get the treasure. Or a pirate, maybe. I'm going to take it home and keep it under my bed." Curiosity overcame Mullen's annoyance. "Let me see," he said. Johnny handed him the bone. It felt surprisingly heavy and cold, and it smelled bad. "Yuck," Mullen said, hastily handing it back. "Maybe the skull's around here somewhere," Johnny replied. They poked among the rocks, finding nothing but a dead dogfish with goggle eyes. As they rounded the point, a wrecked barge came into view, left from some long-forgotten salvage operation. It was grounded at the high tide mark, twisted and pounded onto the rocks, buffeted by decades of storms. "Look at this," said Johnny, interest rising in his voice. He scrambled out on the heaved, buckled deck. All around it lay rusted pieces of metal, pipes, busted gears, and nasty snarls of cable and wire. Mullen began looking through the old junk, keeping an eye out for the gleam of a pirate doubloon. He figured that the pirate, Red Ned Ockham, was so rich he'd probably dropped a whole lot of doubloons around the island. Red Ned, who'd supposedly buried millions and millions in gold on the island, along with a jeweled weapon called St. Michael's sword, so powerful it could kill any man who even looked at it. They said Red Ned had once cut a man's ears off and used them to make a bet in a dice game. A sixth-grade girl named Cindy told him it was really the man's balls that Red Ned cut off, but Mullen didn't believe her. Another time Red Ned got drunk and cut a man open, then threw him overboard and towed him by his guts until the sharks ate him. The kids at school had a lot of stories about Red Ned. Tiring of the barge, Johnny motioned for Mullen to follow him along the rocks that lay scattered at the bottom of the bluffs on the windward side of the island. Above them, a high dirt embankment rose against the sky, roots of long-dead spruce trees poking horizontally from the soil like gnarled fingers. The top of the embankment was lost in the clinging mists. Some of the bluffs were caved in and collapsing, victims of the storms that slammed into the island every fall. It was chilly in the shadow of the bluffs, and Mullen hurried on. Johnny, excited now by his finds, was bounding ahead, heedless of his own warnings, whooping and waving the bone. Mullen knew his mother would throw the old bone into the ocean as soon as she found it. Johnny stopped briefly to poke among stuff that had washed up on shore. Old lobster buoys, busted-up traps, pieces of weathered planking. Then he moved toward a fresh gash farther up the bluffs. A bank had recently caved in, spilling dirt and boulders across the rocky shore. He leaped easily over the boulders, then disappeared from view. Mullen moved more quickly now. He didn't like having Johnny out of sight. There was a stirring in the air. It had been a sunny day before they disappeared into the ragged island mist, but anything could be happening out there now. The breeze felt cold, as if weather was coming on, and the sea was beginning to break hard over the ragged island ledges. The tide would be close to turning. Maybe they'd better start back. There was a sudden, sharp cry, and for a terrible moment Mullen feared Johnny had hurt himself on the slippery rocks. But then the cry came again, an urgent summons, and Mullen scrambled forward, clambering over the fallen rocks and around a bend in the shoreline. Before him, a huge granite boulder lay at a crazy angle, freshly dislodged from the bank by a recent storm. On its far side stood Johnny, pointing, a look of wide-eyed wonderment on his face. At first, Mullen couldn't say a word. The movement of the boulder had exposed the opening of a tunnel at the foot of the bank, with just enough room to squeeze behind. A clammy stream of stale air eddied from the tunnel mouth. "Cripes," he said, running up the slope toward the embankment. "I found it!" Johnny cried, breathless with excitement. "I bet you anything the treasure's in there. Take a look, Mullen." Mullen turned. "It was my idea." Johnny looked back with a smirk. "Maybe," he said, unshouldering his satchel. "But I found it, and I brought the matches." Mullen leaned toward the tunnel mouth inquisitively. Deep down, he'd believed his father when he said there never was any treasure on Ragged Island. But now he wasn't so sure. Was it possible his dad could be wrong? Then he leaned back quickly, nose wrinkling against the stale smell of the tunnel. "What's the matter?" Johnny asked. "Afraid?" "No," said Mullen in a small voice. The mouth of the tunnel looked very dark. "I'm going first," Johnny said. "You follow me, and you'd better not get lost." Tossing his prize bone away, he dropped to his knees and squirmed through the opening. Mullen knelt also, then hesitated. The ground was hard and cold beneath him, but Johnny was already disappearing from sight, and Mullen didn't want to be left on the lonely, fog-bound shore. He squirmed through the opening after his brother. There was the snap of a match, and Malin sucked in his breath unconsciously as he rose to his feet. He was in a small antechamber, the roof and walls held up by ancient timbers. Ahead, a narrow tunnel led into blackness. "We'll split the treasure 50-50. Johnny was talking in a very serious voice, a voice Malin hadn't heard before. Then he did something even more surprising. He turned and shook Malin's hand with a childlike formality. "You and me, Mal. Equal partners." Malin swallowed, feeling a little better. The match died as they took another step forward. Johnny paused, and Malin heard the scratch of another match, followed by a flare of feeble light. He could see his brother's Red Sox cap haloed in the flickering flame. A sudden stream of dirt and pebbles rattled down through the timbers, bouncing across the stone floor. "Don't touch the walls," Johnny whispered, "and don't make any loud noise. You'll cave the whole thing in." Malin said nothing, but unconsciously moved closer to his brother. "Don't follow so close," Johnny hissed. They went forward along a downward incline. Then Johnny cried out and jerked his hand. The light went out, plunging them into darkness. "Johnny!" Malin cried, feeling a surge of panic, reaching out to grasp his brother's arm. "What about the curse?" "Come on. There's no curse," whispered Johnny scornfully. There was another scratching sound, and the match flared. "Don't worry. I got at least 40 matches in here. And look." He dug into his pocket, then turned toward Malin, a big paper clip held between his fingers. He stuck the lit match into one end. "How about that? No more burned fingers." The tunnel took a gentle turn to the left, and Malin noticed that the reassuring crescent of light from the tunnel entrance was gone. "Maybe we should go back and get a flashlight," he said. Suddenly, he heard a hideous sound, a hollow groan that seemed to erupt from the heart of the island and fill the narrow chamber. "Johnny!" he cried, clutching his brother again. The sound sputtered away into a deep sigh as another trickle of dirt fell from the timbers overhead. Johnny shrugged his arm away. "Jeez, Malin, it's just the tide turning. It always makes that noise in the water pit. Keep your voice down, I said." "How do you know that?" Malin asked. "Everybody knows that." There was another moan and a gurgle, followed by a loud creaking of timbers that slowly died away. Malin bit his lip to keep it from trembling. A few matches later, the tunnel turned at a shallow angle and began sloping downward more steeply, its walls shorter and rougher. Johnny held his match toward the passage. "This is it," he said. "The treasure chamber would be at the bottom." "I don't know," Malin said. "Maybe we better go back and get Dad." "Are you kidding?" Johnny hissed. "Dad hates this place. We'll tell Dad after we get the treasure." He lit another match, then ducked his head into the narrow tunnel. Malin could see that this passage wasn't more than 4 feet high. Cracked boulders supported the wormy timbers of the roof. The smell of mold was even stronger here, mingled with seaweed and a hint of something worse. "We're gonna have to crawl," Johnny muttered, his voice momentarily uncertain. He paused, and for a hopeful instant Malin thought they were turning back. Then Johnny straightened one end of the paperclip and stuck it between his teeth. The wavering shadows thrown by the match gave his face a ghoulish, hollow look. That did it. "I'm not going any farther," Malin announced. "Good," said Johnny. "You can stay here in the dark." "No!" Malin sobbed loudly. "Dad's gonna kill us. Johnny, please!" "When Dad finds out how rich we are, he'll be too happy to be mad. He'll save a whole $2 a week on allowance." Malin sniffed a little and wiped his nose. Johnny turned in the narrow space and placed a hand on Malin's head. "Hey," he whispered, his voice gentle. "If we chicken out now, we may never get a second chance. So be a pal. Okay, Mal?" He ruffled Malin's hair. Okay, Malin sniffed. He got onto his hands and knees and followed Johnny down the sloping tunnel. Pebbles and grit from the tunnel floor dug into the palms of his hands. Johnny seemed to be lighting a whole lot of matches, and Malin had almost screwed up the courage to ask how many were left when his older brother halted abruptly. "There's something up ahead," came the whispered voice. Malin tried to see around his brother, but the tunnel was too narrow. "What is it?" "It's a door," Johnny hissed suddenly. "I swear, it's an old door." The ceiling angled up to form a narrow vestibule ahead of him, and Malin craned desperately for a view. There it was, a row of thick planks with two old metal hinges set into the frame of the tunnel. Large slabs of dressed stone formed the walls to either side. Damp and mold lay over everything. The edges of the floor had been caulked with what looked like oakum. "Look!" Johnny cried, pointing excitedly. Lying across the front of the door was a fancy embossed seal made of wax and paper, stamped with a coat of arms. Even through the dust, Johnny could see that the seal was unbroken. "A sealed door," Johnny whispered, awestruck. "Just like in the books." Malin stared as if in a dream somehow wonderful and terrifying at the same time. They really had found the treasure, and it had been his idea. Johnny grasped the ancient iron handle and gave an exploratory tug. There was a sharp creak of protesting hinges. "Hear that?" he panted. "It's not locked. All we have to do is break this seal." He turned and handed the matchbox to Malin, his eyes wide. "You light the matches while I pull it open. And move back a little, will you?" Malin peered into the box. "There's only 5 left," he cried in dismay. "Just shut up and do it. We can get out in the dark, I swear we can." Malin lit a match, but his hands shook and it flickered out. "Only 4 more, he thought as Johnny muttered impatiently. The next match sprang to life and Johnny placed both hands on the iron handle. "Ready," he hissed, bracing his feet against the earthen wall. Malin opened his mouth to protest, but Johnny was already tugging at the door. The seal parted abruptly, and the door opened with a shriek that made Malin jump. A puff of foul air blew out the match. In the close darkness, Malin heard Johnny's sharp intake of breath. Then Johnny screamed, "Ouch!" except the voice seemed so breathless, so very high it almost didn't sound like Johnny. Malin heard a thump, and the floor of the tunnel shivered violently. As dirt and sand rained down in the darkness, filling his eyes and nose, he thought he heard another sound. A strange, strangled sound, so brief that it might almost have been a cough. Then a wheezing, dripping noise like a wet sponge being squeezed. "Johnny!" Malin cried, raising his hands to wipe the dust out of his face and dropping the matchbox in the process. It was so very dark, and things had gone wrong so suddenly, and panic began to overwhelm him. In the close, listening darkness came another noise, low and muffled. It took Malin a moment to realize what it was. A soft, continuous dragging. Then the spell was broken, and he was fumbling in the dark on his hands and knees, hands outstretched, searching for the matches, bawling his brother's name. One hand touched something wet, and he snatched it away just as the other hand closed on the matchbox. Rising to his knees, choking back sobs, he grabbed a match and scratched it frantically until it flared. In the sudden light, he looked around wildly. Johnny was gone. The door was open, the seal broken, but beyond lay nothing except a blank stone wall. Dust hung thickly in the air. Then wetness touched his legs, and he looked down. In the spot where Johnny had stood there was a large, black pool of water, crawling slowly around his knees. For a crazy moment, Malin thought maybe there was a breach in the tunnel somewhere and seawater was leaking in. Then he realized the pool was steaming slightly in the flicker of the match. Straining forward, he saw that it was not black, but red. Blood. More blood than he ever imagined a body could hold. Paralyzed, he watched as the glossy pool spread, running in tendrils across the hollows of the floor, draining into the cracks, creeping into his wet keds, surrounding him like a crimson octopus, until the match dropped into it with a sharp hiss, and darkness descended once again. Chapter 2. Cambridge, Massachusetts, present day. The small laboratory looked out from the Mount Auburn Hospital Annex across the leafy tops of the maple trees to the slow, sullen waters of the Charles River. A rower in a needle-like shell was cutting through the dark water with powerful strokes, peeling back a glittering wake. Malin Hatch watched, momentarily entranced by the perfect synchronicity of body, boat, and water. "Dr. Hatch," came the voice of his lab assistant. "The colonies are ready." He pointed toward a beeping incubator. Hatch turned from the window, reverie broken, suppressing a surge of irritation at his well-meaning assistant. "Let's take out the first tier and have a look at the little buggers," he said. In his usual nervous way, Bruce opened the incubator and removed a large tray of agar plates, bacterial colonies growing like glossy pennies in their centers. These were relatively harmless bacteria. They didn't need special precautions beyond the usual sterile procedures, but Hatch watched with alarm as the assistant swung the rattling tray around, bumping it on the autoclave. "Careful there," said Hatch, "or there'll be no joy in Whoville tonight." The assistant brought the tray to an uneasy rest on the glove box. "Sorry," he said sheepishly, standing back and wiping his hands on his lab coat. Hatch gave the tray a practiced sweep with his eyes. Rows 2 and 3 showed good growth. Rows 1 and 4 were variable, and row 5 was sterile. In an instant he realized the experiment would be a success. Everything was working out as hypothesized. In a month he'd have published another impressive paper in the New England Journal of Medicine, and everyone would be talking yet again about what a rising star he was in the department. The prospect filled him with a huge feeling of emptiness. Absently, he swiveled a magnifying lens over to make a gross examination of the colonies. He'd done this so often that he could identify the strains just by looking at them, by comparing their surface textures and growth patterns. After a few moments, he turned toward his desk, pushed aside a computer keyboard, and began jotting notes into his lab notebook. The intercom chimed. "Bruce?" Hatch murmured as he scribbled. Bruce jumped up, sending his notebook clattering to the floor. A minute later he returned. "Visitor," he said simply. Hatch straightened up his large frame. Visitors to the lab were rare. Like most doctors, he kept his lab location and telephone number under wraps to all but a select few. "Would you mind seeing what he wants?" Hatch asked. "Unless it's urgent, refer him to my office. Dr. Winslow's on call today." Bruce went off again, and the lab fell back into silence. Hatch's gaze drifted once again toward the window. The afternoon light was streaming in, sending a shower of gold through the test tubes and lab apparatus. With an effort, he forced his concentration back to his notes. "He's not a patient," Bruce said, bustling back into the lab. "Says you'll want to see him." Hatch looked up. Probably a researcher from the hospital, he thought. He took a deep breath. "Okay. Show him in." A minute later, footsteps sounded in the outer lab. Malin looked up to see a spare figure gazing at him from the far side of the doorframe. The setting sun was striking the man full force, modeling the sunburnt skin drawn tight across a handsome face, refracting light deep within a pair of gray eyes. "Gerard Needleman," the stranger said in a low, gravelly voice. Couldn't spend much time in a lab or the OR with a tan like that, Hatch thought to himself. Must be a specialist, getting in a lot of golf time. "Please come in, Dr. Needleman," he said. "Captain," the man replied. Not doctor. He passed through the doorway and straightened up, and Hatch immediately knew it wasn't just an honorary title. Simply by the way he stepped through the door, head bent, hand on the upper frame, it was clear the man had spent time at sea. Hatch guessed he was not old, perhaps 45, but he had the narrow eyes and roughened skin of a sailor. There was something different about him, something almost otherworldly, an air of ascetic intensity that Hatch found intriguing. Hatch introduced himself as his visitor stepped forward and offered his hand. The hand was dry and light, the handshake short and to the point. "Could we speak in private?" the man asked quietly. Bruce spoke up again. "What should I do about these colonies, Dr. Hatch? They shouldn't be left out too long, and—" "Why don't you put them back in the refrigerator? They won't be growing legs for at least a few billion more years." Hatch glanced at his watch, then back into the man's steady gaze. He made a quick decision. "And then you might as well head home, Bruce. I'll put you down for 5. Just don't tell Professor Alvarez." Bruce flashed a brief smile. "Okay, Dr. Hatch. Thanks." In a moment, Bruce and the colonies were gone, and Hatch turned back to his curious visitor, who had strolled toward the window. "Is this where you do most of your work, Doctor?" he asked, shifting a leather portfolio from one hand to the other. He was so thin he would have seemed spectral were it not for the intensity of calm assurance he radiated. "It's where I do just about all of it." "Lovely view," Needleman murmured, gazing out the window. Hatch looked at the man's back, mildly surprised that he felt unoffended by the interruption. He thought of asking the man his business, but decided against it. Somehow he knew Needleman had not come on a trivial matter. "The water of the Charles is so dark," the captain said. "Far off from these a slow and silent stream, Lethe the river of oblivion rolls." He turned. "Rivers are a symbol of forgetfulness, are they not?" "I can't remember," Hatch said lightly, but growing a little wary now, waiting. The captain smiled and withdrew from the window. "You must be wondering why I've barged into your laboratory. May I ask a few minutes of your indulgence?" "Haven't you already?" Hatch indicated a vacant chair. "Have a seat. I'm about finished for the day here, and this important experiment I've been working on," he waved his hand vaguely in the direction of the incubator, "is, how shall I put it, boring." Needleman raised an eyebrow. "Not as exciting as fighting an eruption of breakbone fever in the swamps of Amazonia, I imagine." "Not quite," Hatch said after a moment. The man smiled. "I read the article in the Globe." Reporters never let the facts stand in the way of a story. It wasn't nearly as exciting as it seems. "Which is why you returned?" "I got tired of watching my patients die for lack of a 50-cent shot of amoxicillin." Hatch spread his hands fatalistically. "So isn't it odd that I wish I were back there? Life on Memorial Drive seems rather tepid by comparison." He shut up abruptly and glanced at Needleman, wondering what it was about the man that had gotten him talking. "The article went on to talk about your travels in Sierra Leone, Madagascar, and the Comoros," Needleman continued. "But perhaps your life could use some excitement right now." "Pay no attention to my grousing," Hatch replied with what he hoped was a light tone. "A little boredom now and then can be tonic for the soul." He glanced at Needleman's portfolio. There was some kind of insignia embossed into the leather that he couldn't quite make out. "Perhaps," came the reply. "In any case, it seems you've hit every spot on the globe over the last 25 years. Except Stormhaven, Maine." Hatch froze. He felt a numbness begin in his fingers and move up his arms. Suddenly it all made sense. The roundabout questions, the seafaring background, the intense look in the man's eyes. Needleman stood very still, his eyes steady on Hatch, saying nothing. "Ah," Hatch said, fighting to recover his composure. "And you, Captain, have just the thing to cure my ennui." Needleman inclined his head. "Let me guess. Does this, by any freak of chance, have to do with Ragged Island?" A flicker in Needleman's face showed that he had guessed right. "And you, Captain, are a treasure hunter, am I right?" The equanimity, the sense of quiet self-confidence never left Needleman's face. "We prefer the term recovery specialist." Everyone has a euphemism these days. Recovery specialist. Sort of like sanitary engineer. You want to dig on Ragged Island. And let me guess. Now you're about to tell me that you, and only you, hold the secret to the water pit. Needleman stood quietly, saying nothing. "No doubt you also have a high-tech gizmo that will show you the location of the treasure. Or perhaps you've enlisted the help of Madame Sosostris, famous clairvoyant." Needleman remained standing. "I know you've been approached before," he said. "Then you'll know the common fate of those who've approached me. Dowsers, psychics, oil barons, engineers, everybody with a foolproof scheme." "Their schemes may have been flawed," Needleman replied, "but their dreams were not. I know about the tragedies that befell your family after your grandfather bought the island, but his heart was in the right place. There is a vast treasure down there. I know it." "Of course you do. They all do. But if you think you're the reincarnation of Red Ned himself, it's only fair to warn you that I've heard from several others who already claim that distinction. Or perhaps you purchased one of those old-looking treasure maps that occasionally come up for sale in Portland. Captain Needleman, faith won't make it true. There never was and there never will be any Ragged Island treasure. I feel sorry for you, I really do. Now, perhaps you should leave before I call the guard. I beg your pardon, I mean the security specialist, to escort you to the door." Ignoring this, Needleman shrugged, then leaned toward the desk. "I don't ask you to take it on faith." There was something so self-confident, so utterly detached about the captain's shrug, that a fresh flood of anger swept Hatch. "If you had any idea how many times I've heard this same story, you'd be ashamed for coming here. What makes you any different from the rest?" Reaching inside the leather portfolio, Needleman withdrew a single sheet of paper and wordlessly pushed it across the desk. Hatch looked at the document without touching it. It was a simplified financial report, notarized, indicating that a company named Thalassa Holdings Limited had raised a sum of money to form the Ragged Island Reclamation Corporation. The sum was $22 million. Hatch glanced from the paper back to Needleman, then began to laugh. "You mean you actually had the nerve to raise this money before even asking my permission? You must have some pretty pliant investors." Once again, Needleman broke into what seemed to be his trademark smile. Reserved, self-confident, remote without arrogance. "Dr. Hatch, you've had every right to show treasure hunters the door for the last 20 years. I perfectly understand your reaction. They were underfunded and underprepared. But they weren't the only problem. The problem was also you." He leaned away again. "Obviously, I don't know you well, but I sense that after more than a quarter-century of uncertainty, maybe at last you're ready to learn what really happened to your brother." Needleman paused for a moment, his eyes still on Hatch. Then he began again, in a tone so low it was barely audible. "I know that your interest is not the financial reward, and I understand how your grief has made you hate that island. That is why I come to you with everything prepared. Thalassa is the best in the world at this kind of work. and we have equipment at our disposal that your grandfather could only have dreamed of. We've chartered the ships. We have divers, archaeologists, engineers, an expedition doctor, all ready to go at a moment's notice. One word from you, and I promise you that within a month the water pit will have yielded up its secrets. We will know everything about it." He whispered the word everything with peculiar force. "Why not just leave it be?" Hatch murmured. "Why not let it keep its secrets?" "That, Dr. Hatch, is not within my nature. Is it within yours?" In the ensuing silence, the distant bells of Trinity Church tolled 5 o'clock. The silence stretched on into a minute, then 2, and then 5. At last, Needleman removed the paper from the desk and placed it back in his portfolio. "Your silence is sufficiently eloquent," he said quietly, no trace of rancor in his voice. "I've taken enough of your time. Tomorrow I'll inform our partners that you have declined our offer. Good day, Dr. Hatch." He rose to go, and then just before the door he stopped, half turning. "There is one other thing. To answer your question, there is something that makes us different from all the rest. We've uncovered a small piece of information about the water pit that nobody else knows. Not even you." Hatch's chuckle died in his throat when he saw Needleman's face. "We know who designed it," the captain said quietly. Involuntarily, Hatch felt his fingers stiffen and curl in toward his palms. "What?" he croaked. "Yes. And there's something more. We have the journal he kept during its construction." In the sudden silence, Hatch fetched a deep breath, then another. He looked down at his desk and shook his head. "That's beautiful," he managed to say. "Just beautiful. I guess I underestimated you. After all these years, I've heard something original. You've made my day, Captain Needleman." But Needleman had gone, and Hatch realized he was talking to an empty room. It was several minutes before he could bring himself to rise from the desk. As he shoved the last of his papers into his briefcase, hands still trembling a little, he noticed that Needleman had left his card behind. A telephone number had been scribbled across the top, presumably the hotel he was staying in. Hatch brushed the card into the wastebasket, picked up his briefcase, left the lab, and briskly walked back to his townhouse through the dusky summer streets. At 2 o'clock that morning, he found himself back in the laboratory, pacing before the darkened window, Needleman's card grasped in one hand. It was 3 before he finally picked up the phone. Chapter 3. Hatch parked in the dirt lot above the pier and stepped slowly from the rented car. He closed the door, then paused to look over the harbor, hands still grasping the handle. His eyes took in the long, narrow cove, bound by a granite shore, dotted with lobster boats and draggers, bathed in a cold silver light. Even 25 years later, Hatch recognized many of the names. The Lola B, the Maybelle W. The little town of Storm Haven struggled up the hill, narrow clapboard houses following a zigzag of cobblestone lanes. Toward the top the houses thinned out, replaced by stands of black spruce and small meadows enclosed by stone walls. At the very top of the hill stood the Congregational Church, its severe white steeple rising into the gray sky. On the far side of the cove he glimpsed his own boyhood home, its 4 gables and widow's walk poking above the tree line, the long meadow sloping to the shore, and a small dock. He quickly turned away, feeling almost as if some stranger was standing in his shoes, and that he was seeing everything through that stranger's eyes. He headed for the pier, slipping on a pair of sunglasses as he did so. The sunglasses and his own inner turmoil made him feel a little foolish. Yet he felt more apprehension now than he'd felt even in a Rarowana village, piled with corpses infected with dengue fever, or during the outbreak of bubonic plague in the Sierra Madre Occidental. The pier was one of two commercial wharfs that projected into the harbor. One side of the wharf was lined with small wooden shacks. The Lobsterman's Co-op, a snack bar called Red Ned's Eats, a bait shack, and an equipment shed. At the end of the pier stood a rusting gas pump, loading winches, and stacks of drying lobster pots. Beyond the harbor mouth there was a low fog bank, where the sea merged imperceptibly with the sky. It was almost as if the world ended 100 yards offshore. The shingle-sided Co-op was the first building on the pier. A merry plume of steam issuing from a tin pipe hinted at the lobsters that were boiling within. Hatch stopped at the chalkboard, scanning the prices for the various grades of lobster: shedders, hard-shelled, chickens, selects, and culls. He peered through the rippled glass of the window at the row of tanks, teeming with indignant lobsters only hours removed from the deep. In a separate tank was a single blue lobster, very rare, put up for show. Malin stepped away from the window as a lobsterman in high boots and a slicker rumbled a barrel of rotten bait down the pier. He brought it to a rest under a quayside winch, strapped it on, and swung it out to a boat waiting below, in an action that Malin had watched countless times in his childhood. There were shouts and the sudden throb of a diesel, and the boat pulled away, heading out to sea, followed by a raucous crowd of seagulls. He watched the boat dissolve, spectrally, into the lifting fog. Soon the inner islands would be visible. Already, Burnt Head was emerging from the mists, a great brow of granite rock that leaned into the sea south of town. Surf snarled and worried about its base, carrying to Hatch the faint whisper of waves. On the crown of the bluff, a lighthouse of dressed stone stood among the gorse and low bush blueberries, its red and white stripes and copper cupola adding a cheerful note of color to the monochromatic fog. As Malin stood at the end of the pier, smelling the mixture of redfish bait, salt air, and diesel fumes, his defenses, carefully shored up for a quarter of a century, began to crumble. The years dropped away, and a powerful bittersweet feeling constricted his chest. Here he was, back in a place he had never expected to see again. So much had changed in him, and so little had changed here. It was all he could do to hold back tears. A car door slammed behind him, and he glanced back to see Gerard Needleman emerge from the International Scout and stride down the pier, erect, brimming with high spirits, a spring of steel in his step. Smoke wafted from a briar pipe clamped between his teeth, and his eyes glimmered with a carefully guarded but unmistakable excitement. "Good of you to meet me here," he said, removing the pipe and grasping Hatch's hand. "I hope this hasn't been too much trouble." He hesitated slightly before saying the last word, and Hatch wondered if the captain had guessed his own private reasons for wanting to see the town and the island before making any commitment. "No trouble," Hatch replied coolly, accepting the brisk handshake. "And where is our good boat?" Needleman said, squinting out at the harbor, sweeping it appraisingly with his eyes. "It's the Plain Jane. Over there." Needleman looked. "Ah, a stout lobster boat." Then he frowned. "I don't see a dinghy in tow. How will we land on Ragged Island?" "The dinghy's at the dock," Hatch said, "but we're not going to land. There's no natural harbor. Most of the island is ringed with high bluffs, so we wouldn't be able to see much from the rocks anyway. And the bulk of the island is too dangerous to walk on. You'll get a better sense of the place from the water. Besides," he thought, "I for one am not ready to set foot on that island." "Understood," said Needleman, placing the pipe back in his mouth. He gazed up at the sky. "The fog will lift shortly. Wind quartering to the southwest, a light sea. The worst we can expect is some rain." "Excellent." I'm looking forward to this first look, Dr. Hatch. Hatch glanced at him sharply. You mean you've never seen it before? I've restricted myself to maps and surveys. I'd have thought a man like you would make the pilgrimage long ago. In days past, we used to get crackpot sightseeing around the island, even some attempts to land. I'm sure that hasn't changed. Needleman turned his cool gaze back to Hatch. I didn't want to see it unless we'd have the chance to dig it. A quiet force lay beneath his words. At the end of the pier, a wobbly gangplank led down to a floating dock. Hatch untied the Plain Jane's dinghy and grabbed the starter. Staying in town? Needleman asked as he stepped nimbly into the dinghy, taking a seat in the bow. Hatch shook his head as he started the engine. I've booked a room in a motel in Southport, a few miles down the coast. Even the boat rental had been done by an intermediary. He wasn't ready yet to be recognized by anyone. Needleman nodded, staring over Hatch's shoulders toward land as they motored out to the boat. Beautiful place, he said, smoothly changing the subject. Yes, Hatch replied. I suppose it is. There may be a few more summer homes, and there's a bed and breakfast now. But otherwise the world has passed Stormhaven by. No doubt it's too far north, off the beaten track. That's part of it, Hatch said. But all the things that look so quaint and charming, the old wooden boats, the weather-beaten shacks, the crooked piers, are actually the result of poverty. I don't think Stormhaven ever really recovered from the Depression. They came alongside the Plain Jane. Needleman boarded the boat while Hatch tied the dinghy to the stern. He clambered aboard and was relieved to hear the diesel start up on the first crank with a nice, smooth rumble. Might be old, he thought as he eased out into the harbor, but it's well kept up. As they cleared the no-wake zone, Hatch throttled up and the Plain Jane surged forward, slicing through the gentle swell. Overhead the sun was struggling through the cloud cover, glowing in the remaining mist like a cold lamp. Hatch gazed southeastward, beyond Old Hump Channel, but could see nothing. It's going to be chilly out there, he said, glancing at Needleman's short-sleeved shirt. Needleman turned and smiled. I'm used to it. You call yourself captain, Hatch said. Were you in the Navy? Yes, came the measured response. Captain of a minesweeper cruising off the Mekong Delta. After the war, I bought a wooden dragger out of Nantucket and worked George's Bank for scallops and flounder. He squinted out to sea. It was working that dragger that got me interested in treasure hunting. Really? Hatch checked the compass and corrected course. He glanced at the engine hour meter. Ragged Island was 6 miles offshore. They'd be there in 20 minutes. Needleman nodded. One day the net brought up a huge bolus of encrusted coral. My mate struck it with a marlin spike and the thing fell apart like an oyster. There, nestled inside, was a small 17th-century Dutch silver casket. That started my first treasure hunt. I did a little digging through records and figured we must have dragged over the wreck site of the Cinque Ports, a bark commanded by the French privateer Charles Dampier. So I sold the boat, started a company, raised $1 million in capital, and went from there. How much did you recover? Needleman smiled slightly. Just over 90,000 in coins, china, and antiquities. It was a lesson I never forgot. If I'd bothered to do my research, I'd have looked up the manifests of the Dutch ships that Dampier attacked. They were mostly carrying lumber, coal, and rum. He puffed his pipe meditatively. Not all pirates were as skillful as Red Ned Ockham. You must have been as disappointed as the surgeon who hopes for a tumor and finds gallstones. Needleman glanced at him. I guess you could say that. Silence fell as they headed seaward. The last wisps of fog disappeared, and Hatch could clearly make out the inner islands, Hermit and Wreck, green humps thickly covered with spruce trees. Soon Ragged Island would become visible. He glanced at Needleman, looking intently in the direction of the hidden island. It was time. "We've been chit-chatting long enough," he said quietly. "I want to hear about the man who designed the water pit." Needleman remained silent for a moment, and Hatch waited. "I'm sorry, Dr. Hatch," Needleman said. "I should have made myself clear on that point in your office. You haven't yet signed the agreement. Our entire 22 million venture stands on the information we've obtained." Hatch felt a sudden surge of anger. "I'm glad you have so much faith in me." "You can understand our position," Needleman began. "Sure I can. You're afraid I might take what you've discovered, dig up the treasure myself, and cut you out." "Not to put too fine a point on it," Needleman said. "Yes." There was a brief silence. "I appreciate your directness," said Hatch. "So how's this for a reply?" He swung the wheel, heeling the boat sharply to starboard. Needleman looked at him inquiringly as he gripped the gunwale for support. Coming about 180 degrees, Hatch pointed the Plain Jane back toward port and throttled up. "Dr. Hatch," Needleman said. "It's quite simple," said Hatch. "Either you tell me all about this mysterious find of yours and convince me you're not just another nut, or our little field trip ends right now." "Perhaps if you'd be willing to sign our non-disclosure agreement." "For Christ's sakes!" Hatch cried. "He's a damn sea lawyer as well as a sea captain. If we're to be partners, an ever-receding possibility, we'll have to trust each other. I'll shake your hand and give you my word, and that will be sufficient, or else you lose all hope of ever digging on the island." Needleman never lost his composure, and now he smiled. A handshake. How quaint. Hatch held the boat steady as she roared ahead, eating through the remains of wake laid down just minutes before. The dark bluff of Burnt Head came gradually into focus again, followed by the rooftops of the town. "Very well, then," Needleman said mildly. "Turn the boat around, please. Here is my hand." They shook. Hatch eased the engine into neutral and let the Plain Jane coast for a long moment. At last, engaging the throttle again, he nosed her seaward, gradually accelerating once more toward the hidden rocks of Ragged Island. A period of time passed in which Needleman gazed eastward, puffing on his pipe, seemingly in deep contemplation. Hatch stole a glance at the captain, wondering if this was some kind of delaying tactic. "You've been to England, haven't you, Dr. Hatch?" Needleman said at last. Hatch nodded. "Lovely country," Needleman went on, as coolly as if he was reminiscing for pleasure. "Especially, to my taste, the north. Ever been to Houndsbury? It's a charming little town. Very Cotswolds, but all in all rather unremarkable, I suppose, if it weren't for its exquisite cathedral. Or have you visited Whitstone Hall in the Pennines, the Duke of Wessex's family seat?" "That's the famous one? Built like an abbey?" Hatch said. "Exactly. Both delightful examples of 17th century ecclesiastical architecture." "Delightful," echoed Hatch with a trace of sarcasm. "So what?" "They were both designed by Sir William Macallan, the man who also designed the water pit." "Designed?" "Yes. Macallan was a very great architect, perhaps England's greatest next to Sir Christopher Wren, but a far more interesting man." Needleman was still gazing eastward. "In addition to his buildings and his work on Old Battersea Bridge, He left behind a monumental text on ecclesiastical architecture. The world lost a true visionary when he disappeared at sea in 1696. Lost at sea? The plot thickens. Needleman pursed his lips, and Hatch wondered if he was finally nettled. Yes, it was a terrible tragedy. Except... He turned toward Hatch. Except, of course, he was not lost at sea. Last year we uncovered a copy of his treatise. In the margins were what seemed to be a pattern of spottings and discolorations. Our laboratory was able to confirm that the discolorations were actually notes, written in invisible ink, just now becoming visible through the corruption of time. Chemical analysis showed the ink to be an organic compound derived from vinegar and white onions. Further analysis dated this stain, as invisible inks were then known, to approximately 1700. Invisible ink. You've been reading too many Hardy Boys stories. Invisible inks were very common in the 17th and 18th centuries, Needleman said calmly. George Washington used one for his secret dispatches. The colonists referred to it as writing with white ink. Hatch tried to phrase another sarcastic response, but was unable to articulate a reply. Against his will, he found himself half believing Needleman's story. It was almost too incredible to be a lie. Our laboratory was able to recover the rest of the writing using a chemical wash. It turned out to be a document of around 10,000 characters written in Macallan's own hand in the margins of his book. The document was in code, but a Thalassa specialist decrypted the first half relatively easily. When we read the plain text, we learned that Sir William Macallan was an even more intriguing architect than the world had previously believed. Hatch swallowed. I'm sorry, but this whole story sounds absurd. No, Dr. Hatch, it is not absurd. Macallan designed the water pit. The coded writing was a secret journal he kept on his last voyage. Needleman took a moment to draw on his pipe. You see, Macallan was Scottish and a clandestine Catholic. After William III's victory at the Battle of the Boyne, Macallan left for Spain in disgust. There the Spanish crown commissioned him to build a cathedral, the greatest in the New World. In 1696 he set sail from Cadiz, bound for Mexico, on a two-masted brig, escorted by a Spanish man-of-war. The ships vanished, and Macallan was never heard from again. It was assumed they were lost at sea. However, this journal tells us what really happened. Their ships were attacked by Edward Ockham. The Spanish captain struck his colors and was tortured into revealing the nature of his commission. Then Ockham put everyone to the sword, sparing only Macallan. The architect was dragged to Ockham in chains. The pirate put a saber to his throat and said, here I quote from the journal, "Let God build his own damned church. I have ye a new commission." Hatch felt a strange stirring of excitement. The captain leaned against the gunwale. You see, Red Ned wanted Macallan to design a pit for storing his immense treasure, an impregnable pit to which only Ockham would have the secret. They cruised the Maine coast, picked out Ragged Island, the pit was constructed, and the treasure was buried. But of course, shortly thereafter Ockham and his crew perished, and Macallan no doubt was murdered as soon as the pit was finished. With them died the secret to the water pit. Needleman paused, his eyes almost white in the brightness coming off the water. Of course, that's no longer true, because the secret did not die with Macallan. Explain. Midway through his journal, Macallan switched codes. We think he did so specifically to record the secret key to the water pit. Of course, no 17th century code is a match for high-speed computers, and our specialists should have it cracked any day now. "So how much is supposed to be done there?" Hatch managed to ask. "Good question. We know the cargo capacity of Occam's ships. We know they were fully laden, and we have manifests from many of the ships he attacked. Did you know that he was the only pirate to successfully attack the Spanish Plate Fleet?" "No," murmured Hatch. "When you add it all up, the most conservative estimate places the contemporary value of the treasure at—" Needleman paused, a trace of a smile on his lips. "Between $1.8 and $2 billion. There was a long silence, filled by the throbbing of the engine, the monotonous wheeling of the gulls, and the sound of the boat moving through the water. Hatch struggled to grasp the enormity of the sum. Needleman lowered his voice. "That is, not including the value of St. Michael's sword, Occam's greatest prize." For a moment the spell was broken. "Come on, Captain," Hatch said with a laugh. "Don't tell me you believe such a mossy old legend." "Not until I read Macallan's journal. Dr. Hatch, it is there. Macallan watched them bury it with the treasure." Hatch stared unseeing at the deck, his mind a turmoil. "This is incredible. Almost beyond belief." He glanced up and felt the muscles of his gut tighten involuntarily. The countless questions that had risen within him suddenly evaporated. Across the expanse of sea, he could now make out the long, low fog that concealed Ragged Island, the same fog bank that had lain on the island more than 25 years before. He heard Needleman next to him, saying something. He turned, breathing shallowly, trying to quiet his beating heart. "I'm sorry?" "I said, I know you have little interest in the money, but I wanted you to know that in the agreement I've proposed here, you would receive half the treasure, before expenses. In return for my undertaking all the financial risk, I will receive St. Michael's sword. Your share would therefore be in the vicinity of $1 billion. Hatch swallowed. "You're right. I couldn't care less." There was a long pause. Then Needleman raised his binoculars and examined the island of fog. "Why does it remain fog-bound?" "There's a good reason," Hatch said, grateful for the change of topic. "The island's powerful Riptide deflects the frigid Labrador current into the warm Cape Cod current, and where they mix you get a large eddy of fog. Sometimes only a thin ring of fog surrounds the island. Other times it's totally sucked in." "What more could a pirate ask for?" Needleman murmured. It won't be long now, Hatch thought. He tried to lose himself in the hissing of water racing along the chine, the briny scent of the air, the cool brass of the wheel against his palms. He glanced at Needleman and saw a muscle twitching in his set jaw. He was also experiencing a powerful emotion, of another, though no less private kind. The patch of fog drew closer. Hatch struggled in silence, willing himself to keep the boat pointed in the direction of the creeping fingers of mist, so strangely alien on a horizon that had otherwise grown clear. He eased down the throttle as the boat nosed its prow into the murk. Suddenly, clamminess surrounded them. Malin could feel droplets of condensation begin to form on his knuckles and along the back of his neck. He strained to see through the fog. A dark, distant outline seemed to appear, only to vanish again. He cut the throttle further. In the relative quiet, he could now hear the sound of surf and the ringing of the Ragged Island bell buoy, warning mariners away from its treacherous reefs. He swung the boat in a more northerly course to bring it around the leeward end of the island. Suddenly, a ruined iron derrick loomed above the mists about 200 yards off the port side, twisted by storms, streaked with rust. With a short intake of breath, Needleman swiftly raised the binoculars to his eyes, but the boat had plunged into another patch of fog and the island disappeared once again. A chill wind had picked up, and a light drizzle began to fall. "Can we get closer?" Needleman murmured. Hatch steered the boat toward the reefs. As they entered the lee of the island, the surf dropped along with the wind. Abruptly they broke through the circle of mist, and the island stood revealed in its entirety. Hatch brought the boat parallel to the reef. In the stern, Needleman kept the binoculars glued to his face, forgotten pipe clenched between his teeth, his shoulders darkening in the rain. Bringing the bow into the sea, Hatch threw the boat into neutral and let it drift. Then at last, he turned toward the island to face it himself. Chapter 4. The dark, terrible outline of the island, so persistent in memory and nightmare, was now once again before him in reality. It was little more than a black silhouette etched hard against the gray of sea and sky, shaped like a peculiar tilted table, a gradual incline rising from the leeward to sharp bluffs on the seaward coast, punctuated by a hump of land in the center. The surf pounded the bluffs and boiled over the sunken ledges that ringed the island, leaving a scurf of foam that trailed like the wake of a boat. It was, if anything, even bleaker than he remembered. Wind-swept, barren, a mile long and 800 yards wide. A single deformed spruce stood above the cobbled beach at the lee end of the island, its top exploded by an old lightning strike, its crabbed branches raised like a witch's hand against the sky. Everywhere great ruined hulks of infernal machines rose from the waving sawgrass and tea-roses, ancient steam-driven compressors, winches, chains, boilers. A cluster of weather-beaten shacks sat to one side of the old spruce, listing and roofless. At the far end of the beach, Hatch could make out the smooth, rounded forms of the whalebacks that he and Johnny had clambered over more than 25 years before. Along the nearest rocks lay the shattered carcasses of several large boats, dashed and battered by countless storms, their decks and ribbings split and scattered among the granite boulders. Weather-beaten signs, posted every 100 feet above the high-water mark, read, "Warning, extreme danger, no landing." For a moment, Needleman was speechless. "At last," he breathed. The moment stretched into minutes as the boat drifted. Needleman lowered his binoculars and turned toward Hatch. "Doctor?" he inquired. Hatch was bracing himself on the wheel, riding out the memory. Horror washed over him like seasickness as the drizzle splattered the pilot-house windows and the bell buoy tolled mournfully in the mists. But mingled with the horror was something else, something new. The realization that there was a vast treasure down there, that his grandfather had not been a complete fool who destroyed 3 generations of his family for nothing. In a moment he knew what his decision had to be, the final answer that was owed to his grandfather, his father, and his brother. "Dr. Hatch?" Needleman asked again, the hollows of his face glistening with the damp. Hatch took several deep breaths and forced himself to relax his desperate grip on the wheel. "Circle the island?" he asked, managing to keep his voice even. Needleman stared at him another moment. Then he simply nodded and raised the binoculars again. Easing the throttle open, Hatch swung seaward, coming out of the lee and turning into the wind. He proceeded under low engine, keeping the boat at 3 knots, looking away from the whalebacks and the other, more dreadful landmarks he knew would lie just beyond. "It's a hard-looking place," Needleman said. "Harder than I'd ever imagined." "There's no natural harbor," Hatch replied. "The place is surrounded by reefs, and there's a wicked tide rip. The island's exposed to the open ocean, and it gets hammered by nor'easters every fall. So many tunnels were dug that a good part of the island is waterlogged and unstable. Even worse, some of the companies brought in explosives. There's unexploded dynamite, blasting caps, and God knows what else beneath the surface, just waiting to go off. "What's that wreck?" Needleman said, pointing at a massive, twisted metal structure rearing above the seaweed-slick rocks. "A barge left over from my grandfather's day. It was anchored offshore with a floating crane, got caught in a nor'easter, and was thrown on the rocks. After the ocean got through with it, there wasn't anything left to salvage. That was the end of my grandfather's effort." "Did your grandfather leave any records?" Needleman asked. "My father destroyed them." Hatch swallowed hard. "My grandfather bankrupted the family with this island, and my father always hated the place and everything about it. Even before the accident." His voice trailed off, and he gripped the wheel, staring straight ahead. "I'm sorry," Needleman said, his face softening. "I've been so wrapped up in all this that I sometimes forget your personal tragedy. Forgive me if I've asked any insensitive questions." Hatch continued gazing over the ship's bow. "It's all right." Needleman fell silent, for which Hatch was grateful. Nothing was more painful than hearing the usual platitudes from well-meaning people, especially the one that went, "Don't blame yourself. It wasn't your fault." The plain Jane rounded the southern end of the island and went broadside to the swell. Hatch gave it a little more throttle and plunged ahead. "Amazing," Needleman muttered, "to think that only this small island of sand and rocks separates us from the largest fortune ever buried." "Careful, Captain," Hatch replied, putting what he hoped was a playful tone on the warning. "That's the kind of rapturous thinking that bankrupted a dozen companies. Better to remember the old poem. Because, though free of the outer court I am, this temple keeps her shrine sacred to heaven. Because, in short, she's not and never can be mine." Needleman turned to him. "I see you've had time to do a little extracurricular reading beyond Gray's Anatomy and the Merc Manual. Not many bone cutters can quote Coventry Patmore." Hatch shrugged. "I enjoy a bit of poetry here and there. I sip it like a fine port. What's your excuse?" Needleman smiled briefly. "I spent more than 10 years of my life at sea. Sometimes there's precious little else to do but read." A coughing sound suddenly broke from the island. It grew louder, turning into a low rumble, and finally breaking into a throaty, heaving groan, like the dying sound of some deep-sea beast. Hatch felt his skin crawl. "What in blazes is that noise?" Needleman asked sharply. "Tide's changing," Hatch replied, shivering slightly in the raw, wet air. "The water pit is apparently connected to the sea by a hidden flood tunnel. When the rip current changes and the flow in the tunnel reverses, you hear that noise. At least, that's one theory." The moan continued, slowly subsiding into a wet stutter before dying away completely. "You'll hear another theory from the local fishermen," Hatch said. "Maybe you noticed that there aren't any lobster pots around the island. Don't think that's from any lack of lobsters." "The Ragged Island curse," Needleman said, nodding, a sardonic look in his eyes. "I've heard of it." There was a long silence while Needleman looked down at the deck. Then he slowly raised his head. "I can't bring your brother back to life," he said, "but I can promise you this. We will learn what happened to him." Hatch waved his hand, made speechless by a sudden overflow of emotion. He turned his face to the open pilot-house window, grateful for the concealing presence of the rain. Quite suddenly, he realized he could not bear to spend any more time at the island. He nosed the boat westward without explanation, opening the throttle as they once again entered the encircling mantle of mist. He wanted to return to his motel room, order an early lunch, and wash it down with a pitcher of Bloody Marys. They broke through the mist into the welcoming gleam of daylight. The wind picked up, and Hatch could feel the droplets of moisture begin to evaporate from his face and hands. He did not look back, but the simple knowledge that the fog-bound island was quickly shrinking into the horizon eased the constricting feeling in his chest. "You should know that we'll be working closely with a first-rate archaeologist and a historian," Needleman said at his side. "The knowledge we'll gain about 17th century engineering, high seas piracy, and naval technology, perhaps even about Red Ned Occam's mysterious death, will be of incalculable value. This is as much an archaeological dig as a treasure reclamation." There was a brief silence. "I'd want to reserve the right to stop the whole show if I felt conditions were growing too dangerous," Hatch said. "Perfectly understandable. There are 18 clauses in our boilerplate land lease contract. We'll just add a 19th. And if I become part of this," Hatch said more slowly, "I don't want to be a silent partner, looking over anyone's shoulder." Needleman stirred the dead ashes of his pipe. "Salvage of this sort is an extremely risky business, especially for the layman. What role do you propose to play?" Hatch shrugged. "You mentioned that you'd hired an expedition doctor." Needleman stopped stirring his pipe long enough to look up and raise his eyebrows. "As required by Maine law? Are you suggesting a change of personnel?" "Yes." Needleman smiled. "And you're comfortable taking leave from Mount Auburn Hospital at such short notice?" "My research can wait. Besides, we aren't talking about all that long. It's already the end of July. If you're going to do this, it'll have to be over and done within 4 weeks, for better or worse. The dig can't continue into storm season." Needleman leaned over the side of the boat and knocked the dottle from his pipe with a single hard stroke. He straightened up again, the long dark line of burnt head framing the horizon behind him. "In 4 weeks, it will be over," he said. "Your struggle, and mine." Chapter 5. Hatch parked the car in the dirt lot next to Bud's Superette. It was his own car this time, and it was strangely unsettling to be viewing his past life through the windshield of a vehicle so much a part of his present. He glanced at the cracked leather seats, at the faded coffee stains on the burled walnut of the gearbox. So familiar, and somehow so safe. It took a supreme effort to open the door. He plucked the sunglasses from the dash, then put them back. The time for dissembling was over. He looked around the small square. More stone cobbles were peeping up through the worn asphalt of the street. The old newsstand at the corner, with its wobbly wire racks of comic books and magazines, had given way to an ice cream shop. Beyond the square, the town fell away down the hill, as impossibly picturesque as ever, the slate and cedar shingled roofs gleaming in the sunlight. A man walked up from the harbor in rubber boots, a slicker over his shoulder. A lobster man coming back from work. The man glanced at Hatch as he passed, then disappeared down a side lane. He was young, no more than 20, and Hatch realized the man wasn't even born when he had left town with his mother. An entire generation had grown up in his absence, and no doubt an entire generation had died, too. He suddenly wondered if Bud Rowell was still alive. Superficially, Bud's Superette looked exactly as he remembered it. The green screen door that didn't shut properly, the ancient Coca-Cola sign, the weathered tilting porch. He stepped inside, worn floorboards creaking under his feet, and pulled a cart from the small rack by the door, grateful for the emptiness of the place. Moving down the narrow aisles, he began picking up some food for the Plain Jane, where he'd decided to stay until the old family house could be readied for him. He poked around, dropping necessities into the cart here and there, until at last he realized he was just delaying the inevitable. With an effort he pushed the cart toward the front of the store and found himself face to face with Bud Rowell, large, bald, and cheerful, in a crisp butcher's apron. Many times Hatch remembered Bud slipping him and Johnny forbidden red licorice sticks under the counter. It drove their mother crazy. "Afternoon," said Bud, his glance moving over Hatch's face and then drifting to the car parked outside, checking the plates. It wasn't often that a vintage Jaguar XKE pulled into the Superette's lot. "Up from Boston?" Hatch nodded, still uncertain how best to do this. "Yep." "Vacation?" Bud asked, carefully placing an artichoke into the bag, arranging it with deliberation and ringing it up on the old brass machine with his usual glacial slowness. A second artichoke went into the bag. "No," said Hatch. "Here on business." The hand paused. Nobody ever came to Stormhaven on business, and Bud, being the professional gossip that he was, would now have to find out why. The hand moved again. "Yeah," said Bud. "Business." Hatch nodded, struggling with a reluctance to drop his anonymity. Once Bud knew, the whole town would know. Shopping at Bud's Superette was the point of no return. It wasn't too late to just gather up his groceries and get out, leaving Bud none the wiser. The alternative was painful to contemplate. Hatch could hardly bear to think about the whispered revival of the old tragedy, the shaking of heads and pursing of lips. Small towns could be brutal in their sympathy. The hand picked up a carton of milk and inserted it into the bag. "Salesman?" "Nope." There was a silence while Bud, going even slower now, placed the orange juice next to the milk. The machine jingled with the price. "Just passing through," he ventured. "Got business right here in Stormhaven." This was so unheard of that Bud could stand it no more. "And what kind of business might that be?" "Business of a delicate nature," Hatch said, lowering his voice. Despite his apprehensions, the consternation that gathered on Bud's brow was so eloquent that Hatch had to hide a smile. "I see," Bud said. "Staying in town?" "Nope," Hatch said, taking a deep breath now. "I'll be staying over across the harbor, in the old Hatch place." At this Bud almost dropped a stake. The house had been shut up for 25 years. But the stake went in, the bags were finally filled, and Bud had run out of questions. At least, polite ones. "Well," said Hatch, "I'm in a bit of a hurry. How much do I owe you?" $31.25, Bud said miserably. Hatch gathered up the bags. This was it. If he was going to make a home in this town, even temporarily, he had to reveal himself. He stopped, opened one bag, and poked his hand in. "Excuse me," he said, turning to the second bag and rummaging through it. "Haven't you left something out?" "I don't believe so," Bud said stolidly. "I'm sure you have," Hatch repeated, taking things back out of the bags and laying them on the counter. "It's all there," Bud said, a shade of Maine truculence creeping into his voice. "No, it's not." Hatch pointed at a small drawer just below the countertop. "Where's my free licorice stick?" Bud's eyes went to the drawer, then followed Hatch's arm back up to his face, and for the first time really looked at him. Then the color drained from his face, leaving it a pale gray. Just as Hatch tensed, wondering if he'd gone too far, the old grocer exhaled mightily. "I'll be damned," he said. "I'll be goddamned. It's Malin Hatch." The color in the grocer's cheeks quickly returned to normal, but his expression remained that of a man who has seen a ghost. "Well," said Hatch. "Have you been, Bud?" Suddenly the grocer lumbered around the counter and crushed Hatch's right hand in both of his. "Look at you," he said, grasping Hatch's shoulders and holding him at arm's length, a huge grin lighting up his plump face. "To think you've grown up into such a fine, big young man. I don't know how many times I wondered what happened to you, wondered if we'd ever see you again. And by God, here you are, plain as day." Hatch inhaled the grocer's scent, a mixture of ham, fish, and cheese, and felt both relieved and embarrassed, as if he were suddenly a boy again. Bud gazed up at him a little longer, then glanced back at the licorice drawer. "You son of a gun," he laughed. "You still eating licorice? Here's one on the house." And he reached in, pulled one out, and slapped it down on the counter. Chapter 6. They sat in rocking chairs on the back porch of the store, drinking birch beer pop and gazing out over a meadow to a dark row of pines. Under Bud's probing, Hatch had related some of his adventures as an epidemiologist in Mexico and South America, but he had successfully steered the conversation away from his own reasons for returning. He didn't feel quite ready to start the explanations. He found himself anxious to get back to the boat, hang his portable grill over the taffrail, throw on a steak, and sit back with a sinfully dry martini. But he also knew that small-town etiquette required his spending an hour shooting the breeze with the old grocer. "Tell me what's happened in town since I left," he said, to stopper a gap in the conversation and forestall any probing questions. He could tell Bud was dying to know why he'd returned, but that Maine politeness forbade him to ask. "Well, now," Bud began, "there have been some pretty big changes here." He proceeded to relate how the new addition was built onto the high school 5 years ago, how the Thibodeau family home burned to the ground while they were vacationing at Niagara Falls, how Frank Pickett ran his boat into Old Hump and sank it because he'd had a few too many. Finally, he asked if Hatch had seen the nice new firehouse. "Sure have," said Hatch, secretly sorry that the old wooden one-berth house had been torn down and replaced with a metal-sided monstrosity. "And there's new houses springing up all over the place." "Summer people," Bud clucked disapprovingly, but Hatch knew perfectly well there wasn't any complaining at the cash register. Anyway, Bud's idea of houses springing up everywhere translated to 3 or 4 summer houses on Breed's Point, plus some renovated inland farmhouses and the new bed and breakfast. Bud concluded with a sad shake of his head. "It's all changed around here since you left. You'll hardly recognize the place." He rocked back in his chair and sighed. "So, you here to sell the house?" Hatch stiffened slightly. "No, I've come to live here. For the rest of the summer, anyway." "That right?" Bud said. "Vacation?" "I already told you," Hatch said, trying hard to keep his tone light. "I'm here on a rather delicate business matter. I promise you, Bud, it won't be a secret long." Bud sat back, slightly offended. "You know I wouldn't have any interest in your business affairs. But I thought you said you were a doctor." "I am. That's what I'll be doing up here." Hatch sipped his birch beer and glanced surreptitiously at his watch. "But Malin," the grocer said, shifting uncomfortably, "we've already got a doctor in town. Dr. Fraser. He's healthy as an ox. Could live another 20 years. "That's nothing a little arsenic in his tea wouldn't fix," said Hatch. The grocer looked at him in alarm. "Don't worry, Bud," Hatch replied, breaking into a smile. "I'm not going into competition with Dr. Fraser." He reminded himself that his particular brand of wit wasn't especially common in rural Maine. "That's good." Bud gave his guest a sidelong look. "Then maybe it's got to do with those helicopters." Hatch looked at him quizzically. "Just yesterday it was. Nice, sharp, clear day. 2 helicopters came by. Big things they were, too. Went right over town and headed out toward the islands. Seen them hovering over Ragged Island for quite a spell. I thought they were from the army base. Bud's look turned speculative. But then again, maybe not. Hatch was spared having to reply by the creak of the screen door. He waited while Bud lumbered inside to attend to the customer. "Business seems good," he replied when Bud returned. "Can't hardly say that," Bud replied. "Out of season. Population's down to 800. Hatch thought to himself that this was about the size Stormhaven had always been. "Yeah," Bud went on. "Kids just up and leave now when they finish high school. Don't want to stay in town. They go off to the big cities. Bangor, Augusta. One even went so far as Boston. We've had 5 kids leave town in the last 3 years. If it weren't for the summer people, or that nudist camp on Pine Neck, I don't think I'd have 2 extra pennies to rub together." Hatch merely nodded. Bud was obviously prospering, but it would have been impolite to disagree with him in his own store. The nudist camp he referred to was actually an artists' colony, located on an old estate in a pine forest some 10 miles up the coast. Hatch remembered that 30 years before, a lobsterman pulling traps had seen a nude sunbather on their beach. The memory of a Maine seacoast town was long indeed. "And how's your mother?" Bud asked. "She passed away in 1985. Cancer." "Sorry to hear that." Hatch could tell Bud meant it. "She was a good woman, and she raised a fine son." After a short silence, Bud rocked back in his chair and polished off his birch beer. "Seen Claire yet?" he asked, as nonchalantly as possible. Hatch waited a moment. "She's still around?" he replied with equal nonchalance. "Yep," said Bud. "Been some changes in her life. And how about you? Any family?" Hatch smiled. "No wife. Not yet, anyway." He put down his empty bottle and stood. It was definitely time to go. "But it's been great visiting with you. I think I'll go and fix myself dinner." Bud nodded and clapped him on the back as Hatch pushed his way through into the store. He had his hand on the screen door when Bud cleared his throat. "One other thing, Malin." Hatch froze. He knew he'd gotten off too easily. He waited, dreading the question he knew was coming. "You watch out with that licorice," Bud said with great solemnity. "Those teeth won't last forever, you know." Chapter 7. Hatch emerged on the deck of the Plain Jane, stretched, then looked around the harbor through slitted eyes. The town of Stormhaven was quiet, almost torpid under the heavy light of the July afternoon, and he felt grateful for the silence. The night before, he'd washed down the steak with a little more beef-eaters than he'd intended, and he'd woken that morning to his first hangover in almost a decade. It had been a day of several firsts. It was the first day he had spent in the cabin of a boat since his trip down the Amazon. He'd forgotten how peaceful it could be, alone with nothing but the gentle rocking of the waves for company. It was also the first day he could remember without having much of anything to do. His lab was now closed down for the month of August, and Bruce, the bewildered lab assistant, had been sent off to write up initial results under the care of a colleague. The Cambridge townhouse was locked up, with instructions to the housekeeper that he would not be back until September, and his Jaguar was parked, as discreetly as possible, in the vacant lot behind the old coast-to-coast hardware store. Before checking out of the hotel in Southport the day before, he'd received a note from Needleman. A single sentence, asking him to rendezvous off Ragged Island at sunset this evening. That gave Hatch an entire day to himself. At first he'd been afraid this meant a day alone with his memories. He'd thought of dragging out the watercolors he dabbled with on weekends and hazarding a sketch of the shoreline, but the intention fell away unpursued. Somehow, here on the water, he felt a torpid kind of peace. He had come home to Stormhaven. He'd even approached Ragged Island. He had gazed upon the beast and survived. He checked his watch. Almost 7:30. Time to get started. He cranked the engine and was pleased to hear the big diesel turn over obediently. The deep vibration underfoot, the blub-blub of exhaust fumes, was like a siren song out of the past, at once sweet and painful. He put the boat in gear with a thrust of his hand and pointed the big bow in the direction of Ragged Island. The day was clear, and as the boat cut through the water, Hatch watched its shadow flitting on ahead of him, draped across the water by the afternoon sun. The ocean was deserted except for a lone lobster boat, hauling traps off the coast of Hermit Island. He had come on deck a few times during the day to scan the horizon, half expecting to see activity of some sort in the direction of Ragged Island. Seeing nothing but sea and sky each time, he hadn't been sure whether he was disappointed or relieved. Past the harbor, the air turned cool, but instead of throttling down and grabbing his windbreaker, Hatch found himself cranking the boat faster, turning his face into the wind, opening his mouth to the occasional salt spray as the Plain Jane slapped through the chop. It was somehow cleansing, alone out here. He felt almost as if the wind and water might begin to shake loose the accumulated cobwebs and dirt of a quarter-century. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared ahead, low on the eastern horizon. Hatch throttled back, feeling the old familiar trepidation return. The fog around the island was thinner today, but the outlines were still vague and forbidding, the derricks and winches protruding dimly like the ruined minarets of some alien city. Hatch turned the boat to port, keeping his distance, preparing to circle. Then, on the lee side of the island, he saw an unfamiliar boat, moored perhaps a quarter-mile offshore. As he approached, he could see it was an antique fireboat, built of rich brown wood, mahogany or teak. The name Griffin was painted across its stern in severe gold letters, and below, smaller, Mystic, Connecticut. Hatch considered coming alongside, then changed his mind and cut the Plain Jane's engine about 100 yards off. The boat appeared empty. Nobody came on deck to acknowledge his arrival. For a moment he wondered if it belonged to some tourist or trophy hunter, but it was now almost sunset. The coincidence seemed too strong. He stared curiously at the boat. If it was Needleman's command craft, it was an unusual but practical choice. What the thing lacked in speed, it made up for in stability. Hatch felt sure it would ride out any but the heaviest sea, and with fore and aft engines it would be highly maneuverable. The hose reels and monitors had been removed, freeing up a lot of deck space. The davits, tower, and searchlights had been retained, and a computer-controlled crane was retrofitted onto the stern. Hatch's eyes traveled up to the capacious pilot-house and flying bridge. Above there was the usual cluster of electronic antennae, LORAN and radar, along with additional gear not especially nautical. A microwave horn, satellite dish, air search radar, and VLF antennae. Impressive rig, Hatch thought. He dropped one hand to the instrument panel, ready to give a blast of his air horn. Then he hesitated. Beyond the silent boat and beyond the mist-shrouded island, he could make out a deep, throbbing sound, so low in pitch it was almost beneath the audible spectrum. His hand dropped away as he listened. In a minute he was certain. A boat engine, distant but approaching fast. Hatch scanned the horizon until he picked up a smudge of gray to the south. As he watched, he saw a momentary flash as the setting sun hit some article of polished metal on the distant craft. Probably a thalassa boat, he thought, swinging up from Portland. Then, slowly, Hatch saw the smudge separate into 2, then 3, then 6 distinct shapes. He waited in disbelief as a veritable invasion fleet approached the tiny island. A huge sea barge steamed toward him, its dark red underbelly revealed as bow waves pulled back across the waterline. In its wake labored a tug, its bow net mossy and glistening, 100-ton floating crane towed behind. Next came a brace of powerboats, sleek and muscular-looking, bristling with electronics. A supply boat followed, heavy with cargo and low in the water. From its masthead flew a small flag of white and red. Hatch noticed that the design on the flag matched the insignia he'd seen on Needleman's portfolio cover just days before. Last came an elegant vessel, large and fantastically equipped. The name Cerberus was stenciled on its bows in blue letters. Hatch gazed in awe over the gleaming superstructure, the harpoon gun on the foredeck, the smoked glass portholes. 15,000-tonner minimum, he thought. In a kind of silent ballet, the vessels nosed up to the Griffin. The larger ships came to a stop on the far side of the fireboat, while the smaller craft came to rest beside the plain Jane. There was a rattling of chains and singing of hawsers as anchors ran out. Gazing at the powerboat straddling his port and starboard sides, Hatch could see the occupants staring back. A few smiled and nodded. In the closest boat, Hatch noticed a man with iron-gray hair and a plump white face looking at him with an expression of polite interest. He wore a bulky orange life-preserver over a carefully buttoned suit. Next to him lounged a young man with long greasy hair and a goatee, dressed in Bermuda shorts and a flowered shirt. He was eating something out of a white paper wrapper, and he gazed back at Hatch with a kind of insolent disinterest. The last engine was cut, and a strange, almost spectral silence fell over the gathering. Hatch looked from boat to boat and noticed that everyone's eyes were gravitating toward the empty deck of the fireboat in the center. A minute passed, then 2. At last a door in the side of the pilot-house opened, and Captain Needleman emerged. Silently he walked to the edge of the railing and stood, ramrod straight, gazing out at the company that surrounded him. The setting sun gave a burgundy cast to his sunburned face, and kindled his fair thinning hair into gold. It was amazing, Hatch thought, how his slender presence projected out over the water and the circle of boats. As the silence gathered, another man, small and wiry, stepped unobtrusively out of the door behind Needleman and remained standing in the background, hands folded. For a long moment Needleman remained silent. At last he started to speak, in a voice that was low, almost reverent, yet carried easily over the water. "We live in an era," Needleman began, "when the unknown is known, and most of Earth's mysteries have been solved. We have gone to the North Pole, scaled Everest, flown to the moon. We have broken the bonds of the atom and mapped the abyssal plains of the oceans. Those who tackled these mysteries often endangered their lives, squandered their fortunes, and risked everything they held dear. A great mystery can only be solved at a high price. Sometimes the highest price." He gestured in the direction of the island. "Here, a mere 100 yards away, lies one of those great riddles, perhaps the greatest still left in North America. Look at it. It looks like nothing, a hole in a patch of dirt and rock. And yet this hole, this water pit, has sucked the living marrow from the bones of everyone who tried to plumb its secrets. Many millions of dollars have been spent. Lives have been ruined and even lost. There are those among us today that have felt firsthand just how sharp the teeth of the water pit can be." Needleman looked around at the company, gathered on the assembled boats. His eyes met Hatch's. Then he began again. "Other enigmas of the past. The monoliths of Sacsayhuaman, Easter Island's statues, the standing stones of Britain, cloak their meaning in mystery. Not so the water pit. Its location, its purpose, Even its history is known. It lies here before us, a brazen oracle, daring to take on all comers." He paused another moment. By 1696, Edward Ockham had become the most feared pirate cruising the high seas. The ships in his treasure fleet were swollen with accumulated loot, sluggish, low in the water. The next storm, even an unlucky meeting with a man-of-war, could deal his fleet a mortal blow. He had held off hiding his treasure, and he was now desperate. A chance encounter with a certain architect provided the answer. Needleman leaned on the rail, the wind stirring his hair. Ockham seized that architect and charged him with designing a pit to house the treasure. A pit so fearfully impregnable that it would stymie even the most well-equipped treasure hunter. Everything went according to plan. The pit was built, the treasure stored. And then, as the pirates set out for another round of murder and depredation, Providence struck. Red Ned Ockham died. Since that day his treasure has slumbered at the bottom of the water pit, waiting for the time when technology and human resolve would finally bring it once again into the world. Needleman took a deep breath. Despite the enormous value of this treasure, the best efforts of one man after another have failed to pluck anything of value from the pit. Anything but this. And suddenly the captain held his arm aloft, something gripped between his fingers. The light of the setting sun winked and played so dazzlingly across it that his fingertips seemed to burn. Murmurs of wonder and surprise rippled across the company. Hatch leaned over the railing to get a better look. "My God," he thought, "that must be the gold cored up by the gold-seeker's drill over 100 years ago." Needleman held the curl of gold over his head, motionless for what seemed a long time. Then he spoke again. "There are some who say there is no treasure at the bottom of the water pit. To those doubters I say, gaze upon this." As the dying sun lit water and vessel a dusky rose, he turned to face the forward windows of the Griffin's pilot-house. Picking up a small hammer, he placed the piece of gold against the roofline of the pilot-house and with a single blow drove it against the wood with a nail. He stepped away to face the company once again, the gold glittering from the superstructure. "Today," he said, "the rest of Ockham's treasure remains at the bottom of the pit, unvexed by sun or rain, undisturbed for 300 years. But tomorrow marks the beginning of the end of that long rest, because the key that was lost has been found again, and before the summer is over, the treasure will sleep no longer." He paused to survey the crowd of vessels. "There is much to do. We must remove the litter of past failure and make the island safe again. We must determine the location of the original pit. We must then find and seal the hidden underwater channel that allows seawater to enter. We must pump the existing water from the shaft and secure it for the excavation of the treasure chamber. The challenge is vast, but we come equipped with technology more than adequate to handle the challenge. We're dealing with perhaps the most ingenious creation of the 17th century mind. But the water pit is no match for 20th century tools. With the help of all who are assembled here today, we will make this the greatest and most famous salvage in history." A cheer began to break out, but Needleman silenced it with an open hand. "We have among us today Dr. Malin Hatch. It is through his generosity this endeavor was allowed to proceed, and he more than anyone knows that we're here today for more than just gold. We're here for history. We're here for knowledge. And we're here to make sure that, at long, long last, the ultimate sacrifices of those brave souls who came before us will not have been in vain." He bowed his head a brief moment, then stepped back from the railing. There was a scattering of applause, a thin waterfall of sound skipping over the waves, and then, in an instant, the company erupted into a spontaneous cheer, arms lifted above heads, caps thrown in the air, a cry of excitement and eagerness and jubilation rising in a joyous circle around the griffin. Hatch realized he was cheering too, and as a single tear trickled down his cheek, he had the absurd feeling that Johnny was peering over his shoulder, watching the proceedings with wry interest, longing in his youthful way to finally be laid to rest. Chapter 8. A day later, Hatch stood at the helm of the Plain Jane, watching the preparations going on around him. Almost despite himself, he felt a sense of mounting excitement. At his side, 2 communications monitors, a closed-band scanner covering all the expedition's channels, and a radio tuned to the dedicated medical frequency, emitted occasional chirps and squawks of conversation. The ocean was calm, with only the barest swell, and there was a gentle offshore breeze. The perpetual mist was thin today, gauzy linen loosely encircling the island. It was a perfect day for offloading, and Captain Needleman was making the most of it. Although the Plain Jane was anchored in the same spot as the night before, just outside the Ragged Island reef, the landscape had changed dramatically. Setup had begun shortly after sunset and escalated at daybreak. The huge sea barge was now anchored 2 points off the eastern shore by massive chains, bolted into the rocky seafloor by Needleman's dive team. As Hatch watched, the 100-ton floating crane was being moored off the western end of the island, its long hydraulic rig hanging over the shoreline like a scorpion's tail, ready to pluck off the rack of 200 years of treasure hunting. Lying in its shadow was the Griffin, Needleman's command ship. Hatch could just make out the captain's stiff, narrow figure on the flying bridge, closely supervising the proceedings. The large research vessel, the Cerberus, remained beyond the circle of mist, silent and still, as if not deigning to approach land. The 2 launches, named the Naiad and the Grampus, had dropped crews on the island early in the morning. Now the boats were busy offshore. From the pattern of the Naiad's movements, Hatch could tell she was plotting the sea floor. The Grampus was taking readings of the island itself, using equipment he was not familiar with. Hatch continued scanning the activity around him until his gaze fell at last upon the island itself. He still felt a kind of sickness in his gut when he looked at it. Perhaps it was a sickness that would never go away. But he had made his decision, and that in itself lifted a huge burden from his shoulders. Every morning now, he awoke more certain that his decision had been the right one. The night before, he'd even caught himself speculating over what he could do with close to $1 billion. Then and there, he'd made up his mind. He would put all of it, every penny, into a foundation in his brother's name. A sudden flicker of white on the island briefly caught his eye before disappearing again into the mists. Somewhere, he knew, crews were already on the move, locating old pits, roping safe trails, tagging ancient junk hidden by the tall brush for later removal. "Tall nettles," Hatch quoted to himself, "cover up as they have done these many springs, the rusty harrow, the plough long worn out, and the roller made of stone." Other teams, he knew, were taking corings from beams in the countless cribbed shafts. These corings would be carbon-14 dated in the Cerberus lab to determine their age in an attempt to pinpoint which shaft was the original water pit. He pulled out his binoculars and swung them slowly across the terrain until he located one of the teams, pale apparitions in the mist. They were spread out in a ragged line, moving slowly, hacking away at the chokecherries with brush hooks and axes, stopping occasionally to take photographs or scribble notes. One man swept a metal detector in an arc ahead of him. Another probed the ground with a long, narrow instrument. At the head of the group, he noticed German Shepherd, diligently sniffing the ground. Must be trained to smell high explosive, Hatch thought to himself. There were all told perhaps 50 people bustling on and around the island, all Thalassa employees, and all highly paid. Needleman had told him that outside of the core half-dozen or so that would receive actual shares of the profits instead of salary, the average worker would earn $25,000. Not bad, considering that the majority would be gone from the island within a fortnight, once the various installations were complete and the island stabilized. Hatch continued scanning the island. At the safe northern end of the island, the only area one could walk without fear, a pier and dock had gone up. Beside it, the tug was offloading a welter of equipment. Crated generators, acetylene tanks, compressors, electronic switching equipment. Already on shore were orderly piles of angle iron, corrugated tin, lumber, and plywood. A tough-looking little all-terrain vehicle with bulbous tires was towing a trailer load of equipment up the improvised path. Nearby, a group of technicians was beginning the work of wiring an island phone system, while another was erecting Quonset huts. By tomorrow morning, one of them would be Hatch's new office. It was amazing how fast things were happening. Still, Hatch was in no hurry to set foot on Ragged Island. Tomorrow's plenty soon enough, he thought. A loud clatter echoed toward him as a heavy piece of equipment was loaded onto the pier. Sound carried well across water. Hatch knew that even without Bud Roll's assistance, all of Stormhaven must now be buzzing with news of his return and the sudden flurry of activity on the island. He felt a little guilty that he hadn't been able to tell Bud the whole story 2 days before. By now he'd certainly figured it out. Idly, Hatch wondered what people were saying. Perhaps some of the townspeople suspected his motives. If so, let them. He had nothing to be ashamed of. Even though his grandfather's bankruptcy had relieved his family of legal responsibility, his father had paid off, painfully over many years, all the family's local debts. There had been no finer man than his father, and that fineness of character made his grotesque, pathetic end that much more painful. Hatch turned away from the island, refusing to follow the line of thought any further. He checked his watch. 11 o'clock, the Maine lunch hour. He went below decks, raided the gas-powered refrigerator, and returned with a lobster roll and a bottle of ginger ale. Climbing into the captain's chair, he propped his feet on the binnacle and dug avidly into the roll. Funny thing about sea air, he thought to himself. Always makes you hungry. Maybe he ought to research that particular nugget for the Journal of the American Medical Association. His lab assistant Bruce could use a good dose of salt air. Or any air, for that matter. As he ate, a seagull landed on the thrum cap and eyed him quizzically. Hatch knew lobstermen hated seagulls, called them wharf rats with wings, but he'd always had a fondness for the loud-mouthed, garbage-swilling birds. He flicked a piece of lobster into the air. The gull caught it and then soared off, chased by 2 other gulls. Soon all 3 had returned and were perched on the taffrail, staring him down with hungry black eyes. Now I've done it, Hatch thought, good-naturedly plucking another piece of lobster from the roll and tossing it toward the middle bird. In an instant, all 3 birds tore into the air with a desperate beating of wings. Hatch's amusement turned to surprise as he noticed they weren't after the lobster, but were instead fleeing the boat as fast as they could, heading toward the mainland. In the sudden hush left by their departure, he heard the chunk of lobster hit the deck-boards with a soft splat. As he gazed after the birds, frowning, he felt a convulsive shudder pass under his feet. He leaped out of the chair, thinking the anchor cable had parted and the plain Jane had run aground. But the cable was still taut. Except for the thin veil of mist that girdled the island, the sky overhead was clear. There was no lightning. Quickly he scanned the surroundings for any unusual activity. Had they been dynamiting? No, it was too early for that. Then his eyes fell on a patch of ocean, just inside the reef about 100 yards away. In an area some 30 feet in diameter, The placid surface of the water had suddenly broken into chop. A roiling mass of bubbles crested the surface. There was a second shudder, another explosion of bubbles. As they died away, the surface of the water began to move counterclockwise. Slowly at first, then faster. A dimple appeared in its center, almost immediately imploding into a funnel. A whirlpool, Hatch thought. What the hell? A burst of static on the scanner brought Hatch to the railing. There was hysterical shouting on the bands, first from one, then many voices. "Man down!" broke through the riot of sounds. "Get the rope around him!" cried another voice. Then, "Look out! Those beams are about to go!" Suddenly, Hatch's private radio burst to life. "Hatch, do you copy?" came Needleman's clipped tones. "We've got a man trapped on the island." "Understood," Hatch said, firing up the big diesels. "I'm bringing the boat to the pier now." As a puff of wind blew shreds of mist from the island, he could make out a cluster of white-suited men near the island's center, scurrying frantically. "Forget the pier," Needleman broke in again, a fresh note of urgency coloring his voice. "No time. He'll be dead in 5 minutes." Hatch glanced around for a desperate moment. Then he cut the engines, grabbed his medical bag, and pulled the Plain Jane's dinghy alongside. Tearing the rope free of its cleat, he tossed it into the dinghy, then leaped over the side after it. The dinghy heeled crazily under his sudden weight. Half kneeling, half falling onto the stern seat, Hatch pulled at the starter rope. The outboard leaped into life with an angry buzz. Grabbing the throttle, he pointed the little boat toward the circle of reefs. Somewhere near the south end there were 2 narrow gaps in the jagged underwater rocks. He hoped to hell he remembered where they were. As the shoreline drew nearer, Hatch watched the water beneath the bow turning from a bottomless gray to green. If only there was a bigger swell, he thought. I could see the rocks through the breaking water. He glanced at his watch. No time to play it safe. Taking a deep breath, he opened the throttle wide with a flick of his wrist. The boat sprang forward eagerly, and the green outline of the submerged reefs grew lighter as the water became rapidly shallower. Hatch braced himself against the throttle, preparing himself for the impact. Then he was past the reef, and the ocean floor sank away again. He aimed the boat at a small pebbled area between the 2 whalebacks, keeping the throttle wide open until the last second. Then he cut the engine and swiveled the outboard upward, raising the propeller above the wake. He felt the shock as the bow of the dinghy hit the shore and skidded up across the shingles. Before the boat came to a halt, Hatch had grabbed his kit and was scrambling up the embankment. He could now hear the shouts and cries directly ahead. At the top of the rise, he stopped. Ahead stretched an unbroken mass of sawgrass and fragrant tea roses, swaying in the breeze, concealing the deadly ground below. This wild southern end of the island had not yet been mapped by the Thalassa team. It's suicide to run across there, he thought, even as his legs began to move, and he was crashing through the brush, jumping over old beams and skittering across rotten platforms and around gaping holes. In a minute he was among the group of white-suited figures clustered around the ragged mouth of a pit. The smell of sea water and freshly disturbed earth rose from its dark maw. Several ropes were wrapped around a nearby winch. "Name's Streeter," shouted the nearest figure. "Team leader!" He was the same man who had stood behind Needleman during his speech, a lean figure with compressed lips and a Marine-style haircut. Without a word, 2 of the others began buckling a Swiss seat harness around Hatch. Hatch glanced into the pit, and his stomach contracted involuntarily. Dozens of feet down, it was impossible to tell exactly how far. He could see the yellow lances of flashlight beams. 2 roped figures were frantically working at a thick beam. Beneath the beam, Hatch was horrified to see another figure, moving feebly. Its mouth opened. Over the roar of water, Hatch thought he could hear an anguished scream. "What the hell happened?" Hatch cried, grabbing a medical kit from his bag. "One of the dating team fell into this shaft," Streeter replied. "His name's Ken Field. We sent a rope down, but it must have snagged on a beam. Triggered some kind of cave-in. His legs are pinned by the beam and the water's rising fast. We've got 3 minutes, no more." "Get him a scuba tank!" Hatch yelled as he signaled the winch operator to lower him into the pit. "No time!" came Streeter's reply. The divers are too far offshore." "Nice way to lead the team." "He's already roped," Streeter continued after a moment. "Just cut him loose and we'll haul him up." Cut him loose? Hatch thought, just as he was shoved off the edge of the pit. Before he could think, he was swinging in space, the roar of water almost deafening in the confines of the shaft. He dropped for a moment in near freefall, then the Swiss seat jerked him to a rude halt beside the two rescuers. Swinging around, he found a purchase, then glanced down. The man lay on his back, the massive beam lying diagonally across his left ankle and right knee, pinning him tightly. As Hatch watched, the man opened his mouth again, crying out with pain. One rescuer was scrabbling rocks and dirt away from the man, while the other was chopping at the beam with a heavy axe. Chips flew everywhere, filling the pit with the smell of rotten wood. Beneath them, Hatch could see the water, rising at a terrifying rate. He knew immediately that it was hopeless. They could never chop through the beam in time. He glanced at the rising water and made a quick mental calculation. No more than 2 minutes before the man would be covered, even less than Streeter had guessed. He mentally reviewed his options, then realized there were none. No time for painkiller, no time for an anesthetic, no time for anything. He rummaged desperately through his kit. A couple of scalpels, long enough for a hangnail repair, but that was it. Tossing them aside, he began shrugging out of his shirt. "Make sure his rope's secure," he shouted to the first rescuer. "Then take my kit and get yourself topside." He turned to the other. "Stand by to hoist this man up." He ripped his shirt in half. Twisting one sleeve, he tied it around the trapped man's left leg, about 5 inches below the knee. The other sleeve went around the fat part of the man's right thigh. He knotted first one sleeve, then the other, jerking them as tight as possible. "Give me the axe," he cried to the remaining rescuer. "Then get ready to pull." Wordlessly, the man handed him the axe. Hatch positioned himself astride the trapped man. Bracing his own legs, he raised it above his head. The trapped man's eyes widened in sudden understanding. "No," he screamed. "Please, don't!" Hatch brought the axe down on the man's left shin with all his might. As the blade drove home, it felt to Hatch for a curious instant as though he was chopping the green trunk of a young sapling. There was a moment of resistance, then a sudden give. The man's voice ceased instantly, but his eyes remained open, straining, the cords of his neck standing out. A wide, ragged cut opened in the leg, and for a moment the bone and flesh lay exposed in the weak light of the pit. Then the rising water roiled up around the cut, and it filled with blood. Quickly, Malin drove the axe home again, and the leg came free, the water frothing red as it churned across the beam. The man threw his head back and opened his jaws wide in a soundless scream, the fillings in his molars shining dully in the glow of the flashlight. Hatch stepped back a moment and took several deep breaths. He clamped down hard on the trembling that was beginning in his wrists and forearms, then repositioned himself around the man's right thigh. This was going to be worse. Much worse. But the water was now bubbling above the man's knee, and there was no time to waste. The first blow hit home in something softer than wood, but rubbery and resistant. The man slumped to one side, unconscious. The second blow missed the first, cutting a sickening gash across the knee. Then the water was boiling around the thigh, heading for the man's waist. Estimating where the next blow had to fall, Hatch positioned the axe behind his head, hesitated, then swung it down with a tremendous effort. As it plunged into the water, he could feel it strike home, slicing through with a crack and give of bone. "Pull him up!" Hatch screamed. The rescuer gave 2 tugs on the rope. Immediately it went taut. The man's shoulders straightened and he was pulled into a sitting position, but the massive timber still refused to release him. The leg had not been completely severed. The rope slackened once more and the man slumped backward, the black water creeping up around his ears, nose, and mouth. "Give me your brush hook!" Hatch yelled to the rescuer. Grabbing the stubby, machete-like implement, he took a deep breath and dove below the surface of the surging water. Feeling his way in the blackness, he worked his way down the right leg, located the cut, and quickly sliced through the remaining hamstring muscle with the hook. "Try again," he coughed the moment his head broke the surface. The rope jerked, and this time the unconscious man came bursting out from under the water, blood and muddy water running from the stumps of his legs. The rescuer went next, and then a moment later Hatch felt himself hoisted toward the surface. Within seconds he was out of the dark, damp hole and crouching next to the man in a swale of matted grass. Quickly, he felt for the vitals. The man was not breathing, but his heart was still beating, fast and faint. Despite his improvised tourniquets, blood was oozing from the savaged stumps of the legs. ABC, Hatch recited under his breath. Airway, breathing, circulation. He opened the man's mouth, cleared out mud and vomit with a hook of his finger, then rolled him on his left side, squeezing him into a fetal position. To Hatch's great relief, a thin stream of water came from the man's mouth, along with a sigh of air. Hatch immediately began a stabilizing pattern. A 10 count of mouth to mouth, then a pause to tighten the tourniquet around the left leg. 10 more breaths. A pause to tighten the other tourniquet. 10 more breaths. Then a pulse check. "Get my bag!" he yelled at the stunned group. "I need a hypo!" One of the men grabbed the bag and began rummaging through it. "Dump it out on the ground, for Christ's sakes!" The man obeyed, and Hatch fished through the scatter, pulling out a syringe and a bottle. Sucking 1 cc of epinephrine into the hypo, he administered it sub-Q in the victim's shoulder. Then he returned to mouth to mouth. At the 5 count, the man coughed, then drew a ragged breath. Streeter came forward, a cellular phone in his hand. "We've called in a medevac helicopter," he said. "It'll meet us at Stormhaven Wharf." "The hell with that!" Hatch snapped. Streeter frowned. "But the medevac flies from Portland, and no half-assed medevac pilot can lower a basket while hovering." "But shouldn't we get him to the mainland?" Hatch rounded on him. "Can't you see this man won't survive a run to the mainland? Get the Coast Guard on the phone." Streeter pressed a number in the phone's memory, then handed it over wordlessly. Hatch asked to speak to a paramedic, then quickly began describing the accident. "We've got a double amputation, one above, one below the knee," he said. "Massive exsanguination, deep shock, pulse is thready at 55, some water in the lungs, still unconscious. Get a chopper out here with your best pilot. There's no landing spot, and we'll need to drop a basket. Hang a bag of saline, and bring some unmatched O-negative if you have it. But get your ass out here, that's the most important thing. This'll be a scoop and run." He covered the phone and turned to Streeter. "Any chance of getting those legs up in the next hour?" "I don't know," Streeter said evenly. "The water will have made the pit unstable. We might be able to send a diver down to reconnoiter." Hatch shook his head and turned back to the phone. "You'll be flying the patient straight through to Eastern Maine Medical. Alert the trauma team, have an OR standing by. There's a possibility we may recover the limbs. We'll need a microvascular surgeon on tap just in case." He snapped the phone shut and handed it back to Streeter. "If you can recover those legs without loss of life, do it." He turned his attention back to the injured man. The pulse was lousy, but holding steady. More importantly, the man was beginning to regain consciousness, thrashing feebly and moaning. Hatch felt another wave of relief. If he'd stayed unconscious much longer, the prognosis would have been poor. He sorted through his kit and gave the man 5 milligrams of morphine, enough to give him some relief, but not enough to lower his pulse any further. Then he turned to what remained of the legs. He winced inwardly at the raggedness of the wounds and the shattered ends of bone. The dull blade of the axe was nothing like the nice, neat saws of the operating room. He could see some bleeders, especially the femoral artery of the right leg. Sorting among the refuse of his medical kit, he grabbed a needle and some thread and began tying off the veins and arteries. "Dr. Hatch?" Streeter asked. "What?" Hatch replied, head inches from the stump, using tweezers to fish out a medium-sized vein that had already retracted. "When you have a moment, Captain Needleman would like to talk to you." Hatch nodded, tied off the vein, checked the tourniquets, and rinsed the wounds. He picked up the radio. "Yes?" "How is he?" Needleman asked. "He's got a fair chance of survival," Hatch said, "provided there's no screw-up with the helicopter." "Thank God. And his legs? Even if they recover them, I doubt there's much chance of reattachment. You better review some basic safety procedures with your team leader here. This accident was entirely avoidable." "I understand," said Needleman. Hatch switched off the phone and looked toward the northeast and the nearest Coast Guard station. In 3 minutes, perhaps 4, they should see the bird on the horizon. He turned to Streeter. "You'd better drop a marker flare and get this area cleared. We don't want another accident on our hands. When the chopper comes in, we'll need 4 men to lift him onto the stretcher. No more." "Right," said Streeter, his lips tightening. Hatch saw that the man's face was unnaturally dark, blood throbbing angrily in a vein on his forehead. Tough luck, he thought. I'll repair that relationship later. Besides, he's not the guy who's going to live without legs for the rest of his life. He glanced again at the horizon. A black speck was approaching fast. In a few moments, the dull thud of heavy rotors filled the air as the helicopter shot across the island, banked sharply, then approached the small group gathered around the pit. The backwash from the blades whipped the sawgrass into a frenzy and kicked dirt into Hatch's eyes. The door of the cargo bay slid back and a rescue platform came bobbing down. The injured man was strapped aboard and sent up, and Hatch signaled for the platform to be sent down again for himself. Once he was safely on board, the waiting paramedic shut the door and gave the pilot a thumbs up. Immediately, the chopper banked to the right and dug its nose into the air, heading for the southwest. Hatch looked around. There was saline already hung, an oxygen bottle and mask, a rack of antibiotics, bandages, tourniquets, and antiseptics. "We didn't have any O-negative, Doctor," the paramedic said. "Don't worry," Hatch replied. "You've done okay. But let's get an IV into him. We've got to expand this guy's blood volume." He noticed the paramedic looking at him strangely, then realized why. Shirtless, covered in a crust of mud and dried blood, he didn't look much like a Maine country doctor. There was a moan from the stretcher, and the thrashing began again. An hour later, Hatch found himself alone in the silence of an empty operating room, breathing in the smell of betadine and blood. Ken Field, the wounded man, was in the next bay, being cared for by Banger's best surgeon. The legs could not be recovered, but the man would live. Hatch's work was over. He fetched a deep breath, then let it out slowly, trying to drain the day's accumulated poisons out with it. He took another breath, then another. At last he sank heavily onto the operating table, leaned forward, and pressed his balled fists tightly against his temples. "This didn't have to happen," a cold voice was whispering inside his head. The thought of how he'd sat there on the plain Jane, idly eating lunch and playing with the seagulls, made him ill. He cursed himself for not being on the island when the accident happened, for letting them proceed before his office and equipment were in place. This was the second time he'd been unprepared, the second time he had underestimated the power of the island. Never again, he thought, raging. Never again. As calm slowly returned, another thought insinuated itself into his mind. Today was the first time he had set foot on Ragged Island since the death of his brother. During the emergency, there had been no time to think. Now, in the darkened operating theater, alone with his thoughts, it took all the self-control Hatch could muster to control the fit of shaking that threatened to overwhelm him. Chapter 9. Doris Bowditch, licensed realtor, strode briskly up the front steps of 5 Ocean Lane. The old boards of the porch groaned beneath the unaccustomed weight. As she bent forward to try the front door key, a vast assortment of silver bracelets cascaded down her forearm with a jingling that reminded Hatch of sleigh bells. There was a brief struggle with the key, then she turned the knob and threw the front door open with a little flourish. Hatch waited until she had stepped through the door, Moo-Moo billowing out behind, then followed her into the cool, dark interior of the house. It hit him immediately, like a blow to the gut. The same smell of old pine wood, mothballs, and pipe smoke. Though he hadn't inhaled that scent for 25 years, It was all he could do not to step back into the sunlight as the intense scent of childhood threatened to bypass all his defenses. "Well," came Doris's bright voice as she shut the door behind them. "It's a beautiful old thing, isn't it? I've always said what a shame it was shut up for so long." The woman swept into the center of the room in a swirl of pink. "What do you think?" "Fine," said Hatch, taking a tentative step forward. The front parlor was just as he remembered it, the day his mother had finally given up and they'd left for Boston. The chintz easy chairs, the old canvas sofa, the print of the HMS Leander over the mantelpiece, the Herkimer upright piano with the circular stool and braided rug. "The pump's been primed," Doris continued, oblivious. "The windows washed, electricity turned on, propane tank filled." She ticked off the items on long red fingernails. "It looks very nice," Hatch said distractedly. He moved to the old piano and ran his hand along the fallboard, remembering the wintry afternoons he had spent struggling over some Bach two-part invention. On the shelf beside the fireplace was an old Parcheesi set. Next to it lay a Monopoly board, its cover lost long ago, the pink and yellow and green rectangles of play money worn and creased from countless contests. On the shelf above lay several grimy packs of cards, held together by rubber bands. Hatch felt a fresh stab as he remembered playing poker with Johnny, using wooden matches as chips, and the vigorous arguments about which was higher, a full house or a straight. Everything was here, every painful reminder still in place. It was like a museum of memory. They had taken nothing but their clothes when they left. They were only supposed to stay away a month at first. Then the month turned into a season, then a year, and soon the old house receded to a distant dream. Shut up, unseen, unmentioned, but waiting nevertheless. Hatch wondered again why his mother had never sold the place, even after they'd fallen on hard times in Boston. And he wondered at his own deeply buried reasons for a similar reluctance, long after his mother's death. He passed into the living room and stepped up to the bow window, letting his gaze fall on the infinite blue of the ocean, sparkling in the morning sun. Somewhere out on the horizon lay Ragged Island, at rest now after claiming its first casualty in a quarter-century. In the wake of the accident, Needleman had called a one-day halt to the operation. Hatch's eyes dropped from the sea to the meadow in the foreground, a green mantle that fell away from the house toward the shoreline. He reminded himself that he didn't have to do this. There were other places to stay that didn't come with the added burden of memory. But those places wouldn't be in Stormhaven. Driving to the house that morning, he'd seen perhaps a dozen Thalassa employees clustered outside of the town's sole bed and breakfast, all eager to book the 5 available rooms. He sighed. As long as he was here, he had to do it all. Dust motes drifted in the banners of morning sunlight. As he stood before the window, Hatch could feel time dissolving. He remembered camping out in that meadow with Johnny, their sleeping bags sprawled across the damp and fragrant grass, counting shooting stars in the dark. "Did you get my letter last year?" the voice of Doris intruded. "I was afraid it had gone astray." Hatch turned away from the window, tried to make sense of what the woman was saying, then gave up and moved back in time again. There in the corner was a half-finished needlepoint seat cover, faded to pastel. There was the shelf of his father's books. Richard Henry Dana, Melville, Slocum, Conrad, Sandburg's Life of Lincoln, and 2 shelves of his mother's English mysteries. Below were a stack of tattered Life magazines and a yellow row of National Geographics. He drifted into the dining room, the realtor rustling along in his wake. "Dr. Hatch, you know how expensive it is to keep up an old house like this. I've always said this is just too much house for one person." She let the thought die away into a bright smile. Hatch walked slowly round the room, his hand trailing on the drop-leaf table, his eyes roaming the Audubon chromolithographs on the walls. He passed into the kitchen. There was the old Frigidaire, trimmed in thick round pieces of chrome. A piece of paper, curled and faded, was still stuck to it with a magnet. "Hey, Mom, strawberries, please," it read in his own teenage hand. He lingered in the breakfast nook, the scarred table and benches bringing back memories of food fights and spilled milk. Memories of his father, straight-backed and dignified in the midst of friendly chaos, telling sea stories in his slow voice while his dinner went cold. And then later, just he and his mother at the table, his mother's head bent with grief, the morning sun in her gray hair, tears dropping into her teacup. "Anyway," came the voice, "what I wrote you about was this young couple from Manchester with 2 children. A lovely couple. They've been renting the Figgins place for the last few summers, and are looking to buy." "Of course they are," Hatch murmured vaguely. The breakfast nook looked out over the back meadow, where the apple trees had grown wild and heavy. He remembered the summer mornings when the mist lay on the fields and the deer came up from the woods before sunrise to eat apples, stepping through the timothy with nervous precision. "I believe they'd pay upwards of $250. Shall I give them a call? No obligation, of course." With great effort, Hatch turned toward her. "What?" "I was wondering if you had any intention of selling, that's all." Hatch blinked at her. "Selling?" he asked slowly. "The house?" The smile remained on Doris Bowditch's face, undented. "I just thought that, you being a bachelor and all, it seemed, impractical." She faltered a bit, but stood her ground. Hatch repressed his first impulse. One had to be careful in a small town like Stormhaven. "I don't think so," he said, keeping his voice neutral. He moved back into the living room toward the front door, the woman following. "I'm not talking about right away, of course," she called brightly. "If you find the treasure, well, it couldn't possibly take that long, could it? Especially with all that help you have." Her expression clouded for a moment. "But oh, wasn't it awful? 2 men being killed yesterday and all." Hatch looked at her very slowly. 2 men? 2 men weren't killed, Doris, not even one. There was an accident. Where did you hear this?" Doris looked slightly bewildered. "Why, I heard it from Hilda McCall. She runs the beauty parlor, Hilda's hairstyling. Anyway, once you get all that money, you're not going to want to stay here, so you might as well." Stepping forward, Hatch opened the front door for her. "Thank you, Doris," he said, trying to muster a smile. "The house is in wonderful shape." The woman stopped well short of the frame. She hesitated. "About this young couple, the husband's a very successful lawyer. 2 children, a boy and a—" "Thank you," said Hatch, a little more firmly. "Well, you're welcome, of course. I don't think 250,000 would be unreasonable for a summer." Hatch stepped out on the porch, far enough so that she would have to follow if she wanted to be heard. "Real estate prices are up right now, Dr. Hatch," she said as she appeared in the doorway. "But like I've always said, you never know when they'll drop. 8 years ago—" "Doris, you're a love, and I'll recommend you to all my many doctor friends who want to move to Stormhaven. Thanks again. I'll be expecting your bill." Hatch quickly stepped back inside and shut the door quietly but firmly. He waited in the parlor, wondering if the woman would have the audacity to ring the bell. But she only stood irresolutely on the porch for a long moment before returning to her car, the moo-moo floating behind her, the irrepressible smile still plastered across her face. A 6% commission on 250,000, Hatch thought, was quite a lot of money in Stormhaven. He vaguely remembered hearing that her husband was a drinker who'd lost his boat to the bank. She can't possibly know how I feel, he thought, managing to find some compassion in his heart for Doris Bowditch, realtor. He settled on the little stool in front of the piano and softly struck the first chord of Chopin's E minor prelude. He was surprised and pleased to find the piano had been tuned. Doris had at least followed his instructions carefully. Clean the house, get everything ready, but don't touch or move anything. He played the prelude dreamily, pianissimo, trying to empty his mind. It was hard to comprehend that he had not touched these keys, sat on this stool, or even walked across these floorboards for 25 years. Everywhere he looked, the house eagerly offered up memories of a happy childhood. After all, it had been happy. It was only the end that was unendurable. If only. He stepped down hard on this chill, persistent voice. 2 men dead, Doris had said. That was pretty imaginative, even for a small-town rumor mill. So far the town seemed to be accepting the visitors with a kind of hospitable curiosity. Certainly it would be good for the merchants. But Hatch could see that someone would have to step in as community spokesman for Thalassa. Otherwise there was no telling what bizarre stories might spring from Bud's souperette or Hilda's hairstyling. With a sinking feeling, he realized that there was really only one person for the job. He sat at the piano for another long minute. With any luck, old Bill Bands would still be editor-in-chief of the local paper. Sighing heavily, he stood up and headed for the kitchen, where a can of instant coffee and, if Doris hadn't forgotten, a live telephone were waiting. Chapter 10. The group that gathered around the antique maple table in the pilot house of the Griffin the following morning was a far cry from the noisy, eager crowd that had encircled the boat with their cheers 3 evenings before. As Hatch walked in for the scheduled meeting, he found most of the small group looking subdued, even demoralized after the accident. He looked around at the nerve center of Needleman's boat. The curving sweep of windows gave an unimpeded view of island, sea, and land. The pilot house was constructed of Brazilian rosewood and brass, beautifully restored, with intricate beadboard ceilings. What looked like an 18th-century Dutch sextant stood in a glass case next to the binnacle, and the wheel itself was carved of an exotic black wood. Rosewood cabinets on either side of the wheel held a discreet array of high-tech equipment, including LORAN and sonar screens and a geopositioning satellite grid. The back wall of the pilot house housed a massive array of unrecognizable electronics. The captain himself had not yet emerged from his private quarters below. A low wooden door, set into the electronics of the back wall, was closed. An old horseshoe hung upside down on a nail above the doorway, and a brass plaque on the door itself read, "Private," in discreet but unmistakable letters. The only sounds in the room were the creaking hawsers and the soft slap of water against the hull. Taking a seat at the table, Hatch glanced at the people around him. He had met a few of them informally the first night, but others remained strangers. Lyle Streeter, the crew foreman, looked pointedly away from Hatch's smile of greeting. Obviously, he was not a man who enjoyed being yelled at. Hatch made a mental note to remember that although every first-year resident knew that yelling, screeching, and cursing during a medical emergency was standard procedure, the rest of humanity did not. There was a sound from below, then the captain stooped through the pilot-house door. All eyes shifted as he walked to the head of the table and leaned on it with both hands, looking into each person's face in turn. There was a noticeable decrease in tension, as if everyone was drawing strength and control from his arrival. When Needleman's eyes landed on Hatch, he spoke. "How is Ken?" "Serious, but stable. There's a small chance of an embolism, but it's being monitored closely. I guess you know they couldn't recover the legs." "So I understand. Thank you, Dr. Hatch, for saving his life." "I couldn't have done it without the help of Mr. Streeter and his crew," Hatch replied. Needleman nodded, letting a silence build. Then he spoke, quiet and assured. "The survey crew was following my orders, taking every precaution I deemed necessary. If anyone is to blame for the accident, it is myself, and we have overhauled our safety procedures as a result. There can be sorrow at this unfortunate development. There can be sympathy for Ken and his family. But there are to be no recriminations." He stood up and placed his hands behind his back. "Every day," he said in a louder voice, "we'll be taking risks. All of us. Tomorrow you or I could lose our legs. Or worse. The risks are very real, and they are part of what we do. If it were easy to lift 2 billion from a watery grave, it would have been done years ago, centuries ago. We are here because of the danger, and already we've been dealt a blow. But we must not allow this to dampen our resolve. No treasure has ever been buried with such skill and cunning. It will take even more skill and cunning to retrieve it." He walked to the nearest window, gazed out for a moment, then turned. "I'm sure most of you know the details of the accident by now." As his crew was moving across the island, Ken Field broke into a boarded-over shaft, probably dug in the mid-19th century. His safety rope stopped his fall before he reached the bottom. But as he was being pulled out, his rope became caught in an exposed beam whose underpinnings were rotted by time. The tug of the rope dislodged the beam, triggering a cave-in and breaching the adjoining flooded shaft. He paused. "We know what lessons can be learned from this, and I think we all know what our next duties must be. Tomorrow, we begin preparations for dye testing the water pit in order to locate the hidden flood tunnel to the sea. We'll need to have the primary computer systems up and running by that point. The hard-body sonar array, the seismometers, tomographic systems, and the proton magnetometers must be assembled before work begins. The diving equipment should be inspected and ready to go by 1500 hours. Most importantly, I want the tandem pumps up and ready for testing by end of day." Needleman glanced briefly at each in turn. "As my core team, each person at this table will receive a share in the treasure instead of salary. You know that if we succeed, each of you will become enormously wealthy. That may not seem bad for 4 weeks' work, until you consider what happened to Ken Field. If any of you are contemplating leaving, now is the time to do it. You'll get the standard Thalassa compensation package, but no share. There will be no bad feelings, no questions asked. But don't come to me later, saying you've changed your mind. We're seeing this through, no matter what. So speak now." The captain turned to a cabinet and extracted an old briar pipe. He removed a tin of Dunhill tobacco from the cabinet, pinched out a bowlful and placed it in the pipe, tamped it thoughtfully, and lit up with a wooden match. All this was done with deliberate slowness, while the silence around the table deepened. Outside the omnipresent Ragged Island mist had grown denser, curling around the griffin with an almost sensuous caress. At last, the captain looked back and spoke through a wreath of blue smoke. "Very good. Before we adjourn, I'd like to introduce you all to the newest member of the expedition." He glanced at Hatch. "Doctor, I was hoping to have you formally meet my senior staff under more pleasant circumstances." He took in the group with a sweep of his hand. "As most of you know, this is Malin Hatch, owner of Ragged Island and partner in this operation. He will be our medical officer." Needleman turned. "Dr. Hatch, this is Christopher St. John, the expedition's historian." He was the plump-faced man Hatch had seen looking back at him from the launch 2 nights before. A shock of unruly gray hair topped his round head, and the man's rumpled tweed suit displayed the telltale traces of several breakfasts. "You'll find him an expert on all areas of Elizabethan and Stuart history, including piracy and the use of codes. And this," Needleman indicated the slovenly-looking man in Bermuda shorts, who was picking at his nails with a look of intense boredom, one leg thrown over an arm of the chair, "is Carey Wapner, our computer expert. Carey is highly adept at network design and cryptanalysis." He stared hard at the two men. "I don't need to tell you the paramount importance of cracking the second half of the journal, especially in light of this tragedy. Macallan must not keep any more of his secrets from us." Needleman continued around the table. "You met our team foreman, Lyle Streeter, yesterday. He's been with me ever since our days cruising the Mekong. And here," he pointed to a small, severe, prickly-looking woman in sensible clothes, "is Sandra Magnuson, the Lass's chief engineer and remote sensing specialist. At the end of the table is Roger Rankin, our geologist." He indicated a broad, hirsute brute of a man who sat in a chair that looked 2 sizes too small for him. His eyes met Hatch's, his blond beard parted in a spontaneous grin, and he tipped 2 fingers to his forehead. "Dr. Bonterre," Needleman continued, "our archaeologist and dive leader, has been delayed and should arrive late this evening." He paused a moment. "Unless there are any questions, that's all. Thank you, and I'll see you all again tomorrow morning." As the group broke up, Needleman came around the table to Hatch. "I've kept a special team on the island, preparing the net grid and the base camp," he said. "Your medical area will be stocked and ready by dawn." "That's a relief," said Hatch. "You're probably eager for some more background on the project. This afternoon would be a good time. How about coming by the Cerberus around 1400 hours? A thin smile appeared on his lips. "Starting tomorrow. Things are liable to get a little busy around here." Chapter 11. At 2 p.m. precisely, the Plain Jane, moving slowly in the calm water, pulled free of the last tendrils of mist surrounding Ragged Island. Ahead, Hatch could see the white outlines of the Cerberus riding at anchor, its long, sleek superstructure low in the water. Near the waterline, he made out a boarding hatch, with the tall, thin shape of the captain silhouetted within it, awaiting his arrival. Cutting the throttle, Hatch angled in alongside the bulk of the Cerberus. It was cool and still under the vessel's shadow. "Quite a little boat you've got here," Hatch called out as he came to a stop opposite the captain. The ship dwarfed the Plain Jane. "Biggest in Thalas's fleet," Needleman replied. "She's basically a floating laboratory and back-office research station. There's only so much equipment we can offload to the island. The big stuff, the electron microscopes and C-14 particle accelerators, for example, will stay on the ship." "I was curious about the harpoon gun up in the bows," Hatch said. "Do you spear a blue whale every now and then, when the deckhands get peckish?" Needleman grinned. "That betrays the ship's origins, my friend. It was designed as a state-of-the-art whaler by a Norwegian company about 6 years ago. Then the international ban on whaling happened, and the ship became a costly white elephant even before it was fitted out. The Lassa got it for an excellent price. All the whaling davits and skinning machinery were removed, but nobody ever got around to dismantling the harpoon gun." He nodded over his shoulder. "Come on. Let's see what the boys are up to." Hatch secured the Plain Jane to the side of the Cerberus, then ran the gangplank across to the ship's boarding hatch. He followed Needleman through the hatch and into a long, narrow corridor, painted a light gray. The captain led him past several empty laboratories and a wardroom, then stopped outside a door marked Computer Room. "We've got more computing power behind that door than a small university," Needleman said, a trace of pride in his voice. "But it's not just for number crunching. There's also a navigational expert system and a neural net autopilot. In emergencies, the ship can practically run itself." I was wondering where all the people were, Hatch said. We keep only a skeleton crew on board. It's the same with the rest of the vessels. It's Thalas's philosophy to maintain a fluid resource pool. If necessary, we could have a dozen scientists here tomorrow, or a dozen ditch diggers for that matter. But we try to operate with the smallest, ablest team possible. Cost containment, Hatch said jokingly. Must make the Thalassa accountants happy. Not only that, Needleman replied, quite seriously. It makes sense from a security perspective. No point tempting fate. The captain turned a corner and walked past a heavy metal door that was partially ajar. Glancing in, Hatch could make out various pieces of life-saving equipment attached to wall cleats. There was also a rack of shotguns and two smaller weapons of shiny metal he couldn't identify. "What are those?" he asked, pointing to the stubby, fat-bellied devices. "They look like pint-sized vacuum cleaners." Needleman glanced inside. "Flechettes," he said. "Excuse me?" "A kind of nail gun. It shoots tiny, finned pieces of tungsten carbide wire." "Sounds more painful than dangerous." Needleman smiled thinly. "At 5,000 rounds per minute, fired at speeds over 3,000 feet per second, they're plenty dangerous." He closed the door and tested the handle. "This room shouldn't be left open. I'll have to speak to Streeter about it." "What the hell do you need them around for?" Hatch frowned. "Remember, Malin, the Cerberus isn't always in such friendly waters as rural Maine," the captain replied, ushering him down the corridor. "Often we have to work in shark-infested areas. When you're face to face with a great white, you'll quickly come to appreciate what a flechette can do. Last year in the Coral Sea, I saw one shred a shark from snout to tail in a second and a half." Hatch followed the captain up a set of steps to the next deck. Needleman paused for a moment outside an unmarked door, then rapped loudly. "I'm busy," came a querulous voice. Needleman gave Hatch a knowing smile and eased open the door, revealing a dimly lit stateroom. Hatch followed the captain inside, tripped over something and looked around, blinking, as his eyes became accustomed to the low light. He saw that the far wall and its portholes were entirely covered by banks of rack-mounted electronic equipment. Oscilloscopes, CPUs, and countless pieces of dedicated electronics whose purpose Hatch couldn't begin to guess. The floor was ankle-deep in crumpled papers, dented soda cans, candy wrappers, dirty socks, and underwear. A ship's cot set into one of the far walls was a whirlpool of linen, its sheets strewn across mattress and floor alike. The smell of ozone and hot electronics filled the room, and the only light came from numerous flickering screens. In the midst of the chaos sat the rumpled-looking figure in flowered shirt and Bermuda shorts, his back to them, typing feverishly at a keyboard. "Carrie, can you spare a minute?" Needleman said. "I've got Dr. Hatch with me." Wapner turned away from the screen and blinked first at Needleman, then Hatch. "It's your party," he said in a high, irritated voice. "But you need everything else done like yesterday." He pronounced the word yesterday. "I've spent the last 48 hours setting up the network and haven't done jack shit with the code." Needleman smiled indulgently. "I'm sure you and Dr. St. John can spare a few minutes for the expedition's senior partner." He turned to Hatch. "You couldn't tell from appearances, but Carey is one of the most brilliant cryptanalysts outside the NSA. "Yeah, right," said Wapner, but Hatch could see he was pleased by the compliment. "Quite a rig you've got here," Hatch said as he closed the door behind him. "Is that a CAT scan I see there on the left?" "Very funny." Wapner pushed his glasses up his nose and sniffed. "You think this is something? This is just a backup system. They shipped the main rig off to the island yesterday morning. Now that's something." "Are the online tests complete?" Needleman asked. "Doing the last series now," Wapner replied, shaking a lock of greasy hair from his eyes and swiveling back to the monitor. "The team's completing the installation of the island network this afternoon," Needleman said to Hatch. Like Carey said, this is the redundant system, an exact duplicate of the Ragged Island computer grid. Expensive way of doing things, but a real time saver. Carey, show him what I mean.
Yes, sir.
Wapner tapped a few keys and a blank screen winked to life overhead. Hatch looked up to see a wireframe diagram of Ragged Island appear on the screen, rotating slowly around a central axis. The backbone routers all have redundant mates. A few more keystrokes and a fine tracery of green lines was superimposed on the rendering of the island.
Linked by fiber optic cables to the central hub.
Needleman gestured at the screen. Everything on the island, from the pumps to the turbines to the compressors to the derricks, is servo-linked into the network. We'll be able to control anything on the island from the command center. One instruction and the pumps will fire up. Another command will operate a winch. A third will turn off the lights in your office, and so forth.
What he said,
Wapner added.
Totally extensible, with thin OS layers on the remote clients. And everything's tweaked up the wazoo, believe you me. Miniature data packets and all the rest. It's a huge net. 1,000 ports in one collision domain, but there's zero latency. You wouldn't believe the ping time on this bad boy.
In English, please, Hatch said. I never learned to speak, nerd. Hey, what's that? He pointed to another screen, which showed an overhead view of what appeared to be a medieval village. Small figures of knights and sorcerers were arrayed in various attitudes of attack and defense.
That's Sword of Blackthorn, a role-playing game I designed. I'm Dungeon Master for 3 online games.
He stuck out his lower lip.
Got a problem with that?
Not if the captain doesn't, said Hatch, glancing at Needleman. It was clear that the captain gave his subordinates a fair amount of freedom, and it seemed to Hatch that, however unlikely, Needleman was genuinely fond of this eccentric young man. There was a loud beep, then a column of numbers scrolled up one of the screens.
That's it,
Wapner said, squinting at the data.
Scylla's done.
Scylla? Hatch asked.
Yeah, Scylla is the system on board the ship. Charybdis is the one on the island.
Network testing's finished, Needleman explained. Once the island installation is complete, all we have to do is dump the programming to Charybdis. Everything is tested here first, then downloaded to the island. He glanced at his watch. I've got some odds and ends to attend to. Carey, I know Dr. Hatch would like to hear more about your and Dr. St. John's work on the Macallan codes. Malin, I'll see you topside. Needleman left the stateroom, closing the door behind him. Wapner returned to his manic typing, and for a minute Hatch wondered if the youth planned to ignore him completely. Then, without looking away from the terminal, Wapner picked up a sneaker and hurled it against the far wall. This was followed by a heavy paperback book entitled Coding Network Subroutines in C++.
Hey, Chris, Wapner yelled. Time for the dog and pony show.
Hatch realized that Wapner must have been aiming at a small door set in the far wall of the stateroom. Allow me, he said, stepping toward the door. Your aim's not so good. Opening the door, Hatch saw another stateroom, identical in size but completely different in all other ways. It was well lit, clean, and spare. The Englishman, Christopher St. John, sat at a wooden table in the center of the room, pecking slowly away at a royal typewriter. Hello, Hatch said. Captain Needleman volunteered your services for a few minutes. St. John stood and picked up a few old volumes from the desk, a fussy expression creasing his smooth, buttery face.
A pleasure to have you with us, Dr. Hatch,
he said, shaking his hand, not looking at all pleased with the interruption. Call me Malin, said Hatch. St. John bowed slightly as he followed Hatch back into Wapner's stateroom. Pull up a seat, Malin, Wapner said.
I'll explain the real work I've been doing, and Chris can tell you about all those dusty tomes he's been lifting and dropping in the back room. We work together. Right, old chum?
St. John compressed his lips. Even out here on the water, Hatch sensed a certain air of dust and cobwebs about the historian. He belongs in an antiquarian bookshop,
Not on a treasure hunt, he thought. Kicking aside the detritus, Hatch pulled a chair up next to Wapner, who pointed to one of the nearby screens, currently blank. A few rapidly typed commands, and a digitized picture of Macallan's treatise and its cryptic marginalia appeared on the screen. Herr Needlemann feels that the second half of the journal contains vital information about the treasure, said Wapner. So we're taking a two-track approach to break the code. I do the computers. Chris here does the history. The captain mentioned a figure of $2 billion, Hatch said. How did he arrive at that? Well, now, said St. John, clearing his throat as if preparing for a lecture. Like most pirates, Occam's fleet was a ragtag collection of various ships he'd captured. A couple of galleons, a few brigantines, a fast sloop, and, I believe, a large East Indiaman. 9 ships in all. We know they were so heavily laden they were dangerously unmaneuverable. You simply add up their cargo capacities and combine that with the manifests of ships Occam looted. We know, for example, that Occam took 14 tons of gold from the Spanish plate fleet alone, and 10 times that in silver. From other ships he looted cargoes of lapis, pearls, amber, diamonds, rubies, carnelian, ambergris, jade, ivory, and lignum vitae. Not to mention ecclesiastical treasures taken from towns along the Spanish Maine. He unconsciously adjusted his bow tie, face shining with pleasure at the recital. Excuse me, but did you say 14 tons of gold? Hatch asked, dumbfounded. Absolutely, said St. John. Fort Knox afloat, said Wapner, licking his lips. And then there's St. Michael's sword, St. John added, an artifact of inestimable value by itself. We are dealing here with the greatest pirate treasure ever assembled. Occam was brilliant and gifted, an educated man, which made him all the more dangerous. He pulled a thin plastic folder from a shelf and handed it to Hatch. Here's a biographical extract one of our researchers prepared. I think you'll find that, for once, the legends don't exaggerate. His reputation was so terrible that all he had to do was sail his flagship into harbor, hoist the Jolly Roger, and fire a broadside, and everyone from the citizens to the priest came rushing down with their valuables. And the virgins? Wapner cried, feigning wide-eyed interest. What happened to them? St. John paused, his eyes half closed. Carrie, do you mind? No, really, said Carrie, all impish innocence. I want to know. You know very well what happened to the virgins, St. John snapped, and turned back to Hatch. Occam had a following of 2,000 men on his 9 ships. He needed large crews for boarding and firing the great guns. Those men were usually given 24 hours leave in the unfortunate town. The results were quite hideous. It wasn't only the ships that had 12 inches, if you know what I mean. Wapner leered. You see what I have to endure, murmured St. John to Hatch. Terribly, terribly sorry about that old chap, Wapner replied in a travesty of an English accent. Some people have no sense of humor, he told Hatch. Occam's success, St. John continued briskly, became a liability. He didn't know how to bury such a large treasure. This wasn't a few hundredweight in gold coin that could be slipped quietly under a rock. That's where Macallan came in. And, indirectly, that's where we come in. Because Macallan kept his secret diary in code. He patted the books under his arm. These are texts on cryptology, he said. This one is Polygraphy by Johannes Tritemius, published in the late 1500s. It was the Western world's first treatise on code-breaking. And this one is Porter's De Furtivus Literarum Notis, a text all Elizabethan spies knew practically by heart. I've got half a dozen others, covering the state of the cryptographic art up to Macallan's time. They sound worse than my second-year med school textbooks. "They're fascinating, actually," St. John said, a flush of enthusiasm briefly coloring his tone. "Was code writing common in those days?" Hatch asked, curiously. St. John laughed, a kind of seal bark that gave his ruddy cheeks a brief jiggle. "Common? It was practically universal, one of the essential arts of diplomacy and war. Both the British and Spanish governments had departments that specialized in making and breaking ciphers. Even some pirates had crewmen who could crack codes. After all, ship's papers included all kinds of interesting coded documents." "But coded how?" "They were usually nomenclators, long lists of word substitutions. For example, in a message, the word eagle might be substituted for King George, and daffodils for doubloons, that sort of thing. Sometimes they included simple substitution alphabets, where a letter, number, or symbol replaced a letter of the alphabet, one for one." "And Macallan's code?" "The first part of the journal was written with a rather clever monophonic substitution code. The second... we're still working on that." "That's my department," said Wapner, pride and a trace of jealousy mixing in his voice. "It's all on the computer." He struck a key and a long string of gibberish appeared on the screen. "Here's the ciphertext of the first code," he said. "How did you break it?" "Oh, please. The letters of the English alphabet occur in fixed ratios, E being the commonest letter, Q being the rarest. You create what we call a contact chart of the code symbols and letter pairs. Bang, the computer does the rest." St. John waved his hand dismissively. "Carey is programming the computer attacks against the code, but I am supplying the historical data. Without the old cipher tables, the computer is hopeless. It only knows what's been programmed into it." Wapner turned around in his seat and stared at St. John. "Hopeless? Fact is, Big Mama here would have cracked that code without your precious cipher tables. It just would have taken a little longer is all." "No longer than 20 monkeys typing at random might take to write King Lear," said St. John, with another brief bark of laughter. "Ha ha. No longer than one St. John typing with 2 fingers on that royal shitwriter back there. Jeez, get a laptop. And a life." Wapner turned back to Hatch. "Well, to make a long story short, here's how it decoded." There was a flurry of keystrokes, and the screen split, showing the code on one side and the plain text on the other. Hatch looked at it eagerly. "The 2nd of June, Anno D. 1696. The pirate Occam hath taken our fleet, scuttled the ships, and butchered every soul. Our man-of-war scandalously struck her colours without a fight, and the captain went to his end, blubbering like a babe. I alone was spared, clapped in chains, and straightway taken down to Occam's cabin, where the blackguard drew a sabre against my person, and said, 'Let God build his own damned church. I have ye a new commission.' And then he placed in front of me the articles. Let this journal bear witness before God that I refused to sign." "Amazing," breathed Hatch as he came to the end of the screen. "Can I read more?" "I'll print out a copy for you," said Wapner, hitting a key. A printer began humming somewhere in the darkened room. "Basically," said St. John, "the decrypted section of the journal covers Macallan's being taken prisoner, agreeing on pain of death to design the water pit, and finding the right island. Unfortunately, Macallan switches to a new code just when they began actual construction. We believe the rest of the journal consists of a description of the design and construction of the pit itself, and, of course, the secret for getting to the treasure chamber." "Needleman said the journal mentions St. Michael's sword." "You bet it does," Wapner interrupted, hitting the keys. More text popped up. "Occam hath unburthened 3 of his ships in hopes of taking a prize along the coast. Today a long leaden coffin trimmed in gold came ashore with a dozen casks of jewels. The corsairs say the coffin holds St. Michael's sword, a costly treasure seized from a Spanish galleon and highly esteemed by the captain, who swaggered most shamefully, boasting that it was the greatest prize of the Indies. The captain hath forbidden the opening of the casket, and it is guarded by day and night. The men are suspicious of each other, and constantly make strife. Were it not for the cruel discipline of the captain, I fear every one would come to a bad end, and shortly. And now, here's what the second code looks like. Wapner tapped on the keys, and the screen filled again. The old boy got smart, Wapner said. No more spaces, so we can't go by word shapes. All numbers, too, not a character to be seen. Just look at that fucker. St. John winced. Carrie, must you use such language? Oh, I must, old thing, I must. St. John looked apologetically at Hatch. So far, Wapner continued, this puppy's resisted all of Chris's pretty little cipher tables, so I took the matter into my own hands and wrote a brute force attack. It's running as we speak. Brute force attack? Hatch asked. You know, an algorithm that runs through a ciphertext, trying all patterns in the order of likelihood. It's just a matter of time. A matter of a waste of time, St. John said. I'm working up a new set of cipher tables from a Dutch book on cryptography. What's needed here is more historical research, not more CPU time. McCallan was a man of his age. He didn't invent this code out of thin air. There must be a historical precedent. We already know it's not a variant of the Shakespeare cipher or the Rosicrucian cipher, but I'm convinced some lesser-known code in these books will give us the key that we need. It should be obvious to the meanest intelligence. Put a sock in it, will you? Wapner said. Face it, Chris, old girl, no amount of hitting the history books is going to break this code. This one's for the computer. He patted a nearby CPU. We're going to beat this puppy, right, Big Mama? He swiveled around in his chair and opened what Hatch realized was a rack-mounted medical freezer, normally used for storing tissue samples. He pulled out an ice cream sandwich. Anybody want a big one? He asked, waving it around. I'd as soon eat takeaway tandoori from a motor stop on the M1, St. John replied with a disgusted expression. You Brits should talk, Wapner mumbled through a mouthful of ice cream. You put meat in your pies, for Christ's sake. He brandished the sandwich like a weapon. You're looking at the perfect food here. Fat, protein, sugar, and carbohydrates. Did I mention fat? You could live on this stuff forever. And he probably will too, St. John said, turning to Hatch. You should see how many cartons he has stored away in the ship's kitchen. Wapner frowned. What? You think I could find enough big ones in this jerkwater town to satisfy my habit? Not likely. The skid marks in my underwear are longer than the whole main street. Perhaps you should see a proctologist about that, said Hatch, causing St. John to erupt in a string of grateful barks. The Englishman seemed glad to find an ally. Feel free to take a crack, Doc. Wapner stood up and, twitching his behind invitingly, made a gesture as if to drop his trousers. I would, but I've got a weak stomach, said Hatch. So you don't care for rural Maine? Carey won't even take rooms in town, St. John said. He prefers sleeping on board. Believe you me, Wapner said, finishing the ice cream sandwich. I don't like boats any more than I like the damn hinterland. But there are things here I need. Electricity, for example. Running water. And AC. As in air conditioning. He leaned forward, the anemic goatee quivering on his chin as if struggling to retain a foothold. AC. Gotta have it. Hatch thought privately that it was probably a good thing Wapner, with his Brooklyn accent and flowered shirts, had little reason to visit the town.
The moment he set foot in Stormhaven, he would become an object of wonder, like the stuffed two-headed calf brought out every year at the county fair. He decided it was time to change the subject. This may sound like a stupid question, but what exactly is St. Michael's sword? There was an awkward silence.
Well, let's see, said St. John, pursing his lips. I've always assumed it had a jeweled hilt, of course, with chased silver and parcel gilt, perhaps a multi-fullered blade, that sort of thing. But why would Occam say it was the greatest prize in the Indies? St. John looked a little flummoxed. I hadn't really thought in those terms. I suppose I don't know, really. Perhaps it has some kind of spiritual or mythical significance. You know, like a Spanish Excalibur. But if Occam had as much treasure as you say, why would he place such an inordinate value on the sword? St. John turned a pair of watery eyes on Hatch. The truth is, Dr. Hatch, nothing in my documentation gives any indication of what St. Michael's sword is, only that it was a carefully guarded, deeply revered object. So I'm afraid I can't answer your question. I know what it is, said Wapner with a grin. What? Asked St. John, falling into the trap. You know how men get, so long at sea, no women around, St. Michael's sword. He let the phrase fall off into a salacious silence, while a look of shock and disgust blossomed on St. John's face. Chapter 12. Hatch opened the door on the far side of his parents' bedroom and stepped out onto the small porch beyond. It was only 9:30, but Stormhaven was already asleep. A delightful late summer breeze had gathered in the trees that framed the old house, cooling his cheek, teasing the hairs on the back of his neck. He placed 2 black folders on the weather-scarred rocker and stepped forward to the railing. Across the harbor, the town dropped away, a bracelet of lights, tumbling down the hill in streets and squares to the water. It was so still he could hear the pebbles grating in the surf, the clink of mast lines along the pier. A single pale bulb shone from above the front door of Bud's superette. In the streets, cobbles shone with reflected moonlight. Farther away, the tall, narrow form of Burnt-Head Light blinked its warning from the head of the bluff. He had almost forgotten about this narrow second-story porch, tucked away under the front gable of the old Second Empire house. But now from its railing a host of memories crowded back. Playing poker with Johnny at midnight when his parents had gone to Bar Harbor to celebrate an anniversary, watching out for the lights of the returning car, feeling naughty and grown up at the same time. And later, looking down at the Northcutt house, waiting for a glimpse of Claire in her bedroom window. Claire. There was laughter and a brief, quiet babble of voices. Hatch's eye came back to the present and traveled down to the town's bed and breakfast. A couple of Thalassa employees stepped inside, the parlor door closed, and all was silent again. His eyes made a leisurely stroll up the rows of buildings. The library, its red brick facade a dusky rose in the cool nocturnal light. Bill Band's house sprawling and sagging delightfully, one of the oldest in town. And at the top, the large shingled house reserved for the congregational minister, a study in shadow, the only example of stick-style architecture in the county. He lingered a moment longer, his gaze wandering out to sea and the veiled darkness where Ragged Island lay. Then, with a sigh, he returned to the chair, sat down, and picked up the black folders. First came the printout of the decrypted portion of Macallan's journal. As St. John had said, it described in terse terms the architect's capture and forced labor, designing a hiding place for Occam's loot that would allow only the pirate to retrieve the gold. Macallan's contempt for the pirate captain, His dislike of the barbarous crew, his dismay at the rough and dissolute conditions, came through clearly in every line. The journal was brief, and he soon laid it aside, curious now about its second half, and wondering how soon Wapner would have it cracked. Before Hatch left his cabin, the programmer had complained bitterly about having to do double duty as the computer technician. Goddamn network setup. A job for plumbers, not programmers. But the captain won't be happy until he whittles the crew down to just himself and Streeter. Security concerns my left nut. Nobody's going to steal the treasure. But you watch. By tomorrow, once the physical plant is in place, all the surveyors and assistant engineers will be gone. History. Makes sense, Hatch had replied. Why keep unnecessary staff around? Besides, I'd rather treat a bad case of necrophying Medura foot than sit in a cabin like this, staring at a jumble of letters. Hatch remembered how Wapner's lip had curled in scorn. Shows how much you know. A jumble of letters to you, maybe. Listen. On the other side of that jumble is the person who encrypted it, looking back, giving you the finger. It's the ultimate contest. You get his algorithm, you get his crown jewels. Maybe it's access to a credit card database, or the firing sequences for a nuclear attack, or the key to how a treasure is buried. There's no rush like cracking a code. Cryptanalysis is the only game worthy of a truly intelligent being. Which makes me feel mighty lonely in present company, believe you me. Hatch sighed, returning his attention to the black folders. The second contained the brief biography of Occam, given him by St. John. Leaning back once again to let the moonlight catch the pages, he began to read. Chapter 13. Extract follows. Document number T14-A-41298. Spool 14049. Logical unit LU-48. Research Associate T.T. Farrell. Extract requested by C. St. John. Copy 001 of 003. This document is copyright by and trade secret to Thalassa Holdings, Incorporated. Unauthorized use is a tortious offense and a violation of the Virginia Penal Code. Do not duplicate. Edward Occam Summary Biography. T.T. Farrell, Thalassa, Shreveport. Edward Occam was born in 1662 in Cornwall, England, the son of minor landed nobility. He was educated at Harrow and went on to spend 2 years at Balliol College, Oxford, before being sent down by the college dons for unspecified infractions. His family desired him to pursue a naval career, and in 1682 Occam received his commission and shipped as a lieutenant with the Mediterranean fleet under Admiral Poynton. Rising quickly and distinguishing himself in several actions against the Spanish, he left the Navy to become captain of a privateer, having been granted a letter of marque from the British Admiralty. After a number of choice prizes, Occam apparently decided that he no longer wished to share his spoils with the Crown. Early in 1685 he took up slaving, running ships from Africa's Guinea coast to Guadeloupe in the Windward Islands. After almost 2 years of profitable voyages, Occam was trapped within a blockaded harbor by 2 ships of the line. As a diversion, Occam set his ship afire and got away in a small cutter. Before escaping, however, he put all the slaves on deck to the sword. The rest of the 400 slaves, shackled together in the hold, perished in the blaze. Documentary evidence attributes the nickname of Red Ned Occam to this deed. 5 of Occam's crew were captured and returned to London, where they were hung at Execution Dock in Wapping. Occam, however, escaped to the infamous pirate haven of Port Royal in the Caribbean, where he joined the Brethren of the Coast in 1687. Confer Thalassa document P6-B19-110292, Pirate Treasures of Port Royal, reputed. Over the next 10 years, Occam became known as the most ruthless, venal, and ambitious pirate operating in the waters off the New World. Many notorious pirate techniques, such as walking the plank, use of the skull and crossbones to strike fear into the hearts of adversaries, and rescate, ransoming of civilian prisoners, can be traced to his innovations. When attacking towns or ships, he was quick to use torture on any and all in order to ascertain where plunder might be hidden. Imposing both physically and intellectually, Occam was one of the few pirate captains to demand, and be granted, a much larger share of the spoils than his crew. During his reign as pirate captain, Occam won his victories with a rare blend of psychology, tactics, and ruthlessness. When attacking the heavily fortified Spanish city of Portobello, for example, he forced the nuns from a nearby abbey to place the siege engines and ladders themselves, reasoning that the strong Catholicism of the Spaniards would constrain them from firing. His weapon of choice became the musketoon, a short-barreled weapon that fired a lethal spray of lead pellets. Frequently, under pretense of a parley, he would gather the town fathers of a besieged city or the commanding officers of an opposing ship before him. Then, raising the weapons in both hands, he would destroy the group with a double blast. As his thirst for prizes grew stronger, Occam's brazenness grew proportionately. In 1691 he tried an overland siege of Panama City, which ultimately failed. While retreating across the Chagres River, he saw a galleon in the nearby bay, heading for the open sea in Spain. When he learned that the ship was carrying 3 million pieces of eight, Occam reputedly swore never to let another galleon escape his grasp. In the years that followed, Occam turned his attention ever more strongly toward Spanish gold, the towns that hoarded it, and the ships that carried it. So adept did he become at anticipating the shipments of gold that some scholars believe he was able to crack the ciphers of Spanish captains and envoys. Confer the Lhasa restricted document Z-A4-050997. In a single month's plundering spree of Spanish settlements in the fall of 1693, each of Occam's 800 crew received 600 pieces of eight as their share of the booty. As Occam became more powerful and more feared, his sadistic tendencies seemed to gain ascendancy. Reports of barbarous cruelty became legion. Frequently, after overwhelming a ship, he would cut off the ears of the officers, sprinkle them with salt and vinegar, and force the victims to consume them. Rather than keep his men in check when despoiling a town, he would instead whip them into a lustful fury and then let them loose upon the helpless populace, reveling in the acts of violence and abandon that resulted. When victims could not provide him with the ransom he demanded, he would order them to be roasted slowly on wooden spits, or disemboweled with heated boathooks. Occam's single greatest accomplishment came in 1695, when his small armada of ships successfully captured, plundered, and sank the Spanish Flota de Plata bound for Cadiz. The sheer volume of treasure he acquired, in gold bars and cakes, silver wedges and pigs, undrilled pearls and jewels, has been estimated at over $1 billion in face value alone. Occam's eventual fate remains a mystery. In 1697, his command ship was found off the Azores, drifting free, all hands dead of an unknown affliction. No treasure was found on board, and scholars of the period agree he had concealed it along the east coast of the New World sometime shortly before his death. Although many legends of varying credibility have arisen, the strongest evidence points to one of 3 potential sites: Iliavachi off Hispaniola, South Carolina's Isle of Palms, or Ragged Island, off the Maine coast, 70 miles north of Monhegan. Printout ends. Spool time 00102. Total bytes 15425. Chapter 14. Hatch throttled down the diesels of the Plain Jane, then dropped anchor 20 yards off the lee shore of Ragged Island. It was 6:30, and the sun had just topped the sea horizon, throwing a gauzy gold light across the island. For the first time since Hatch had returned to Stormhaven, the island's protective mist had lifted completely. He clambered into the dinghy and motored toward the Navy-issue prefabricated pier at base camp. Already the day was warm and humid, and there was a certain heaviness in the air that presaged bad weather. As he gazed across the scene, his old apprehensions began to ease. Over the last 48 hours, Ragged Island had grown comfortingly unrecognizable. An enormous amount of work had been accomplished, more than he could have believed possible. Yellow crime scene tape had been strung around the unstable areas of the island, with safe corridors delineated for walking. The meadows above the narrow strip of shingle beach had been transformed from a place of deserted silence to a miniature city. Trailers and Quonset huts were arranged in a tight circle. Beyond, a brace of massive generators thrummed, wafting diesel fumes into the air. Beside them sat 2 enormous fuel tanks. Bundles of white PVC pipe flowed across the muddy ground, shielding date lines and power cords from the elements and unwary feet. In the midst of the chaos stood Island 1, the command center, a double-wide trailer festooned with communications gear and transmitters. Securing the dinghy, Hatch jogged along the pier and up the rough path beyond. Arriving at base camp, he walked past the stores shed and stepped into the Quonset hut marked Medical, curious to see his new office. It was Spartan but pleasant, smelling of fresh plywood, ethyl alcohol, and galvanized tin. He walked around, admiring the new equipment, surprised and pleased that Needleman had purchased the best of everything. The office was fully equipped, from a locked storeroom full of equipment and drug cabinets to an EKG machine. Almost too equipped, in fact. Among the medical supplies in the lockers, Hatch found a colonoscope, a defibrillator, a fancy electronic Geiger counter, and a variety of expensive-looking high-tech gadgets he couldn't identify. The Quonset hut itself was larger than it looked. There was an outer office, an examination room, even a 2-bed infirmary. In the rear of the structure was a small apartment, where Hatch could spend the night during inclement weather. Stepping outside again, Hatch headed for Island 1, carefully avoiding the ruts and furrows left behind by the treads of heavy equipment. Inside the command center, he found Needleman, Streeter, and the engineer, Sandra Magnuson, bending over a screen. Magnuson was like a small, intense bug, her face blue in the outwash of the computer terminal, scrolling lines of data reflecting on her thick glasses. She seemed all business all the time, and Hatch got the distinct feeling that she didn't like most people, doctors included. Needleman looked up and nodded. "Data transfer from Scylla finished several hours ago," he said. "Just completing the pump simulation now." He moved aside to give Hatch a view of the terminal. Simulation completed at 06:39:45:21. Results follow. Diagnostics. Interlink server status. OK. Hub relays. OK. Sector relays. OK. Data stream analyzer. OK. Core controller. OK. Remote sites controller. OK. Pump status. OK. Flow sensors. OK. Emergency interrupt. OK. Queue memory. 305385295. Packet delay. 0.000045. Checksum verification. Checksums from remotes. OK. Checksum deviation. 00.0000%. Deviation from Scylla. 00.15000%. Deviation from prior. 00.37500%. End results. Simulation successful. Magnuson's brow furrowed. "Is everything all right?" Needleman asked. "Yes."
The engineer sighed.
"No. Well, I don't know. The computer seems to be acting flaky."
"Tell me about it," Needleman said quietly.
"It's running a little sluggishly, especially when the emergency interrupts were tested. And look at those deviation numbers. The island network itself shows everything normal. But there's a deviation from the simulation that we ran on the Cerberus system. And there's even more of a deviation from the run we did last night. but it's within tolerances. Magnuson nodded. It might be some anomaly in the checksum algorithms. That's a polite way of saying it's a bug. Needleman turned to Streeter. Where's Wapner? Asleep on the Cerberus. Wake him up. Needleman turned to Hatch and nodded toward the door. They walked out into the hazy sunlight. Chapter 15. There's something I'd like to show you, the captain said. Without waiting for an answer, he set off at his usual terrific stride, his long legs sweeping through the grass, leaving a backwash of pipe smoke and confidence. Twice he was stopped by Thalassa employees, and he appeared to be directing several operations at once with cool precision. Hatch scrambled to keep up, barely having time to glance at all the changes around him. They were following a roped path, certified safe by the Thalassa surveyors. Here and there, short aluminum bridges spanned old pits and rotten areas of ground. Nice morning for a stroll, Hatch panted. Needleman smiled. How do you like your office? Everything's ship-shape and Bristol fashion, thanks. I could service an entire village from it. In a sense, you're going to have to, came the reply. The path climbed the island's incline toward the central hump of land, where most of the old shafts were clustered. Several aluminum platforms and small derricks had been placed over the muddy maws of shafts. Here the main trail forked into several roped paths that wound around the ancient works. Nodding to a lone surveyor, Needleman chose one of the central paths. A minute later, Hatch found himself standing at the edge of a gaping hole. Except for the presence of two engineers on the far side, taking measurements with an instrument Hatch didn't recognize, it seemed identical to a dozen other pits in the vicinity. Grass and bushes hung over the lip and sagged down into darkness, almost obscuring the edge of a rotting beam. Gingerly, Hatch leaned forward. Only blackness showed below. A flexible, metal-jointed hose of enormous circumference rose from the invisible depths, snaked across the muddy ground, and wound its way toward the distant western shore. It's a pit, all right, Hatch said. Too bad I didn't bring along a picnic basket and a book of verses. Needleman smiled, removed a folded computer printout from his pocket, and handed it to Hatch. It consisted of a long column of dates, with numbers beside them. One of the pairs was highlighted in yellow. 1690, plus or minus 40. The carbon-14 tests were completed at the Cerberus's lab early this morning, Needleman said. Those are the results. He tapped his finger on the highlighted date. Hatch took another look, then handed back the paper. So what's it mean? This is it, Needleman said quietly. There was a momentary silence. The water pit? Hatch heard the disbelief in his own voice. Needleman nodded. The original. The wood used for the cribbing of this shaft was cut around 1690. All the other shafts date between 1800 and 1930. There can be no question. This is the water pit designed by McAllen and built by Occam's crew. He pointed to another smaller hole about 30 yards away. And unless I'm mistaken, that's the Boston shaft, dug 150 years later. You can tell because of its gradual incline after the initial drop. But you found the real water pit so quickly, said Hatch, amazed. Why didn't anyone else think of carbon dating? The last person to dig on the island was your grandfather in the late 40s. Carbon dating wasn't invented until the next decade. Just one of the many technological advantages we'll be bringing to bear in the coming days. He waved his hand over the pit. We'll begin construction of Orthanc this afternoon. Its components are already down at the supplies dock, waiting for reassembly. Hatch frowned. Orthanc? Needleman laughed. It's something we created for a salvage job in Corfu last year. A glass-floored observation post built atop a large derrick. Somebody on last year's team was a Tolkien fanatic, and the nickname stuck. It's fitted with winches and remote sensing gear. We'll be able to look right down the throat of the beast, literally and electronically." "And what's this hose for?" Hatch asked, nodding toward the pit. "This morning's dye test. That hose is connected to a series of pumps on the west shore." Needleman glanced at his watch. "In an hour or so, when the tide reaches the flood, we'll start pumping 10,000 gallons of seawater per minute through this hose into the water pit. Once a good flow is established, we'll drop a special high-intensity dye. With the tide ebbing, the pumps will help push the dye down into McAllen's hidden flood tunnel and back out to the ocean. Since we don't know which side of the island the dye will emerge on, we'll use both the Naiad and the Grampus, spotting on opposite sides of the island. All we have to do is keep an eye out for the place where the dye appears offshore, send divers to the spot, and seal the tunnel with explosives. With the seawater blocked, we can pump out the water and drain all the works. McAllen's pit will be defanged. By this time on Friday, you and I will be able to climb down in there with nothing more than a slicker and a pair of Wellingtons. Then we can make the final excavation of the treasure at our leisure." Hatch opened his mouth, then shut it again with a shake of his head. "What?" Needleman said, an amused smile on his face, his pale eyes glittering gold in the rising sun. "I don't know. Things are moving so fast, that's all." Needleman drew a deep breath and looked around at the workings spread across the island. "You said it yourself," he replied after a moment. "We don't have much time." They stood for a moment in silence. "We'd better get back," Needleman said at last. "I've asked the Naiad to come pick you up. You'll be able to watch the dye test from its deck." The two men turned and headed back toward base camp. "You've assembled a good crew," Hatch said, glancing down at the figures below them on the supply dock, moving in ordered precision. "Yes," Needleman murmured. "Eccentric, difficult at times, but all good people. I don't surround myself with yes-men. It's too dangerous in this business." "That fellow Wapner is certainly a strange one. Reminds me of an obnoxious 13-year-old. Or some surgeons I've known. Is he really as good as he thinks he is?" Needleman smiled. "Remember that scandal in 1992, when every retiree in a certain Brooklyn zip code got 2 extra zeros added to the end of their Social Security checks?" "Vaguely." "That was Carey. Did 3 years in Ellenwood as a result. But he's kind of sensitive about it, so avoid any jailbird jokes." Hatch whistled. "Jesus. And he's as good a cryptanalyst as he is a hacker. If it wasn't for those online role-playing games he refuses to abandon, he'd be a perfect worker. Don't let his personality throw you. He's a good man." They were approaching base camp, and as if on cue, Hatch could hear Wapner's querulous voice floating out of Island 1. "You woke me up because you had a feeling? I ran that program 100 times on Scylla, and it was perfect. Perfect. A simple program for simple people. All it does is run those stupid pumps." Magnuson's answer was lost in the rumble of the Naiad's engine as it slid into the slip at the end of the dock. Hatch ran to get his medical kit, then jumped aboard the powerful twin-engine outboard. Beyond lay its sister, the Grampus, waiting to pick up Needleman and assume its position on the far side of the island. Hatch was sorry to see Streeter at the helm of the Naiad, expressionless and severe as a granite bust. He nodded and flashed what he hoped was a friendly smile, getting a curt nod in return. Hatch wondered briefly if he had made an enemy, then dismissed the thought. Streeter seemed like a professional. That was what counted. If he was still sore about what happened during the emergency, it was his problem. Forward in the half-cabin, 2 divers were checking their gear. The dye would not stay on the surface for long, and they'd have to act quickly to find the underwater flood tunnel. The geologist, Rankin, was standing beside Streeter. On seeing Hatch, he grinned and strode over, crushing Hatch's hand in a great hairy paw. "Hey, Dr. Hatch," he said, white teeth flashing through an enormous beard, his long brown hair plaited behind. "Man, this is one fascinating island you've got." Hatch had already heard several variants of this remark from other Thalassa employees. "Well, I guess that's why we're all here," he answered with a smile. No, I mean geologically." "Really? I always thought it was like the others. Just a big granite rock in the ocean." Rankin dug into a pocket of his rain vest and pulled out what looked like a handful of granola. "Hell no," he munched. "Granite? It's biotite schist, highly metamorphosed, checked, and faulted to an incredible degree, and with a drumlin on top. Wild, man, just wild." "Drumlin?" "A really weird kind of glacial hill, pointed at one side and tapered at the other. No one knows how they form, but if I didn't know better, I'd say." "Divers, get ready," came Needleman's voice over the radio. "All stations check in by the numbers." "Monitoring station, roger," squawked the voice of Magnuson. "Computer station, roger," said Wapner, sounding bored and annoyed even over the radio. "Spotter Alpha, roger. Spotter Beta, roger. Spotter Gamma, roger. Naiad, roger," Streeter spoke into the radio. "Grampus affirms," came Needleman's voice. "Proceed to position." As the Naiad picked up speed beneath him, Hatch checked his watch. 8:20. The tide would turn shortly. As he stowed his medical kit, the two divers came out of the cabin, laughing at some private joke. One was a man, tall and slender, with a black mustache. He wore a wetsuit of thin neoprene so tight it left no anatomical feature to the imagination. The other, a woman, turned and saw Hatch. A playful smile appeared on her lips. "Ah, you are the mysterious doctor." "I didn't know I was mysterious," said Hatch. "But this is the dreaded island of Dr. Hatch, no?" she said, pointing, with a peal of laughter. "I hope you will not be hurt if I avoid your services." "I hope you avoid them too," said Hatch, trying to think of something less inane to say. Drops of water glistened on her olive skin, and her hazel eyes sparkled with little flecks of gold. She couldn't be more than 25, Hatch decided. Her accent was exotic, French, with a touch of the islands thrown in. "I am Isabelle Bonterre," she said, pulling off her neoprene glove and holding out her hand. Hatch took it. It was cool and wet. "What a hot hand you have," she cried. "The pleasure is mine," Hatch replied belatedly. "And you are the brilliant Harvard doctor that Gerard has been talking about," she said, gazing into his face. "He likes you very much, you know." Hatch found himself blushing. Glad to hear it. He had never really thought about whether Needleman liked him, but he found himself unaccountably pleased to hear it. He caught, just out of the corner of his eye, a glance of hatred from Streeter. "I am glad you are aboard. It saves me the trouble of tracking you down." Hatch frowned his lack of understanding. "I will be locating the old pirate encampment, excavating it." She gave him a shrewd look. "You own this island, no? Where would you camp if you had to spend 3 months on it?" Hatch thought for a moment. Originally, the island was heavily wooded in spruce and oak. I imagine they would have cut a clearing on the leeward side of the island, on the shore, near where their boats were moored. The lee shore? But would that not mean they could be seen from the mainland on clear days? Well, I suppose so, yes. This coast was already settled in 1696, though sparsely. And they would need to keep watch on the windward shore, n'est-ce pas? For any shipping that might chance on them. Yes, that's right, Hatch said, secretly nettled. If she knows all the answers, then why is she asking me? The main shipping route between Halifax and Boston went right past here, across the Gulf of Maine. He paused.
But if this coast was settled, how would they have hidden 9 ships?
I too thought of that question. There is a very deep harbor 2 miles up the coast, shielded by an island.
Black Harbor, said Hatch.
Exactement.
That makes sense, Hatch replied. Black Harbor wasn't settled until the mid-1700s. The work crew and McCallan could have lived on the island, while the ships sheltered unseen in the harbor.
The windward side, then, Bonterre said. You've been most helpful. Now I must get ready.
Any lingering annoyance Hatch felt melted away under the archaeologist's dazzling smile. She balled up her hair and slid the hood over it, then donned her mask. The other diver sidled over to adjust her tanks, introducing himself as Sergio Scopati. Bonterre glanced up and down the man's suit appraisingly, as if seeing it for the first time.
Grand mère de noir, she muttered fervently. I did not know Speedo made wetsuits.
Italians make everything fashionable. Scopati laughed. And molto svelta.
How's my video working?
Bonterre called over her shoulder to Streeter, tapping a small camera mounted on her mask. Streeter ran his hand down a bank of switches, and a video screen popped to life on the control console, showing the jiggling, grinning face of Scopati.
Look somewhere else, said Scopati to Bonterre, or you'll break your camera. I shall look at the doctor then, said Bonterre, and Hatch saw his own face appear on the screen.
That wouldn't just break the camera, it would implode the lens, Hatch said, wondering why this woman kept him at a loss for words.
Next time, I get the comset, said Scopati in a joking whine. Never, said Bonterre. I am the famous archaeologist. You are just cheap hired Italian labor.
Scopati grinned, not at all put out. Needleman's voice broke in. 5 minutes to the turn of the tide. Is the Naiad in position? Streeter acknowledged. Mr. Wapner, is the program running properly?
No problemo, Captain, came the nasal voice over the channel. Running fine now. Now that I'm here, I mean.
Understood. Dr. Magnuson.
The pumps are primed and ready to go, Captain. The crew reports that the dye bomb is suspended over the water pit and the remote's in place.
Excellent. Dr. Magnuson, you'll drop the bomb on my signal. The people on the Naiad fell silent. A pair of guillemots whirred past, flying just above the surface of the water. On the far side of the island, Hatch could make out the Grampus, riding the even swell just beyond the ledges. The air of excitement, of something about to happen, increased. Mean high tide, came Needleman's quiet voice. Start the pumps. The throb of the pumps came rumbling across the water, as if in response the island groaned and coughed with the reversal of the tide. Hatch shuddered involuntarily. If there was one thing that still gave him a shiver of horror, it was that sound.
Pumps at 10, came Magnuson's voice.
Keep it steady. Mr. Wapner.
Charybdis responding normally, Captain. All systems within normal tolerances.
Very well, said Needleman. Let's proceed. Naiad, are you ready?
Affirmative, said Streeter into the mic.
Hold steady and keep an eye out for the spot where the dye appears. Spotters ready. There was another chorus of eyes. Looking toward the island, Hatch could see several teams ranged along the bluffs with binoculars. First one who spots the dye gets a bonus. All right. Release the dye bomb. There was a momentary silence, then a faint crump sounded from the vicinity of the water pit.
Dye released, said Magnuson.
All hands peered across the gently undulating surface of the ocean. The water had a dark, almost black color, but there was no wind and only the faintest chop, making conditions ideal. Despite the growing rip current, Streeter kept the boat stationary with an expert handling of the throttles. A minute passed, and another, the only sound the throb of the pumps pouring seawater into the water pit, driving the dye down into the heart of the island and out to sea. Bon Terre and Scapati waited in the stern, silent and alert.
"Die at 22 degrees, came the urgent voice of one of the spotters on the island. 140 feet offshore.
Naiad, that's your quadrant, said Needleman. The Grampus will come over to assist. Well done. A small cheer erupted over the frequency.
That's the spot I saw the whirlpool, Hatch thought.
Streeter swung the boat around, gunning the engine, and in a moment Hatch could see a light spot on the ocean about 300 yards away. Both Bon Terre and Sergio had their masks and regulators in place, and were already at the gunwales, bolt guns in their hands and buoys at their belts, ready to go over the side.
Die at 297 degrees, 100 feet offshore, came the voice of another spotter, cutting through the cheering.
What? Came Needleman's voice. You mean to say that Die is appearing in another place?
Affirmative, Captain.
There was a moment of shocked silence. Looks like we've got 2 flood tunnels to seal, said Needleman. The Grampus will mark the second. Let's go. The Naiad was closing in on the swirl of yellow dye breaking the surface just inside the reefs. Streeter cut the throttle and sent the boat in a circling idle as the divers went over the side. Hatch turned eagerly to the screens, shoulder to shoulder with Rankin. At first the video image consisted only of clouds of yellow dye. Then the picture cleared. A large, rough crack appeared at the murky bottom of the reef, dye jetting out of it like smoke.
Les voilà,
came Bon Terre's excited voice over the comm channel. The image jiggled wildly as she swam toward the crack, shot a small explosive bolt into the rock nearby, and attached an inflatable buoy. It bobbed upward, and Hatch looked over the rail in time to see its surface, a small solar cell and antenna bobbing at its top.
Marked, said Bon Terre. Preparing to set charges. Look at that, breathed Rankin, swiveling his gaze from the video to the sonar and back again. A radiating fault pattern. All they had to do was tunnel along existing fractures in the rock. Still, incredibly advanced for 17th century construction.
Die at 5 degrees, 90 feet offshore, came another call.
Are you certain? Disbelief mixed with uncertainty in Needleman's voice.
Okay, we've got a third tunnel. Naiad, it's yours. Spotters, for God's sake, keep your scopes trained in case the dye spreads before we can get to it.
More dye! 332 degrees, 70 feet offshore.
And then the first voice again.
Dye appearing at 85 degrees. I repeat, 85 degrees, 40 feet offshore.
We'll take the one at 332, said Needleman, a strange tone creeping into his voice. Just how many tunnels did this bloody architect build? Streeter, that makes 2 for you to deal with. Get your divers up as soon as possible. Just mark the exits for now, and we'll set the plastique later. We've only got 5 minutes before that dye dissipates. In another moment, Bon Terre and Scapati were up and in the boat, and without a word, Streeter spun the wheel and took off at a roar. Now Hatch could see another cloud of yellow dye boiling to the surface. The boat circled as Bon Terre and Scapati went over the side. Soon another buoy had popped up. The divers emerged, and the Naiad moved to the spot where the third cloud of dye was appearing. Again Bon Terre and Scapati went over the side, and Hatch turned his attention to the video screen. Scapati swam ahead, his form visible in Bon Terre's headset, a ghostly figure among the billowing clouds of dye. They were already deeper than at any point on the first 2 dives. Suddenly, the jagged rocks at the bottom of the reef became visible, along with a square opening, much larger than the others, through which the last tendrils of dye were now drifting.
"What's this?" Hatch heard Bon Terre say in a voice of disbelief. "Sergio, étant."
Suddenly Wapner's voice crackled over the radio. "Got a problem, Captain." "What is it?" Needleman responded.
"Dunno. I'm getting error messages, but the system reports normal function."
"Switch to the redundant system."
"I'm doing that, but... Wait, now the hub's getting... Oh, shit."
"What?" came Needleman's sharp voice. At the same time, Hatch heard the sound of the pumps on the island faltering.
"System crash,"
said Wapner.
There was a sudden, sharp, garbled noise from Bonne Terre. Hatch glanced toward the video screen and saw it had gone dead. No, he corrected himself. Not dead, but black. And then snow began to creep into the blackness until the signal was lost in a howling storm of electronic distortion. "What the hell?" Streeter said, frantically punching the comm button. "Bonne Terre, can you hear me? We've lost your feed. Bonne Terre!" Scapati broke the surface 10 feet from the boat and tore the regulator from his mouth. "Bonne Terre's been sucked into the tunnel," he gasped. "What was that?" Needleman cried over the radio. "He said Bonne Terre's been sucked," Streeter began. "God damn it, go back after her," Needleman barked, his electronic voice rasping across the water. "It's murder down there," Scapati yelled. "There's a massive back current and—" "Streeter, give him a lifeline," Needleman called. "And Magnuson, bypass that computer control. Get the pumps started manually. Losing them must have created some kind of backflow." "Yes, sir," said Magnuson. "The team will have to reprime them by hand. I'll need at least 5 minutes minimum." "Run," came Needleman's voice, hard but suddenly calm. "And do it in 3. "Yes, sir." "And Wapner, get the system online." "Captain," Wapner began, "the diagnostics are telling me that everything's—" "Stop talking," snapped Needleman. "Start fixing." Scapati clipped a lifeline around his belt and disappeared again over the side. "I'm clearing this area," Hatch said to Streeter as he began to spread towels over the deck to receive his potential patient. Streeter played the lifeline out, helped by Rankin. There was a sudden tug, then steady tension. "Streeter," came Needleman's voice. "Scapati's in the backflow," said Streeter. "I can feel him on the line." Hatch stared at the snow on the screen with a macabre sense of déjà vu. It was as if she had disappeared, vanished, just as suddenly as— He took a deep breath and looked away. There was nothing he could do until they got her to the surface. Nothing. Suddenly there was a noise from the island as the pumps roared into life. "Good work," came Needleman's voice from the comm set. "Line's gone slack," said Streeter. There was a tense silence. Hatch could see the last bits of dye boiling off as the flow came back out the tunnel. And suddenly the video screen went black again, and then he heard gasping over the audio line. The black on the screen grew lighter until, with a flood of relief, he saw a green square of light growing across the screen. The exit to the flood tunnel. "Merde," came Bonne Terre's voice as she was ejected from the opening, the view from the camera tumbling wildly. Moments later there was a swirl at the surface. Hatch and Rankin rushed to the side of the boat and lifted Bonne Terre aboard. Scapati followed, stripping off her tanks and hood as Hatch laid her down on the towels. Opening her mouth, Hatch checked the airway. All clear. He unzipped her wetsuit at the chest and placed a stethoscope. She was breathing well, no sound of water in the lungs, and her heartbeat was fast and strong. He noticed a gash in the suit along her stomach, skin and a ribbon of blood swelling along its edge. "Incroyable," Bonne Terre coughed, trying to sit up, waving a chip of something gray. "Keep still," Hatch said sharply. "Cement," she cried, clutching the chip. 300-year-old cement. There was a row of stones set into the reef. Hatch felt quickly around the base of her skull, looking for evidence of a concussion or spinal injury. There were no swellings, cuts, dislocations. "C'est suffit," she said, turning her head. "What are you, a phrenologist?" "Streeter, report," Needleman barked over the radio. "They're aboard, sir," Streeter said. "Bonne Terre seems to be fine." "I am fine, except for these meddlesome doctor," she cried, struggling. "Just a moment while I look at your stomach," Hatch said, gently restraining her. "Those stones, they look like the foundation to something," she continued, lying back. "Sergio, did you see that? What could it be?" With a single movement, Hatch unzipped the wetsuit down to her navel. "Hey!" cried Bonne Terre. Ignoring the outcry, Hatch quickly explored the cut. There was a nasty scrape below her ribs, but it seemed superficial along its entire length. "It is just a scratch," protested Bonne Terre, craning her neck to see what Hatch was doing. He snatched his hand from her belly as a distinctly unprofessional stirring coursed through his loins. "Perhaps you're right," he said, a little more sarcastically than he intended, fishing in his bag for a topical antibiotic ointment. "Next time let me play in the water and you can be the doctor. Meanwhile, I'm going to apply some of this anyway, in case of infection. You had a close call." He rubbed ointment into the scrape. "That tickles," said Bonne Terre. Scopati had stripped off his suit to the waist and stood with his arms crossed, his tanned physique gleaming in the sun, grinning fondly. Rankin stood next to him, hirsute and massive, watching Bonne Terre with a distinct gleam in his eyes. "Everyone," thought Malin, "is in love with this woman." "I ended up in a big underwater cavern," she was saying. "For a moment, I couldn't find the walls, and I thought that was the end. Fin." "A cavern?" Needleman asked doubtfully over the open channel. "Mais oui, a big cavern. But my radio was dead. Why would that be?" "The tunnel must have blocked the transmission," Needleman said. "But why the back current?" Bonne Terre said. "The tide was going out." There was a brief silence. "I don't have an answer to that," Needleman's voice came at last. "Perhaps once we've drained the pit and its tunnels we'll learn why. I'll be waiting for a full report. Meanwhile, why don't you rest? Grampus out." Streeter turned. "Markers set. Returning to base." The boat rumbled to life and planed across the water, riding the gentle swells. Hatch stowed his gear, listening to the chatter on the radio bands. Needleman, on the Grampus, was talking to Island 1. "I'm telling you, we've got a cybergeist," came the voice of Wapner. "I just did a ROM dump on Charybdis and ran it against Scylla. Everything's messed up 9 ways to Sunday. But that's burned-in code, Captain. The goddamn system's cursed. Not even a hacker could rewrite ROM." "Don't start talking about curses," said Needleman sharply. As they approached the dock, Bonne Terre peeled off her wetsuit, packed it into a deck locker, wrung out her hair, and turned toward Hatch. "Well, Doctor, my nightmare came true. I did need your services after all." "It was nothing," said Hatch, blushing and furiously aware of it. "Oh, but it was very nice." Chapter 16. The stone ruins of Fort Blacklock stood in a meadow looking down on the entrance to Stormhaven Harbor. The circular fort was surrounded by a large meadow dotted with white pines, which fell away to farmers' fields, and a sugar bush, a thick stand of sugar maples. Across the meadow from the old fort a large yellow and white pavilion had been erected, decorated with ribbons and pennants that fluttered merrily in the breeze. A banner over the pavilion proclaimed in hand-painted letters, 71st Annual Stormhaven Lobster Bake. Hatch headed apprehensively up the gentle slope of the grassy hill. The lobster bake was the first real opportunity for him to meet the town at large, and he wasn't at all sure what kind of reception to expect. But there was little doubt in his mind about what kind of reception the expedition itself would receive. Although Thalassa had been in Stormhaven little more than a week, the company's impact had been considerable. Crew members had taken most of the available rental houses and spare rooms, sometimes paying premium prices. They had filled the tiny bed and breakfast. The 2 restaurants in town, Anchors Away and The Landing, were packed every night. The gas station at the wharf had been forced to triple its deliveries, and business at the Superette, though Bud would never admit to it, was up at least 50%. The town was in such a fine mood about the Ragged Island treasure hunt that the mayor had hastily made Thalassa the collective guest of honor at the lobster bake, and Needleman's quietly picking up half the tab, at Hatch's suggestion, had simply been icing on the cake. As he approached the pavilion, Hatch could make out the table of honor, already occupied by prominent town citizens and Thalassa officials. A small podium and microphone had been placed behind it. Beyond, townspeople and expedition members were milling around, drinking lemonade or beer and lining up to get their lobsters. As he ducked inside, he heard a familiar nasal shout.
Carrie Wapner was carrying a paper plate groaning under the weight of twin lobsters, potato salad, and corn on the cob. A huge draft beer was balanced in his other hand. The cryptanalyst walked gingerly along, arms straight ahead, trying to keep the food and beer from dripping on his trademark Hawaiian shirt, Bermuda shorts, high white socks, and black sneakers.
"How do you eat these things?"
Wapner cried, buttonholing a confused lobsterman. "What's that?" the lobsterman said, inclining his head as if he hadn't heard properly.
"We didn't have lobsters where I grew up."
"No lobsters?" the man said, as if considering this.
"Yeah, in Brooklyn. It's part of America. You should visit the country sometime. Anyway, I never learned how to eat one."
Wapner's loud drawl echoed up and down the pavilion.
"I mean, how do you open the shells?"
With a stolid face, the lobsterman replied, "You sit on 'em real hard." There was a guffaw of laughter from nearby townspeople.
"Very funny,"
said Wapner. "Well, now," the lobsterman said in a gentler tone, "you need crackers."
"I got crackers,"
Wapner replied eagerly, waving the plate heaped with oyster crackers under the man's nose. There was another round of laughter from the locals. "Crackers to crack the shells, see?" the lobsterman said. "Or you can use a hammer." He held up a boat hammer, covered with lobster juice, tomile, and bits of pink shell.
"Eat with a dirty hammer?" Wapner cried. "Hepatitis City, here we come."
Hatch moved in. "I'll give him a hand," he said to the lobsterman, who went off shaking his head. Hatch ushered Wapner to one of the tables, sat him down, and gave him a quick lesson in lobster consumption. How to crack open the shells, what to eat, what not to eat. Then he went off to get some food himself, stopping along the way to fill a pint cup at an enormous keg. The beer, from a small brewery in Camden, was cold and malty. He gulped it down, feeling the tightness in his chest unraveling, and refilled the cup before getting in line. The lobsters and corn had been steamed in piles of seaweed heaped over burning oak, sending clouds of fragrant smoke spiraling into the blue sky. 3 cooks were busily at work behind the mounds of seaweed, checking the fires, dumping bright red lobsters onto paper plates.
"Dr. Hatch,"
came a voice. Hatch turned to see Doris Bowditch, another splendid muumuu billowing behind her like a purple parachute. Her husband stood to one side, small, razor-burned, and silent.
"How did you find the house?"
"Wonderful," said Hatch with genuine warmth. "Thanks for tuning the piano."
"You're certainly welcome. No problems with the power or the water, I expect? Good. You know, I wondered if you'd had a chance to think about that nice couple from Manchester?"
"Yes," said Hatch quickly, ready now. "I won't be selling."
"Oh,"
said Doris, her face falling.
"They were so counting on—"
"Yes, but Doris, it's the house I grew up in," Hatch said, gently but firmly. The woman gave a start, as if remembering the circumstances of Hatch's childhood and departure from the town.
"Of course," she said,
with an attempt at a smile, laying her hand on his arm.
"I understand. It's hard to give up the family home. We'll say no more about it."
She gave his arm a squeeze.
"For now."
Hatch reached the front of the line and turned his attention to the enormous steaming piles of seaweed. The nearest cook flipped over one of the piles, exposing a row of red lobsters, some ears of corn, and a scattering of eggs. He picked up an egg with a mitted hand, chopped it in half with a knife, and peered inside to see if it was hard. That, Hatch remembered, was how they judged when the lobsters were cooked.
"Perfecto,"
the cook said. The voice was distantly familiar, and Hatch suddenly recognized his old high school classmate Donnie Truitt. He braced himself.
"Why, if it ain't Mally Hatch," said Truitt, recognizing him. "I was wondering when I'd run into you. Damn it to hell, how are you?"
"Donnie," Hatch cried, grasping his hand. "I'm not bad. You?"
"The same. 4 kids. Looking for a new job since Martin's Marine went under? 4 kids. Hatch whistled. You've been busy. Busier than you think. Divorced twice, too. What the hell? You hitched? Not yet, Hatch said. Donnie smirked. Seen Claire yet? No. Hatch felt a sudden swell of irritation. As Donnie slipped a lobster onto his plate, Hatch looked at his old classmate. He'd grown paunchy, a little slow, but otherwise they'd picked up right where they left off 25 years before. The talkative kid with few brains but a big heart had obviously grown up into the adult equivalent. Donnie gave Hatch a suggestive leer. Come on, Donnie, Hatch said. Claire and I were just friends. Oh, yeah, friends. I don't think friends were caught kissing in Squeaker's Glen. It was just kissing, Mal, wasn't it? That was a long time ago. I don't remember every detail of my every romance. Nothing like first love, though, eh, Mal? Donnie chuckled, one goggle eye winking below the mop of carrot-colored hair. She's around here somewhere. Anyway, you'll have to look elsewhere, 'cause she ended up... Suddenly, Hatch had heard enough about Claire. I'm holding up the line, he interrupted. You sure are. I'll see you later. Donnie waved his fork with another grin, expertly flipping open more layers of seaweed to expose another row of gleaming red lobsters. So Donnie needs a job, Hatch thought as he headed back toward the table of honor. Wouldn't hurt for Thalassa to hire a few locals. He found a seat at the table between Bill Bands, the editor of the paper, and Bud Roll. Captain Needleman was 2 seats down, next to Mayor Jasper Fitzgerald and the local congregational minister, Woody Clay. On the far side of Clay sat Lyle Streeter. Hatch looked at the 2 locals curiously. Jasper Fitzgerald's father had run the local funeral home, and no doubt the son had inherited it. Fitzgerald was in his early 50s, a florid man with handlebar mustaches, alligator-clip suspenders, and a baritone voice that carried like a contrabassoon. Hatch's eyes traveled to Woody Clay. He's obviously an outsider, he thought. Clay was, in almost every way, the opposite of Fitzgerald. He had the spare frame of an ascetic, coupled with the hollow, spiritual face of a saint just in from the desert. But there was also a crabbed, narrow intensity to his gaze. Hatch could see he was ill at ease being part of the table of honor. He was one of those people who spoke to you in a low voice, as if he didn't want anyone else to overhear, evident from his low-pitched conversation with Streeter. Hatch wondered what the minister was saying that was making the team leader look so uncomfortable. "Seen the paper, Malin?" Bill Bands interrupted Hatch's thoughts with his characteristic lazy drawl. As a young man, Bands had seen the front page at the local cinema. Ever since, his views of what a newsman should look like had never altered. His sleeves were always rolled, even on the coldest day, and he'd worn a green visor so long that today his forehead seemed lonely without it. "No, I haven't," Hatch replied. "I didn't know it was out." "Just this morning," Bands answered. "Yep. Think you'll like it. Wrote the lead article myself. With your help, of course." He touched a finger to his nose, as if to say, "You keep me in the pipeline, and I'll keep the good words flowing." Hatch made a mental note to stop by the superette that evening for a copy. Various instruments for lobster dissection lay on the table. Hammers, crackers, and wooden mallets, all slick with lobster gore. 2 great bowls in the center were heaped with broken shells and split carapaces. Everyone was pounding, cracking, and eating. Glancing around the pavilion, Hatch could see that Wapner had somehow ended up at the table with the workers from the local lobsterman's co-op. He could just catch Wapner's abrasive voice drifting on the wind. "Did you know," the cryptanalyst was saying, "that biologically speaking, lobsters are basically insects? When you really get down to it, they're big red underwater cockroaches." Hatch turned away and took another generous pull on his beer. This was turning out to be bearable after all. Perhaps more than bearable. He was sure that everyone in town knew his story, word for word. Yet, perhaps out of politeness, perhaps out of pure rural bashfulness, not a word had been said. For that, he was grateful. He looked across the crowd, scanning for familiar faces. He saw Christopher St. John, sandwiched at a table between two overweight locals, apparently contemplating how to dismantle his lobster while making the least degree of mess. Hatch's eyes roved farther, and he picked out Kai Estenson, proprietor of the hardware store, and Tyra Thompson, commandant of the free library, not looking a day older than when she used to shoo him and Johnny out of the building for telling jokes and giggling too loudly. Guess it's true what they say about vinegar being a preservative, he thought. Then, in a flash of recognition, he saw the white head and stooped shoulders of Dr. Horn, his old biology teacher, standing on the outskirts of the pavilion as if not deigning to soil his hands with lobster ruin. Dr. Horn, who'd graded him more toughly than any graduate school professor ever did, who told him he'd seen roadkill that was better dissected than the frogs Hatch worked on. The intimidating, yet fiercely supportive Dr. Horn, who more than any other person had fired Hatch's interest in science and medicine. Hatch was surprised and relieved to see him still among the living. Looking away, Hatch turned toward Bud, who was sucking lobster meat out of a leg. "Tell me about Woody Clay," Hatch said. Bud tossed the leg into the nearest bowl. "Reverend Clay? He's the minister. Used to be a hippie, I hear." "Where'd he come from?" asked Hatch. "Somewhere down around Boston. Came up here 20 years ago to do some preaching. Decided to stay. They say he gave away a big inheritance when he took the cloth." Bud sliced open the tail with an expert hand and extracted it in one piece. There was a hesitant note in his voice that puzzled Hatch. "Why'd he stay?" Hatch asked. "Oh, liked the place, probably. You know how it goes." Bud fell silent as he polished off the tail. Hatch glanced over at Clay, who was no longer talking to Streeter. As he examined the intense face curiously, the man suddenly looked up and met his gaze. Hatch looked away awkwardly, turning back toward Bud Roll, only to find that the grocer had gone off in search of more lobster. Out of the corner of his eye he could see the minister rise from the table and approach. "Malin Hatch," the man said, extending his hand. "I'm Reverend Clay." "Nice to meet you, Reverend." Hatch stood up and took the cold, tentative hand. Clay hesitated a moment, then gestured at the empty chair. "May I?" "If Bud doesn't mind, I don't," Hatch said. The minister awkwardly eased his angular frame into the small chair, his bony knees sticking up almost to the level of the table, and turned a pair of large, intense eyes on Hatch. "I've seen all the activity out at Ragged Island," he began in a low voice. "I've heard it, too. Banging and clanging, by night as well as by day." "Guess we're a little like the post office," Hatch said, trying to sound light-hearted, uncertain of where this was heading. "We never sleep." If Clay was amused, he didn't show it. "This operation must be costing somebody a good deal," he said, raising his eyebrows to make it a question. "We've got investors," Hatch said. "Investors," Clay repeated. "That's when somebody gives you $10 and hopes you'll give back 20. "You could put it that way." Clay nodded. "My father loved money, too. Not that it made him a happier man, or prolonged his life by even an hour. When he died, I inherited his stocks and bonds. The accountant called it a portfolio. When I got to looking into it, I found tobacco companies, mining companies tearing down whole mountains, timber companies that were clear-cutting virgin forests." As he spoke, his eyes never strayed from Hatch's. "I see," Hatch said at last. "Here my father had given money to these people, hoping they'd give back twice as much. And that's just what had happened. They'd given back 2, 3, or 4 times more. And now all these immoral gains were mine. Hatch nodded. Clay lowered his head and his voice. May I ask, how much wealth, exactly, you and your investors hope to gain from all this? Something in the way the minister pronounced wealth made Hatch more wary, but to refuse to answer the question would be a mistake. Let's just say it's well into 7 figures, he replied. Clay nodded slowly. I'm a direct man, he began, and I'm not good at small talk. I never learned how to say things gracefully, so I just say them the best way I can. I don't like this treasure hunt. I'm sorry to hear that, Hatch replied. Clay blinked back at him intently. I don't like all these people coming into our town and throwing their money around. From the beginning, Hatch had steeled himself against the possibility of such a response. Now that he was hearing it at last, he felt strangely relaxed. I'm not sure that the other townspeople share your disdain of money, he said evenly. Many of these people have been poor all their lives. They didn't have the luxury of choosing poverty as you did. Clay's face tightened, and Hatch could see he'd hit a nerve. Money isn't the panacea people think it is, the minister continued. You know that as well as I. These people have their dignity. Money will ruin this town. It'll spoil the lobstering, spoil the tranquility, spoil everything. And the poorest people won't see any of that money anyway. They'll be pushed out by development, by progress. Hatch did not reply. On one level, he understood what Clay was saying. It would be a tragedy if Stormhaven turned into another overdeveloped, overpriced summer playground like Booth Bay Harbor down the coast. But that didn't seem likely, whether or not the Lassa succeeded. There's not much I can say, Hatch said. The operation will be over in a matter of weeks. How long it takes isn't the point, Clay said, a strident note entering his voice. The point is the motivation behind it. This treasure hunt is about greed. Pure, naked greed. Already, a man lost his legs. No good will come of this. That island is a bad place. Cursed, if you care to call it that. I'm not superstitious, but God has a way of punishing those with impure motives. Hatch's feeling of calm suddenly dissolved in a flood of anger. Our town. Impure motives. If you'd grown up in this town, you'd know why I'm doing this, he snapped. Don't presume to know what my motives are. I don't presume anything, Clay said, his lanky body stiffening like a spring. I know. I may not have grown up in this town, but I at least know what's in its best interests. Everyone here's been seduced by this treasure hunt, by the promise of easy money. But not me, by the Lord God, not me. I'm going to protect this town. Protect it from you and from itself. Reverend Clay, I think you should read your Bible before you start throwing around accusations like that. Judge not, that ye be not judged. Hatch realized he was shouting, voice shaking with anger. The surrounding tables had fallen silent, the people staring down at their plates. Abruptly he rose, strode past the silent, white-faced Clay, and made for the dark ruins of the fort across the meadow. Chapter 17. The fort was dark and chill with damp. Swallows flitted about the interior of the granite tower, whipping back and forth like bullets in the sunlight that angled sharply through the ancient gun ports. Hatch entered through the stone archway and paused, breathing heavily, trying to recover his composure. Despite himself, he'd allowed the minister to provoke him. Half the town had seen it, and the half that hadn't would soon know about it. He took a seat on an outcropping of the stone foundation. No doubt Clay had been talking to others. Hatch doubted most people would listen, except perhaps the lobstermen. They could be a superstitious lot, and talk about curses might weigh heavily. And then that remark about the dig ruining the lobstering. Hatch just hoped it was going to be a good season. Slowly he calmed down, letting the peace of the fort wash away his anger, listening to the faint clamor of the festival across the meadow. He really had to control himself better. The man was an obnoxious prig, but he wasn't worth flying off the handle over. It was a tranquil, womb-like space, and Hatch felt he could stay there, enjoying the coolness for hours. But he knew he should be returning to the festival, putting up a nonchalant front, smoothing things over. In any case, he needed to be back before the inevitable speeches began. He stood up and turned to go, and saw with surprise a stooped figure waiting in the shadows of the archway. It stepped forward into a shaft of light. "Professor Horn!" Hatch cried. The man's canny old face crinkled with delight. "I wondered when you'd notice me," he said, advancing with his cane. He shook Hatch's hand warmly. "That was quite a little scene back there." Hatch shook his head. "I lost my temper, like an idiot. What is it about that man that gets my goat?" "No mystery there. Clay is awkward, socially inept, morally rigid. But beneath that bitter exterior there beats a heart as big and generous as the ocean. As violent and unknowable, too, I'll bet. He's a complex man, Malin. Don't underestimate him." The professor grasped Hatch's shoulder. "Enough about the Reverend. By God, Malin, you're looking well. I'm prodigiously proud of you. Harvard Medical School, research position at Mount Auburn. You were always a smart boy. Too bad it didn't always equate to being a good student." "I owe a lot of it to you," Hatch said. He remembered afternoons in the professor's huge Victorian house in the back meadows, poring over his collections of rocks, beetles, and butterflies, in those last years before leaving Stormhaven. "Nonsense. I still have your bird nest collection, by the way. Never knew where to send it after you left." Hatch felt a twinge of guilt. It had never occurred to him that the august professor would have wanted to hear from him. "I'm surprised you didn't throw that junk away." "Actually, it was a remarkably good collection." He shifted his hand to Hatch's arm and held it in a bony clasp. "See me out the fort and across the meadow, would you? I'm a little shaky on my wheels these days." "I would have gotten in touch." Hatch's voice trailed away. "Not a word. Not even a forwarding address," the professor said acidly. "Then I read about you in the Globe last year." Hatch turned away, feeling shame burning his face. The professor gave a gruff snort. "No matter. According to the actuarial tables, I should be dead. I'll be 89 next Thursday, and damn you if you don't bring me a present." They emerged into the sunlight of the meadow. Voices raised in laughter drifted toward them on the breeze. "You must have heard why I came back," Hatch said tentatively. "Who hasn't?" was the tart reply. The professor offered nothing further, and they walked on in silence for a moment. "So?" Hatch said at last. The old man looked at him inquiringly. "So drop the other shoe," Hatch continued. "What do you think of this treasure hunt?" The professor walked on for a minute, then stopped and turned toward Malin, lowering his arm as he did so. "Remember, you asked," he said. Hatch nodded. "I think you're a goddamned fool."
There was a moment of stunned surprise. He'd been prepared for Clay, but not for this.
What makes you say that?
You, of all the people on this earth, should know better. Whatever's down there, you won't get it out.
Look, Dr. Horn, we've got technology those old treasure hunters never even dreamed of. Hard-body sonar, proton magnetometers, a photo reconnaissance satellite downlink. We've got $20 million in funding, and we even have the private journal of the man who designed the pit.
Hatch's voice had risen. He suddenly realized that it was very important for him to have this man's good opinion. Dr. Horn shook his head. Malin, for almost a century I've seen them come and go. Everyone had the latest equipment. Everyone had gobs of money. Everyone had some crucial piece of information, some brilliant insight. It was always going to be different, and they all ended up the same. Bankruptcy, misery, even death. He glanced at Hatch. Have you found any treasure yet?
Well, not yet, Hatch said.
There's been one small problem. We knew that the pit must have an underground flood tunnel leading to the sea. That's why it's always filled with water. We used dye to locate the flood tunnel's exit on the sea floor. Only, it seems there's not one flood tunnel, but 5, and— I see, Dr. Horn interrupted. Just one small problem. I've heard that before, too. Maybe you'll solve your problem. Only then there will be another problem, and another, until you're all bankrupt, or dead, or both.
But this will be different, Hatch cried. You can't tell me it's impossible to raise the treasure. What man created, man can defeat.
The professor suddenly gripped Hatch's arm again. He had alarmingly strong hands, corded like ancient tree roots, sinewy and dry. I knew your grandfather, Malin. He was a lot like you. Young, smart as hell, promising career ahead of him, terrific enthusiasm for life. What you just said is exactly what he said to me, word for word, 50 years ago. He lowered his voice to a fierce whisper. Look at the legacy he left your family. You asked my opinion, so here it is in a nutshell. Go back to Boston, before history repeats itself. He turned brusquely and hobbled off, his cane flicking irritably through the grass, until he had disappeared over the brow of the hill. Chapter 18. The next morning, a little bleary-eyed from the beer of the previous day, Hatch closeted himself in the medical hut, laying out instruments and taking inventory. There had been a number of injuries over the last several days, but nothing more serious than a few scrapes and a cracked rib. As he moved through his shelves, checking against a printed master list, he could hear the monotonous hiss of surf from the nearby reefs. The sun struggled wanly through the metal-sided window, attenuated by the omnipresent curtain of mist. Finishing the inventory, Hatch hung his clipboard beside the shelves and glanced out the window. He could see the tall, slope-shouldered form of Christopher St. John walking gingerly over the rough ground of base camp. The Englishman dodged a heavy cable and a length of PVC pipe, then ducked into Wapner's quarters, his unruly gray hair barely clearing the doorframe. Hatch stood for a moment, then picked up the 2 black binders and exited the medical office, following the historian. Maybe there was some progress to report on the code. Wapner's base camp office was, if anything, even more messy than his stateroom on the Cerberus. Small to begin with, banks of monitoring and servo-control equipment made it claustrophobic. Wapner occupied the office's lone chair, crammed into a far corner by the relay racks that surrounded him. Cold air was blasting from 2 ducts overhead, and a massive air conditioner grumbled on the far side of the wall. Despite the air conditioning, the room was stuffy with hot electronics, and as Hatch walked in, St. John was looking for a place to hang his jacket. His search unsuccessful, he laid it carefully on a nearby console. "Geez," said Wapner, "you lay your hairy old tweed there and it's going to short-circuit the whole works." Frowning, St. John picked it up again.
"Carrie, do you have a minute?" he said. "We really need to discuss this problem with the code."
"Do I look like I have a minute?" came the response. Wapner leaned away from his terminal with a glare. "I've just now finished an all-island diagnostic. The whole ball of wax, right down to the microcode. Took an hour, even at maximum bandwidth. Everything checks out. Pumps, compressors, servos, you name it. No problems or discrepancies of any kind." "That's great," Hatch broke in. Wapner looked at him incredulously. "Grow a brain, will you? Great? It's friggin' terrible." "I don't understand." "We had a system crash, remember? The goddamn pumps went south on us. Afterward, I compared the island computer system with Scylla over on the Cerberus, and guess what? The ROM chips on Charybdis here had been altered. Altered!" He angrily smacked one of the CPUs upside its cabinet. "And now I run the diagnostics again and everything's fine. Not only that, but the entire grid shows no deviations of any kind." Wapner leaned forward. "No deviations. Don't you get it? That's a physical and computational impossibility." St. John was glancing at the equipment around him, hands tucked behind his back. "Ghost in the machine, Carrie?" he ventured. Wapner ignored this. "I don't know much about computers," St. John continued, his plummy accent filling the air, "but I do know one term. GIGO. Garbage in, garbage out. Bite me. It's not the programming." "Ah, I see. Couldn't possibly be human error. As I recall, all it took was one incorrect Fortran equation to send Mariner 1 off on some outer space scavenger hunt, never to be heard from again." "The point is, things are working now," Hatch said. "So why not move on?" "Sure, and have it happen again. I want to know why all this shit failed at once." "You can't do anything about it now," St. John said. "Meanwhile, we're falling behind schedule on the cryptanalysis. Nothing's worked. I've done some more research, and I think we've been far too quick to dismiss—" "Shit on a stick!" Wapner snapped, wheeling toward him. "You're not going to start mumbling about polyalphabetics again, are you, old thing? Look, I'm going to modify the algorithm of my brute force attack, give it 50% system priority, really get things moving. Why don't you retire to your library? Come back at the end of the day with some useful ideas." St. John looked briefly at Wapner. Then he shrugged into his tweed and ducked back out into the gauzy morning light. Hatch followed him to his own office. "Thanks," Hatch said, passing the 2 folders to St. John. "He's right, you know," the historian said, taking a seat at his tidy desk and wearily pulling the old typewriter toward him. "It's just that I've tried everything else. I've based my attacks on all the encryption methods known during Macallan's time. I've approached it as an arithmetic problem, as an astronomic or astrologic system, as a foreign language code. Nothing." "What are polyalphabetics?" Hatch asked. St. John sighed. "A polyalphabetic cipher. It's quite simple, really. You see, most codes in Macallan's day were simple, monophonic substitutions. You had the regular alphabet, then you had a cipher alphabet, all higgledy-piggledy. To encode something, you simply looked up which cipher letter matched the next regular letter in your document. Maybe the code for S was Y, and the code for E was Z. So when you coded the word C, you'd get YZZ.
That's how the cryptograms in your local newspaper work.
Seems clear enough.
Yes, but it's not a very secure system. So what if you had several different cipher alphabets to work with? Let's say instead of just one, you had 10. And as you encrypted your document letter by letter, you'd move through all 10 cipher alphabets, and then start over again with the first. That's a polyalphabetic cipher. Now, C wouldn't just be YZZ. Each letter would be coded from a different cipher table.
Sounds difficult to crack.
Yes, they are very difficult. But Carey's point is that polyalphabetics weren't used in Macallan's day. Oh, people knew about them, but they were considered too time-consuming, too prone to error.
St. John sighed again.
But in this case, the biggest problem is one of concealment. If Macallan used a polyalphabetic cipher, how could he have safely hidden all the code alphabet tables he would have needed? Just one chance look at those by Red Ned Ockham would give the whole game away. And as bright as it was, he couldn't have memorized them.
If you think there's the chance it's a polyalphabetic code, why don't you try cracking it on your own? The corners of St. John's lips lifted in what might have been a smile.
If I had 2 months, I'd be happy to give it a try. But I don't. Besides, I have no idea how long a key he was using, if any, or how liberally he'd strewn his nulls.
Nulls?
Nihil importantes. Letters that don't stand for anything, but are tossed in to confuse the code-breaker.
A boat horn sounded outside, deep and mysterious, and Hatch checked his watch. "It's 10, he said. "I'd better go. They'll be sealing the flood tunnels and draining the water pit in a few minutes. Good luck with Carey." Chapter 19. Leaving base camp, Hatch began jogging up the path toward Orthanc, eager to see the new structure that had materialized over the water pit in just 48 hours. Even before he reached the crest of the island, he could make out the glassed-in observation tower, a narrow deck running around its outer edge. As he drew closer, he could see the massive supports that suspended the derrick almost 40 feet above the sandy ground. Winches and cables dangled from the underside of the tower, reaching down into the darkness of the pit.
My God, Hatch thought. They must be able to see this thing from the mainland.
With this, his thoughts drifted back to the lobster festival and to what Clay and his old teacher had said. He knew that Professor Horn would keep his opinions to himself. Clay, though, was another matter. So far, public sentiment toward the Lhasa seemed overwhelmingly favorable. He'd have to be careful to keep it that way. Even before the festival had come to a close, he'd spoken to Needleman about giving Donnie Truitt a job. The captain had promptly added him to the excavation crew that would start digging at the bottom of the water pit as soon as it was drained. Hatch approached the derrick and climbed the external ladder. The view from the observation deck was magnificent. The ever-present mist was breaking into tatters under the hot summer sun, and he could just make out the dark purple stripe of the mainland. The sun glinted off the ocean, turning it the color of beaten metal, and the surf broke over the windward reefs, surrounding them with spume and a line of drifting wrack. A phrase from Rupert Brooke surfaced unbidden in his mind. The little dulling edge of foam that browns and dwindles as the wave goes home. He raised his head at the sound of voices. On the far side of the observation deck he could see Isabelle Bonterre, her wetsuit shining damply in the sun. She was leaning over the railing, twisting the excess water out of her hair and talking animatedly to Needleman. As Hatch strolled over, she turned to him with a grin.
"Well, well, the man who saved my life."
"How's your wound?" Hatch replied.
"De rien, monsieur le docteur. I was out diving this morning at 6, no doubt while you were still snoring the loud snores. And you will not believe what I have discovered.
Hatch glanced at Needleman, who was nodding and puffing on his pipe, clearly pleased.
"That stone foundation I found on the seabed the other day," she continued. "It runs along the inside wall of the reefs, all around the southern end of the island. I traced the remains this morning. There is only one explanation for it. The foundation to an ancient cofferdam."
An ancient cofferdam? Built around the end of the island? But why? Even as Hatch asked the question, he realized the answer.
"Jesus,"
he exhaled. Bonterre grinned.
"The pirates built a semicircular dam all along the southern reefs. They sunk wooden pilings, arcing out from the shore into the shallow water, then coming back to land again, like a stockade fence in the sea. I found tracings of pitch and oakum, which they probably used to make the pilings watertight. Then they pumped out the seawater, exposed the seafloor around the beach, and excavated the 5 flood tunnels. When they were done, they simply destroyed the cofferdam and let the water back in. Et voila! The traps were set."
"Yes," Needleman added. "Almost obvious when you think of it. How else could they build underwater flood tunnels without the benefit of scuba gear? McAllen was an engineer as well as an architect. He advised on the construction of Old Battersea Bridge, so he knew about shallow water construction. He undoubtedly planned all of this, down to the last detail."
"A cofferdam around the entire end of the island?" Hatch said. "Sounds like a huge task."
"Huge, yes. But remember, he had over 1,000 enthusiastic laborers to do it, and they had enormous chain pumps from the bilges of their ships." There was another blast from a boat horn, and Needleman checked his watch. 15 minutes until we blow the explosives and seal those 5 flood tunnels. The mist is clearing nicely. We should have a fine view. Come on inside." The captain ushered them inside Orthanc. Beneath the windows that lined the walls of the tower, Hatch could see banks of equipment and horizontally mounted monitors. Magnuson and Rankin, the geologist, stood at stations in opposite corners of the tower, while a couple of technicians Hatch didn't recognize were busy wiring and testing components. Against one wall, a series of screens showed closed-circuit video feeds from around the island. The command center, the mouth of the pit, the interior of Orthanc itself. The most remarkable feature of the tower was a massive glass plate that occupied the center of the floor. Hatch stepped forward and gazed down into the maw of the water pit. "Watch this," Needleman said, flicking a switch on a nearby console. A powerful mercury arc lamp snapped on, its beams stabbing down into the darkness. Below, the pit was drowned in seawater. Bits of seaweed floated in the water, and brine shrimp, attracted by the light, jerked and played just below the surface. A few feet into the murky water, he could make out stumps of old timbers, heavy with barnacles, their ragged lengths disappearing into the depths. The fat, metal-jointed pump hose ran along the ground and over the side of the pit, joining 6 other, narrower cables and feeder lines. "The throat of the beast," Needleman said with grim satisfaction. He swept his hand over the consoles ranged beneath the windows. "We've equipped the tower with the latest remote sensing equipment, including L-band and X-band synthetic aperture downward-pointing radar, all with dedicated links to the base camp computer." He checked his watch again. "Dr. Magnuson, is the comm station in order?"
"Yes, Captain," the engineer said, brushing her short hair back. "All 5 marker buoys are transmitting clearly, ready for your arming signal."
"Is Wapner in Island 1?
"I beeped him about 5 minutes ago. He should be there shortly if he isn't already."
Needleman strode toward a bank of controls and snapped the radio to life. "Naiad and Grampus, this is Orthanc. Do you read?" The boats acknowledged. "Take your stations. We blow the charges in 10 minutes." Hatch moved to the window. The mist had retreated to a distant haze, and he could see the two launches power away from the pier and take up positions offshore. Ringing the inside of the reef along the southern end of the island, he could make out the 5 electronic buoys that marked the flood tunnel exits. Each flood tunnel, he knew, had now been mined with several pounds of Semtex. The buoy antennas winked in the light, ready to receive the detonation signals. "Island 1 report," Needleman spoke into the radio.
"Wapner here."
"Are the monitoring systems online?"
"Yes. Everything's hunky-dory."
Wapner sounded dejected. "Good. Advise me of any changes."
"Captain, why am I here?" the voice complained. "The tower's fully networked, and you're going to be running the pumps manually. Anything you need to do, you can do there. I should be working on that damn code."
"I don't want any more surprises," Needleman replied. "We'll set off the charges, seal the flood tunnels, then pump the water out of the pit. You should be curled up with that journal again in no time." There was a flurry of activity below, and Hatch could see Streeter directing a team into position around the pump hose. Bonterre came back in from the deck, her hair streaming behind her.
"How long until the fireworks start?" she asked.
5 minutes, said Needleman.
"How exciting. I love a big explosion."
She looked at Hatch with a wink. "Dr. Magnuson," Needleman said, "a final check, if you please."
"Certainly, Captain."
There was a brief silence.
"Everything's green. Comm signals are good. Pumps primed and idling."
Rankin gestured Hatch over and pointed toward a screen.
"Check it out."
The screen showed a cross-section of the pit, marked in 10-foot intervals down to 100 feet. A blue column sat inside the cross-section, level with the surface.
"We were able to snake a miniature depth meter into the pit," he said excitedly. "Streeter sent a dive team down earlier, but they couldn't get farther than 30 feet because of all the debris clogging the works. You wouldn't believe how much junk is collected down there."
He nodded at the screen.
"With this, we'll be able to monitor the water level drop from here."
"All stations listen up," Needleman said. "We'll blow in series." A silence fell in the observation tower.
"Arming 1 through 5,
Magnuson said quietly, her stubby fingers moving across a console. 10 seconds, Needleman murmured. The atmosphere deepened. "Fire 1. Hatch looked seaward. For a pregnant moment all seemed still. Then an enormous geyser ripped out of the ocean, shot from within by orange light. A second later, the shock wave shivered the windows of the observation deck. The sound rumbled across the water, and 30 seconds later a faint answering rumble echoed back from the mainland. The geyser ascended in a strange kind of slow motion, followed by a haze of pulverized rock, mud, and seaweed. As it began falling back in a dirty plume, steep-walled waves spread out across the ocean, beating against the chop. Naiad, the nearer of the two boats, rocked crazily in the sudden swell. "Fire 2, Needleman said, and a second explosion ripped the underwater reef 100 yards from the first. One by one he detonated the underwater explosives, until it seemed to Hatch that the entire southern coast of Ragged Island had been caught in a lashing waterstorm. Too bad it's not Sunday, he thought. We'd have done Clay a favor, waking all those people asleep at his sermon. There was a brief pause while the water settled and dive teams examined the results. After receiving word that all 5 tunnel entrances were sealed, Needleman turned to Magnuson. "Set the outflow valves on the pumps," he said. "Maintain a 20,000 GPM rate of flow out of the pit. Streeter, have your team stand by." Radio in hand, he turned toward the group assembled in the tower. "Let's drain the water pit," he said. There was a roar on the southern shore as the pump engines came to life. Almost simultaneously, Hatch heard a great, reluctant throbbing from the pit as water was sucked up from its depths. Looking down, he could see the thick hose stiffening as the water began its journey out of the pit, across the island, and back to the ocean. Rankin and Bonterre were glued to the depth display, while Magnuson was monitoring the pump subsystem. The tower began to vibrate slightly. A few minutes passed. "Water level down 5 feet, Magnuson said. Needleman leaned toward Hatch. "Tidal displacement here is 8 feet, he said. Water never drops lower than 8 feet in the pit, even at the lowest tide. Once we reach 10 feet, we'll know we've won." There was an endless, tense moment. Then Magnuson lifted her face from a dial. "Water level down 10 feet, she said matter-of-factly. The team looked at each other. Then, suddenly, Needleman broke into a broad grin. In an instant, Orthank's observation tower became a place of happy bedlam. Bonne Terre whistled loudly and jumped into the arms of a surprised Rankin. The technicians slapped each other's backs enthusiastically. Even Magnuson's lips twisted into what might have been a smile before she returned her gaze to the monitor. Amid the clapping and cheering, someone produced a bottle of Veuve Clicquot and some plastic champagne glasses. "We did it, by God," Needleman said, shaking hands around the room. "We're draining the water pit." He reached for the champagne, tore off the foil, and popped the cork. "This place got its name for a reason," he said, pouring glasses. Hatch thought he could detect an emotional tremor in the captain's voice. "For 200 years the enemy has been the water. Until the water pit could be drained, there could be no recovery of the treasure. But, my friends, as of tomorrow, this place will need a different name. My thanks and congratulations to you all." He raised his glass. Faint cheers resounded across the island. "Water level down 15 feet, Magnuson said. Holding his champagne in one hand, Hatch walked toward the center of the room and looked down into the glass. It was unsettling, looking into the mouth of the pit. Streeter's team was standing beside the enormous hose, monitoring the flow. As the water was pumped out at a rate of 20,000 GPM, one swimming pool's worth of water every 2 minutes, Hatch thought he could actually see the surface level dropping. It crept down the seaweed-covered beams, exposing, millimeter by millimeter, the barnacle and kelp-encrusted walls. Perversely, he found himself struggling with a strange feeling of regret. It seemed anticlimactic, almost unfair, that they should accomplish in less than 2 weeks what 200 years of pain, suffering, and death had been unable to achieve. Needleman was at the radio. "This is the captain speaking." His voice echoed across the island and out over the dark water. "I am hereby exercising my right as acting commander of this venture. All non-essential personnel may have the afternoon off." Another cheer went up, general across the island. Hatch glanced over at Magnuson, wondering what she was studying so intently. "Captain?" Rankin said, staring at his own screen once again. Seeing his expression, Bonne Terre moved toward him, pressing her own face close to the monitor. "Captain?" Rankin said in a louder tone. Needleman, in the midst of pouring more champagne, turned toward the geologist. Rankin gestured toward the screen. "The water's no longer dropping." There was a silence as all eyes turned to the glass floor. A faint but continuous hissing began to rise from the pit. The dark surface of the water swirled as bubbles came streaming out of the black depths. Needleman stepped away from the glass window. "Increase the pump rate to 30, he said in a quiet voice. "Yes, sir," Magnuson said. The roar from the southern end of the island grew stronger. Without a word, Hatch joined Rankin and Bonne Terre at the geologist's screen. The blue band of water had dropped midway between the 10 and 20-foot marks. As they watched, the band wavered on the screen, then began creeping slowly, inexorably upward. "The water's back to 15 feet, Magnuson said. "How can that be?" Hatch asked. "The flood tunnels have all been sealed. No water can get into the pit." Needleman spoke into the radio. "Streeter, what's the red line on those pumps?" 40,000 is the rating, sir," came the response. I didn't ask what they were rated to. I asked where the red line was.
50,000.
But, Captain, he turned to Magnuson. Do it. Outside, the roar of the pump engines became almost deafening, and the tower shook violently from their effort. Nobody spoke as all eyes were locked on the monitors. As Hatch watched, the blue line steadied once again and wavered, almost seeming to drop a bit. He exhaled gradually, realizing he had been holding his breath.
Grande Mer du Noir,
Bonterre whispered. In disbelief, Hatch saw the level in the pit begin to rise again. We're back at 10 feet, Magnuson said implacably. Give me 60 on the pumps, Needleman said.
Sir,
the voice of Streeter crackled over the radio.
We can't push the—
Do it, Needleman barked at Magnuson, his voice hard, his lips compressed into narrow white lines. The engineer resolutely turned the dials. Once again Hatch found himself drawn to the observation port. Below he could see Streeter's team bolting additional metal straps around the pump hose, which was twitching and thrashing like a live thing. Hatch tensed, aware that if the hose burst, the water pressure at 60,000 gallons per minute could cut a person in two. The roar of the pumps had become a howl, a banshee-like cry that seemed to fill his head with its pressure. He could feel the island shuddering under his feet. Small bits of dirt shook free from the mouth of the pit and dropped into the dark, roiling water below. The green line wavered, but did not sink.
Captain,
Streeter cried again.
The forward seal is beginning to fail.
Needleman stood motionless, staring into the pit as if transfixed.
Captain,
the voice of Streeter cried over the radio, struggling above the noise.
If the hose blows, it could take out Orthanc.
As Hatch opened his mouth to speak, Needleman turned abruptly toward Magnuson.
Kill the pumps, he said.
In the descending silence that followed, Hatch could hear the groans and whispers of the water pit beneath them.
Water level returning to normal, sir,
Magnuson said without turning from her console.
This is bullshit, man,
Rankin muttered, snapping through sonar readings.
We sealed all 5 tunnels. This is going to be one hell of a problem.
Needleman half turned his head at this, and Hatch could see the chiseled profile, the hard glitter in the eyes. It's not a problem, he said in a low, strange voice. We'll simply do what McCallan did. We'll coffer down the shore. Chapter 20. At 9:45 that evening, Hatch emerged from the boarding hatch of the Cerberus and walked across the gangway to his own boat. At the end of the working day, he'd motored over to the big ship to inspect the CBC machine he'd be using if blood work was needed for any of the expedition members. While on board, he'd struck up a conversation with the Lass's quartermaster, and in short order had been invited to stay for dinner in the ship's galley and to meet the half-dozen occupants. At last, full of vegetable lasagna and espresso, he'd said his farewells to the easy-going crewmen and lab technicians and headed back through the white corridors toward the exit hatch. Along the way, he'd passed the door to Wapner's stateroom. For a moment, he'd considered checking in with the programmer, but decided the unpleasant reception he was sure to get outweighed the benefits of a status report. Now, back on the plain Jane, he powered up the engine, cast off the lines, and pointed the boat into the warm night. The distant lights of the mainland were strung out across the dark, and a nearer cluster on Ragged Island glowed softly through the mantle of mist. Venus hung low over the western horizon, reflected in the water as a wavering thread of white. The motor ran a little roughly, but eased as Hatch moved the throttle forward. A glowing trail of phosphorescence sprang from the boat's stern, sparks swirling from a green fire. Hatch sighed contentedly, looking forward to the placid journey ahead, despite the lateness of the hour. Suddenly, the roughness returned. Quickly, Hatch cut the motor and let the boat drift. Feels like water in the fuel line, he thought. With a sigh, he went forward for a flashlight and some tools, then returned to the cockpit and pulled up the deck pads, exposing the engine beneath. He licked the beam about, searching for the fuel water separator. Locating it, he reached in and unscrewed the small bowl. Sure enough, it was full of dark liquid. Emptying it over the side, he bent forward again to replace it. Then he stopped. In the silence left by the killing of his engine, Hatch could make out a sound, coming toward him out of the nocturnal stillness. He paused and listened, uncomprehending for a moment. Then he recognized it. A woman's voice, low and melodious, singing an enchanting aria. He stood up and turned involuntarily in the direction of the voice. It floated across the dark waves, bewitchingly out of place, ravishing in its note of sweet suffering. Hatch waited, listening as if transfixed. As he looked across the expanse of water, he saw it was coming from the dark form of the Griffin, its running lights extinguished. A single point of red glowed out from Needleman's vessel. Through his binoculars he could see it was the captain, smoking his pipe on the forward deck. Hatch closed the deck pads, then tried the engine again. It sprang to life on the second crank, running sweet and clear. Hatch eased the throttle forward and, on an impulse, moved slowly toward the Griffin. "Evening," said the captain as he approached, the quiet voice unnaturally clear in the night air. "And to you too," said Hatch, putting the plain Jane into neutral. "I'd bet my eye teeth that's Mozart, but I don't know the opera. The Marriage of Figaro, perhaps?" The captain shook his head. "It's Zeffirelli Lusinghieri." "Ah, from Idomeneo." "Yes. Sylvia McNair sings it beautifully, doesn't she? Are you a fan of opera?" "My mother was. Every Saturday afternoon the radio would fill our house with trios and tuttis. I've only learned to appreciate it these last 5 years or so." There was a moment of silence. "Care to come aboard?" Needleman asked suddenly. Hatch tied the plain Jane to the rail, killed the engine, and hopped over, the captain giving him a hand up. There was a glow from the pipe, and Needleman's face was briefly illuminated with a reddish aura, accentuating the hollows of his cheeks and eyes. A wink of precious metal shone from the pilot-house as the curl of gold reflected the moonlight. They stood at the rail, silent, listening to the final dying notes of the aria. When it ended and the recitative began, Needleman breathed deeply, then rapped out his dawdle on the side of the boat. "Why haven't you ever asked me to quit smoking?" he asked. "Every doctor I've ever known has tried to get me to quit except you." Hatch considered this. "It seems to me I'd be wasting my breath." Needleman gave a soft laugh. "You know me well enough, then. Shall we go below for a glass of port?" Hatch shot a surprised glance at the captain. Just that night in the galley of the Cerberus, he'd heard that nobody was ever invited below on the Griffin, that nobody, in fact, even knew what it looked like. The captain, although personable and friendly with his crew, always kept his distance. "Good thing I didn't start lecturing you on your vices, isn't it?" Hatch said. "Thanks, I'd love a glass of port." He followed Needleman into the pilot-house, then down the steps and under the low door. Another narrow half-flight of metal stairs, another door, and Hatch found himself in a large, low-ceilinged room. He looked around in wonder. The paneling was a rich, lustrous mahogany, carved in Georgian style and inlaid with mother-of-pearl. Delicate Tiffany-stained glass was set into each porthole, and leather banquettes were placed against the walls. At the far end a small fire glowed, filling the cabin with warmth and the faint, fragrant smell of birch. Glass-fronted library cabinets flanked either side of the mantelpiece. Hatch could see bound calfskin and the gleam of gold stamping. He moved forward to examine the titles. Hakluyt's Voyages, an early copy of Newton's Principia. Here and there, priceless illuminated manuscripts and other incunabula were arranged face outward. Hatch recognized a fine copy of Les Très Riches Heures du Duc de Berry. There was also a small shelf devoted to original editions of early pirate texts. Lionel Wafer's Bachelor's Delight, Alexander Esquemelion's Buccaneers of America, and A General History of the Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates by Charles Johnson. The library alone must have cost a small fortune. Hatch wondered if Needleman had furnished the boat with earnings from prior salvages. Beside one of the cabinets was a small seascape in a gilt frame. Hatch moved in for a closer look. Then he drew in his breath sharply.
"My God," he said. "This is a Turner, isn't it?"
Needleman nodded. "It's a study for his painting, Squall off Beachy Head, 1874.
"That's the one in the Tate?" Hatch said. "When I was in London a few years back, I tried sketching it several times."
"Are you a painter?" Needleman asked.
"I'm a dabbler. Watercolors, mostly."
Hatch stepped back, glancing around again. The other pictures that hung on the walls were not paintings, but precise copperplate engravings of botanical specimens, heavy flowers, odd grasses, exotic plants. Needleman approached a small baize-covered dry sink, laid with cut-glass ship's decanters and small glasses. Pulling 2 tumblers from their felt-covered moorings, he poured a few fingers of port in each. "Those engravings," he said, following Hatch's gaze, "are by Sir Joseph Banks, the botanist who accompanied Captain Cook on his first voyage around the world. They're plant specimens he collected in Botany Bay, shortly after they discovered Australia. It was the fantastic variety of plant specimens, you know, that caused Banks to give the bay its name."
"They're beautiful,"
murmured Hatch, accepting a glass. "They're probably the finest copperplate engravings ever made. What a fortunate man he was. A botanist, given the gift of a brand-new continent."
"Are you interested in botany?" Hatch asked.
"I'm interested in brand-new continents," Needleman said, staring into the fire. "But I was born a little too late. All those have been snapped up." He smiled quickly, covering what seemed like a wistful gleam in his eyes. "But in the water pit you have a mystery worthy of attention." "Yes," Needleman replied. "Perhaps the only one left. That's why I suppose setbacks such as today's shouldn't dismay me. Great mysteries don't yield up their secrets easily." There was a long silence as Hatch sipped his port. Most people he knew found silence in a conversation to be uncomfortable, but Needleman seemed to welcome it. "I meant to ask you," the captain said at last. "What did you think of our reception in town yesterday?"
"By and large, everyone seems happy with our presence here. We're certainly a boon to local business."
"Yes," Needleman replied. "But what do you mean, by and large?"
"Well, not everyone's a merchant." Hatch decided there was no point in being evasive.
"We seem to have aroused the moral opposition of the local minister."
Needleman gave a wry smile.
"The minister disapproves, does he? After 2,000 years of murder, inquisition, and intolerance, it's a wonder any Christian minister still feels he holds the moral high ground."
Hatch shifted a little uncomfortably. This was a voluble Needleman, quite unlike the cold figure that just a few hours before had ordered the pumps run at a critically dangerous level.
"They told Columbus his ship would fall off the earth, and they forced Galileo to publicly repudiate his greatest discovery."
Needleman fished his pipe out of his pocket and went through the elaborate ritual of lighting it.
"My father was a Lutheran minister himself," he said more quietly, shaking out the match. "I had quite enough to last me a lifetime."
"You don't believe in God?" Hatch asked.
Needleman gazed at Hatch in silence. Then he lowered his head. "To be honest, I've often wished I did. Religion played such a large role in my childhood that being without it now myself sometimes feels like a void. But I'm the kind of person who cannot believe in the absence of proof. It isn't something I have any control over. I must have proof."
He sipped his port.
"Why? Do you have any religious beliefs?"
Hatch turned toward him. "Well, yes, I do."
Needleman waited, smoking. But I don't care to discuss them. A smile spread over Needleman's face. Excellent. Can I give you a dividend? Hatch handed over his glass. That wasn't the only opposing voice I heard in town, he continued. I have an old friend, a teacher of natural history, who thinks we're going to fail. And you? Needleman asked coolly, busy with the port, not looking at him. I wouldn't be in it if I thought we'd fail. But I'd be lying if I said today's setback didn't give me pause. Malin, Needleman said almost gently as he returned the glass, I can't blame you for that. I confess to feeling a moment of something like despair when the pumps failed us. But there's not the slightest doubt in my mind that we'll succeed. I see now where we've gone wrong. I suppose there are even more than 5 flood tunnels, Hatch said. Or maybe some hydraulic trick was played on us. Undoubtedly. But that's not what I mean. You see, we've been focusing all our attention on the water pit. But I've realized the water pit is not our adversary. Hatch raised his eyebrows inquiringly, and the captain turned toward him, pipe clenched in one fist, eyes glittering brightly. It's not the pit. It's the man. McCallan, the designer. He's been one step ahead of us all the way. He's anticipated our moves, and those who came before us. Placing his glass on a felt-topped table, he walked over to the wall and swung open a wood panel, revealing a small safe. He punched several buttons on the adjoining keypad, and the safe door swung open. He reached inside, removed something, then turned and laid it on the table in front of Hatch. It was a quarto volume, bound in leather. McCallan's book, on sacred structures. The captain opened it with great care, caressing it with long fingers. There in the margins, next to the printed blocks of text, appeared a neat little hand in a pale brown wash that looked almost like watercolor. Line after line of monotonous characters, broken only by the occasional small, deft mechanical drawing of various joints, arches, braces, and cribbing. Needleman tapped the page. If the pit is McCallan's armor, then this is the soft joint where we can slip in the knife. Very soon now, we'll have the second half of the code deciphered, and with it, the key to the treasure. How can you be so sure this journal contains the secret to the pit? Hatch asked. Because nothing else makes sense. Why else would he have kept a secret journal, not only in code, but written in an invisible ink? Remember, Red Ned Occam needed McCallan to create an impregnable fortress for his treasure. A fortress that would not only resist looters, but would physically endanger them by drowning or crushing or whatever. But you don't create a bomb without knowing how to disarm it first. So McCallan would have had to create a secret way for Occam himself to remove his treasure when he chose. A hidden tunnel, perhaps, or a way to defuse the traps. It stands to reason McCallan would keep a record of it. He leveled his gaze at his guest. But this journal holds more than just the key to the pit. It gives us a window into the man's mind. And it is the man we must defeat. He spoke in the same low, strangely forceful tone that Hatch remembered from earlier in the day. Hatch bent over the book, inhaling the aroma of mildew, leather, dust, and dry rot. One thing surprises me, he said, and that's the thought of an architect, kidnapped and forced to work for pirates on some godforsaken island, having the presence of mind to keep a secret journal. Needleman nodded slowly. It's not the act of a faint-hearted man. Perhaps he wanted to leave a record for posterity of his most ingenious structure. I suppose it's hard to say what motivated him exactly. After all, the man was a bit of a cipher himself. There's a gap of 3 years in the historical record, following his leaving Cambridge, during which he seems to have disappeared, and his personal life as a whole remains a mystery. Take a look at this dedication. He carefully turned to the title page of the book, then slid it toward Hatch. With grateful admiration for showing the way, the author respectfully dedicates this humble work to Etta Onis. We've searched high and low, but haven't been able to determine the identity of this Etta Onis, Needleman went on. Was she McKellen's teacher, confidant, mistress? He carefully closed the book. It's the same with the rest of his life. I'm embarrassed to say that until you came along, I'd never even heard of the man, Hatch said. Most people haven't. But in his day he was a brilliant visionary, a true Renaissance man. He was born in 1657, the illegitimate but favored son of an earl. Like Milton, he claimed to have read every book then published in English, Latin, and Greek. He read law at Cambridge and was being groomed for a bishopric, but then apparently had some kind of secret conversion to Catholicism. He turned his attention to the arts, natural philosophy, and mathematics, and he was an extraordinary athlete, supposedly able to fling a coin so that it rang out against the vault of his largest cathedral. Needleman stood up, returned to the safe, and placed the volume within it. And an interest in hydraulics seems to extend through all his work. In this book he describes an ingenious aqueduct and siphon system he designed to supply water to Hounsbury Cathedral. He also sketched out a hydraulic system for locks on the Severn Canal. It was never built. It seemed a crazy idea at the time, but Magnuson did some modeling and believes it would have worked. Did Occam seek him out deliberately? Needleman smiled. Tempting to think so, isn't it? But highly doubtful. It was probably one of those fateful coincidences of history. Hatch nodded toward the safe. And how did you happen to come across that volume? Was that also a coincidence? Needleman's smile widened. No, not exactly. When I first started looking into the Ragged Island treasure, I did some research into Occam. You know that when his command ship was found floating derelict, all hands dead, it was towed into Plymouth and its contents sold at public auction. We managed to dig up the auctioneer's list at the London Public Records Office, and on it were the contents of a captain's chest full of books. Occam was an educated man, and I assumed this must be his personal library. One volume, On Sacred Structures, caught my eye. It stood out among the maps, French pornography, and naval works that made up the rest of the library. It took 3 years on and off, but we finally managed to track that volume down in a heap of rotting books in the undercroft of a half-ruined kirk in Glenfarclas, Scotland. He stood closer to the fire and spoke in a voice that was low, almost dreamlike. I'll never forget opening that book for the first time, and realizing that the ugly soiling in the margins was a white ink, only then becoming perceivable through the ravages of time and rot. At that moment, I knew that the water pit and its treasure were going to be mine. He fell silent, his pipe dead, the glowing coals of the fire weaving a mazy light through the darkening room. Chapter 21. Carrie Wapner walked jauntily up the cobbled street, whistling the theme from Star Wars. Every now and then he would stop long enough to snort derisively at the shop fronts he passed. Useless, all of them. Like that coast-to-coast hardware store there, sporting dusty tools and yard implements old enough to be pre-industrial. He knew full well there wasn't a decent software store within 300 miles. As for bagels, he'd have to cross at least 2 state lines before he found anyone who even knew what the damn word meant. He stopped abruptly in front of a crisp white Victorian structure. This had to be it, even if it did look more like an old house than a post office. The large American flag that hung from the porch and the Stormhaven ME 04564 sign sunk into the front lawn were dead giveaways. Opening the screen door, Wapner realized that it was a house. The post office itself took up the front parlor, while a strong smell of cooking indicated that domesticity was hidden farther within. He looked around the small room, shaking his head at the ancient bank of P.O. boxes and decade-old wanted posters, until his eyes fell on a large wooden counter marked Rosa Poundcook, Postmistress. On the far side of the counter sat the woman herself, gray head bent over a cross-stitch panel of a four-masted schooner. Wapner realized with surprise that there was no line, that in fact he was the only patron in the place. "Excuse me," he said, approaching the counter. "This is the post office, right?" "Yes, indeed," said Rosa, tightening one last stitch and carefully laying the panel on the arm of her rocker before raising her eyes. When she saw Wapner, she gave a start. "Oh my," she said, a hand moving involuntarily to her chin, as if to reassure herself that Wapner's straggly goatee wasn't catching. "That's good, because I'm expecting an important package by courier. See?" Wapner squinted at her from across the counter. "The Pony Express delivers to these parts, doesn't it?" "Oh," Rosa Poundcook repeated, rising from her rocker and knocking the cross-stitch frame askew. "Do you have a name? I mean, may I have your name, please?" Wapner let out a short nasal laugh. "It's Wapner. Kerry Wapner." "Wapner." She began searching through a small wooden card file filled with yellow slips. "WHOPP. No. Wapner. No H, one P," came the annoyed response. "I see," said Rosa, her composure recovering as she found the slip. "Just a moment." Taking one last wondering look at the programmer, she disappeared through a door in the back. Wapner lounged against the counter, whistling again, as the screen door creaked open in protest. Glancing over, he saw a tall, skinny man shut the door carefully behind him. The man turned around, and Wapner was immediately reminded of Abraham Lincoln. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, loose-limbed. He wore a clerical collar under a simple black suit, and held a small sheaf of letters in one hand. Wapner looked away quickly, but it was too late. Eye contact had been made, and he saw with alarm that the man was already walking over to him. Wapner had never met a priest before, let alone spoken to one, and he had no intention of starting now. He hurriedly reached for a nearby stack of postal publications and began to read intently about the new line of Amish quilt stamps. "Hello," he heard the man say. Turning reluctantly, Wapner found the priest standing directly behind him, one hand outstretched, a narrow smile creasing his pinched face. "Yeah, hey," he said, giving the hand a limp shake and quickly returning to his publication. "I'm Woody Clay," the man said. "Okay," Wapner said, not looking at him. "And you must be one of the Thalassa crew," said Clay, stepping up to the counter beside Wapner. "Right. Sure am." Wapner flipped over the brochure as a diversionary tactic, while he slid a foot farther away from the stranger. "Mind if I ask you a question?" "No. Shoot," said Wapner as he read. He'd never known there were so many different kinds of blankets in the whole world. "Do you really expect to recover a fortune in gold?" Wapner looked up from the brochure. "Well, I plan to do a pretty good imitation of it." The man didn't smile. "Sure, I expect to. Why not?" "Why not? Shouldn't the question be why?" Something in the man's tone disconcerted Wapner. "What do you mean, why? It's $2 billion. $2 billion, the man repeated, momentarily surprised. Then he nodded, as if in affirmation of something he'd suspected. "So it's just for the money. There's no other reason." Wapner laughed.
Just for the money. You need a better reason. Let's be realistic. I mean, you're not talking to Mother Teresa here, for Christ's sakes. Suddenly he remembered the clerical collar. Oh, sorry, he said, abashed. I didn't mean you being a priest and all. It's just... The man gave a clipped smile. It's all right. I've heard it before. And I'm not a priest. I'm a congregational minister. I see, said Wapner. That's some kind of sect, right? Is the money really that important to you? Clay gazed at Wapner steadily. Under the circumstances, I mean. Wapner returned the look. What circumstances? He glanced nervously into the bowels of the post office. What the hell was taking that fat lady so long anyway? She'd have had time to walk to friggin' Brooklyn by now. The man leaned forward. So what do you do for Thalassa? I run the computers. Ah, that must be interesting. Wapner shrugged. Yeah, when they work. As he listened, the man's face became a picture of concern. And everything's running smoothly? No complaints? Wapner frowned. No, he said guardedly. Clay nodded. Good. Wapner put the brochure back on the counter. Why are you asking anyway? He said with feigned nonchalance. No reason, the minister replied. Nothing important, anyway. Except... He paused. Wapner craned his neck forward slightly. In the past, that island... Well, it created difficulties for anyone who set foot on it. Boilers exploded. Machines failed without any reason. People got hurt. People got killed. Wapner stepped back with a snort. You're talking about the Ragged Island curse, he said. The curse stone and all that stuff. It's a load of bull poop, if you'll excuse my French. Clay's eyebrows shot up. Is it now? Well, there are people who've been here a lot longer than you who don't think so. And as for the stone, it's locked in the basement of my church right now, where it's been for the last 100 years. Really? Wapner asked, mouth open. Clay nodded. There was a silence. The minister leaned closer and lowered his voice conspiratorially. Ever wonder why there's no lobster buoys around that island? You mean those things floating on the water everywhere? That's right. I never noticed there weren't any. Next time you go out there, take a look. Clay dropped his voice even further. There's a good reason for that. Yeah? It happened about 100 years ago. As I heard it, there was a lobster man named Hiram Colcord. He used to drop his pots around Ragged Island. Everybody warned him not to, but the lobstering was fine, and he said he didn't give a fig for any curse. One summer day, not unlike this one, he disappeared into that mist to set his traps. Around sundown his boat came drifting back out on the tide. Only this time, he wasn't on it. There were lobster traps piled up and a barrel full of live lobsters. But no Colcord. They found his lunch, half-eaten on the galley board, and a half-drunk bottle of beer, left as if he'd just stood up and walked away. He fell overboard and got his butt drowned. So what? No, Clay continued, because that evening his brother went out to the island to see if Hiram had been stranded somehow. He never came back either. The next day, his boat drifted out of the mists. Wapner swallowed. So they both fell out and drowned. 2 weeks later, Clay said, their bodies washed up on Breed's Point.
One of the locals who saw what had happened went mad with fright, and none of the rest would say what they had seen. Not ever.
"Come on," said Wapner nervously.
People said it wasn't just the pit that guarded the treasure now. Understand? You know that terrible sound the island makes every time the tide changes? They say... There was a bustling noise from the rear of the house.
"Sorry I took so long,"
panted Rosa as she emerged, a package tucked under one plump arm.
"It was under that load of bird feeders for the coast to coast, and with Eustace down at the pound this morning, you know, I had to shift everything myself."
"Hey, no problem. Thanks." Wapner grabbed the package gratefully and headed quickly for the door.
"Excuse me, mister," the postmistress said.
Wapner stopped short. Then, unwillingly, he looked around, the package clasped to his chest. The woman was holding out the yellow sheet.
"You have to sign for it."
Wordlessly, Wapner stepped forward and scrawled a hasty signature. Then, turning away again, he moved quickly out of the parlor, letting the screen door slam behind him. Once outside, he took a deep breath.
"The hell with this," he muttered.
Priest or no priest, he wasn't going back to the boat until he'd made sure they hadn't screwed up his order again. He wrestled with the small box, tugging at the tab, first gingerly, then enthusiastically. The seam of the box gave way suddenly, and a dozen role-playing figurines spilled out, wizards and sorcerers clattering across the cobbles at his feet. Fluttering after them came a pack of gamers' witching cards. Pentagrams, spells, reverse prayers, devil's circles. With a cry and a curse, Wapner stooped to pick them up. Clay stepped outside, once again shutting the door carefully behind him. He stepped off the porch and into the street, took one long look at the plastic figurines and the cards, then hurried up the lane without another word. Chapter 22. The following day was cool and damp, but by the end of the afternoon the drizzle had lifted and low clouds were scudding across a freshening sky. Tomorrow will be crisp and windy, Hatch thought as he strode up the narrow yellow-taped path behind Orthanc. This daily hike to the top of the island had become a closing ritual for him. Reaching the height of land, he walked around the edge of the southern bluffs until he had a good view of Streeter's crew, wrapping up the day's work on the offshore cofferdam. As usual, Needleman had come up with a simple but elegant plan. While the cargo vessel was dispatched to Portland for cement and building materials, Bonterre had mapped out the exact lie of the ancient pirate cofferdam, taking samples for later archaeological analysis. Next, divers had poured an underwater concrete footing directly atop the remains of the old foundation. This had been followed by the sinking of steel I-beams into the footing. Hatch stared at the enormous beams, rising vertically out of the water at 10-foot intervals, forming a narrow arc around the southern end of the island. From his vantage point, he could see Streeter in the cab of the floating crane, positioned near the barge and just outside the row of steel beams. A massive section of reinforced concrete dangled from the crane's sling. As Hatch watched, Streeter maneuvered the rectangle of concrete into the slot formed by two of the I-beams, then slid it home. Once it was securely in place, two divers unhooked the slings. Then, Streeter deftly swung the crane around toward the barge, where more sections of concrete were waiting. There was a flash of red hair. Hatch could see that one of the deckhands on the barge was Donnie Truitt. Needleman had found work for him despite the delay in draining the pit, and Hatch was pleased that Donnie seemed to be working efficiently. There was a roar from the floating crane as Streeter swung it back toward the semicircle of beams, slotting a new piece of concrete into place beside the other. When the cofferdam was finished, Hatch knew it would completely enclose the southern end of the island and the flood tunnel exits. Then the water pit and all its connected underwater works could be pumped dry, with the dam holding back the sea, just as the pirates' cofferdam had done 300 years before. A whistle sounded, signaling quitting time. The crew on the barge began throwing tie-downs over the stacked sections of cofferdam, while the waiting tugboat came in out of the offshore mist to tow the crane toward the dock. Hatch took a final look around and turned back down the trail toward base camp. He stopped in at his office, collected his bag, and locked the door, then headed toward the dock. He'd have a simple dinner at home, he decided, then head into town and look up Bill Bands. The next issue of the Stormhaven Gazette was due out shortly, and Hatch wanted to make sure the old man had plenty of appropriate copy for the front page. The mooring at the safest section of the reef had been enlarged and Hatch given a berth. As he started the engine of the Plain Jane and prepared to cast off, he heard a nearby voice cry, "Ahoy, the frigate!" Looking up, he saw Bonne Terre coming down the dock toward him, dressed in bib overalls and wearing a red bandana around her neck. Mud was splashed generously across her clothes, hands, and face. She stopped at the foot of the dock, then stuck out her thumb like a hitchhiker, impishly raising one pant leg to expose a foot or so of tan calf. "Need a lift?" Hatch asked. "How did you guess?" Bonne Terre replied, tossing her bag into the boat and jumping in. "I am already sick of your ugly old island." Hatch cast off and heeled the boat around, easing it past the reefs and through the inlet. "Your tummy healing up?" "There is a nasty scab on my otherwise beautiful stomach." "Don't worry. It's nothing permanent." Hatch took another look at her dirty coveralls. "Making mud pies?" Bonne Terre frowned. "Mud pies? You know, playing in the mud." She snorted a laugh. "Of course. It is what archaeologists do best." "So I see." They were approaching the thin circle of mist, and Hatch throttled down until they were clear. "I didn't see you out among the divers." Bonne Terre snorted again. "I am an archaeologist first, a diver second. I've done the important work, grading out the old cofferdam. Sergio and his friends can do the labor of the beasts." "I'll tell him you said that." Hatch brought the boat through Old Hump Channel and swung it around Hermit Island. Stormhaven Harbor came into view, a shining strip of white and green against the dark blue of the ocean. Leaning against the fantail, Bonne Terre shook out her hair, a glossy cascade of black. "So what is there to do in this one-horse town?" she said, nodding toward the mainland. "Not much." "No disco dancing until 3? Merde. What is a single woman to do?" "I admit it's a difficult problem," Hatch replied, resisting the impulse to return her flirtations. "Don't forget, this woman is trouble." She looked at him, a tiny smile curling the corners of her lips. "Well, I could have dinner with the doctor." "Doctor?" Hatch said with mock surprise. "Why, I suppose Dr. Fraser would be delighted. For 60, he's still pretty spry." "You bad boy. I meant this doctor." She poked him playfully in the chest. Hatch looked at her. Why not, he thought. What kind of trouble could I get into over dinner? There are only 2 restaurants in town, you know. Both seafood places, naturally, although one does a reasonable steak. Steak? That is for me. I am a strict carnivore. Vegetables are for pigs and monkeys. As for fish, she made an elaborate gesture of retching over the side. I thought you grew up in the Caribbean. Yes, and my father was a fisherman, and that is all we ate forever and ever. Except at Christmas, when we had chèvre. Goat? Hatch asked. Yes, I love goat. Cooked for 8 hours in a hole on the beach, washed down with homemade Punlac beer. Delectable, said Hatch, laughing. You're staying in town, right? Yes. Everything was booked up, so I placed a notice in the post office. The lady behind the counter saw it and offered me a room. You mean
Upstairs? At the pound cook's? Naturellement. The postmistress and her husband. They're a nice quiet couple. Yes. Sometimes I think they might be dead. It's so quiet downstairs. Wait and see what happens if you try to bring home a man, thought Hatch. Or even if you stay out after 11. They reached the harbor, and Hatch eased the boat up to its mooring. I must change out of these dirty clothes, Bonterre said, leaping into the dinghy. And, of course, you must put on something better than that boring old blazer. But I like this jacket, Hatch protested. You American men do not know how to dress at all. What you need is a good suit of Italian linen. I hate linen, Hatch said. It's always wrinkled. That is the point. Bonterre laughed. What size are you? 42 long? How did you know? I am good at measuring a man. Chapter 23. Hatch picked her up outside the post office, and they walked down the steep cobbled streets toward the landing. It was a beautiful, cool evening. The clouds had blown away, and a vast bowl of stars hung over the harbor. In the clear evening light, with the little yellow lights of the town twinkling in windows and above doorways, Stormhaven seemed to Hatch like a place from a remote and friendlier past. This is truly a charming place, Bonterre said as she took his arm. Saint-Pierre, where I grew up on Martinique, is also beautiful. But, alors, such a difference. It is all lights and colors. Not like here, where everything is black and white. And there is much to do there. Very good nightclubs for wild times. I don't like nightclubs, said Hatch. How boring, said Bonterre, good-naturedly. They arrived at the restaurant, and the waiter, recognizing Hatch, seated them immediately. It was a cozy place. 2 rambling rooms and a bar, decorated with nets, wooden lobster pots, and glass floats. Taking a seat, Hatch looked around. Fully a third of the patrons were Thalassa employees. Que de monde, Bonterre whispered. One cannot get away from company people. I cannot wait for Gerard to send them all home. It's like that in a small town. The only way you can get away is to go out on the water. And even then, there's always someone in the town looking at you with a telescope. No sex on deck, then, said Bonterre. No, said Hatch. We New Englanders always have sex below. He watched her break into a delighted smile, and he wondered what kind of havoc she'd wreak among the male crew in the days to come. So what was it you did today that made you so dirty? What is this obsession with dirt? She frowned. Mud is the archaeologist's friend. She leaned across the table. As it happens, I made a little discovery on your muddy old island. Tell me about it. She took a sip from her water glass. We discovered the pirate encampment. Hatch looked at her. You're kidding. Mais non. This morning, we set out to examine the windward side of the island. You know that spot where a large bluff stands off by itself, maybe 10 meters down the rocks? Yes. Right there, where the bluff was eroding, there was a perfect soil profile, a vertical cut, very convenient to the archaeologist. I was able to locate a lens of charcoal. Hatch frowned. A what? You know. A black lens of charcoal. The remains of an ancient fire. So we ran a metal detector across the site, and right then began finding things. Grape shot, a musket ball, and several horseshoe nails. She ticked the items on her fingers. Horseshoe nails? Yes. They used horses for the heavy work. Where did they get them? Are you so ignorant of naval history, Monsieur le Docteur? It was common to carry livestock on ships. Horses, goats, chickens, pigs. Their dinners arrived. Steamers and lobsters for Hatch, a bloody top sirloin for Bon Terre. The archaeologist tucked into the food at an alarming rate, and Hatch watched her eat with amusement. Juice dripping from her chin, a furrowed, intent look in her face. Anyway, she went on, spearing an extravagantly large morsel of steak with her fork, after those discoveries, we dug a test trench just behind the bluffs. And what do you think? More charcoal, a circular tent depression, a few broken turkey and deer bones. Rankin has some fancy sensors he wants to drag over to the site, in case we miss any spots. But meanwhile, we have graded the camp and will start excavation tomorrow. My little Christophe is becoming an excellent digger. St. John? Digging. But of course, I made him get rid of those horrid shoes and jacket. Once he resigned himself to getting his hands dirty, he proved most able. Now he is my prime digger. He follows me everywhere and comes when I whistle. She laughed in a kindly way. Don't be too hard on the poor man. Au contraire, I am doing him good. He needs the fresh air and the exercise, or he will stay as white and fat as a grub. You wait. When I am through with him, he will be all wire and gristle, like le petit homme. Who? You know. The little man. The corners of Bon Terre's mouth turned down impishly. Streeter. Ah. The way Bon Terre said it, Hatch could tell the nickname wasn't meant fondly. What's his story, anyway? Bon Terre shrugged. One hears things. Hard to know what is the truth and what is not. He was under Needleman in Vietnam. That is how you say it, no? Somebody told me that Needleman once saved his life during combat. That story is one I believe. You see how devoted he is to the captain? Like a dog to his master. He is the only one the captain really trusts. She stared at Hatch. Except for you, of course. Hatch frowned. Well, I suppose it's good the captain cares about him. Somebody has to. I mean, the guy's not exactly Mr. Personality. Bon Terre raised her eyebrows. Certainement. And I can see that the two of you got off on the other foot. The wrong foot, Hatch corrected. Whatever. But you are wrong when you say that Captain Needleman cares about Streeter. There's only one thing he cares about. She gave the briefest of nods in the direction of Ragged Island. He does not talk about it much, but only an imbecile would not see. Do you know that, as long as I have known him, he has had a small photograph of your island sitting on his desk at Thalassa? No, I didn't. Hatch's thoughts went back to the first trip out to the island with Needleman. What was it the captain had said? I didn't want to see it unless we'd have the chance to dig it. Something seemed to have upset Bon Terre. As Hatch opened his mouth to change the subject, he sensed something, someone, a presence across the room, and when he looked up, there was Claire, coming around the corner. The intended remark died on his lips. She was just as he'd imagined she would be, tall and willowy, with the same dash of freckles across the upturned nose. She saw him and stopped dead, her face wrinkling into that same funny frown of surprise he remembered. "Hello, Claire," Hatch said, standing up awkwardly and trying to keep his voice neutral. She stepped forward. "Hello," she said, shaking his hand, and at the touch of his skin against hers a pink flush formed on her cheeks. "I heard you were in town." She gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Of course, who hasn't? I mean, with all that—" and she made a vague gesture over her shoulder, as if to indicate the water pit. "You look great," Hatch said.
And she did. The years had made her slender and turned her dark blue eyes a penetrating gray. The mischievous smile once etched permanently on her lips had given way to a more serious, introspective look. She smoothed her pleated skirt unconsciously as she felt his eyes on her. There was movement at the restaurant entrance. Then the minister, Woody Clay, stepped in. He looked around the room until his eyes landed on Hatch. A spasm of displeasure moved quickly across his sallow face, and he came forward. Not here, Hatch thought, bracing himself for another lecture about greed and the ethics of treasure hunting. Sure enough, the minister stopped at their table, glancing from Hatch to Bonne Terre and back. Hatch wondered if the man would actually have the gall to interrupt their dinner. "Oh," said Claire, looking at the minister and touching her long blonde hair. "Woody, this is Malin Hatch." "We've met." Clay nodded. With relief, Hatch realized it wasn't likely that Clay would launch into another tirade with the two women looking on. "This is Dr. Isabelle Bonne Terre," he said, recovering his composure. "May I introduce Claire Northcutt and—" "Reverend and Mrs. Woodruff Clay," said the minister crisply, extending his hand to Bonne Terre. Hatch was stunned, his mind almost refusing to accept this fresh surprise. Bonne Terre dabbed at her lips with a napkin and stood up with a languid motion, giving Claire and Woody each a hearty handshake, exposing a row of dazzling teeth. There was an awkward pause, and then Clay ushered his wife away with a curt nod to Hatch. Bonne Terre glanced at the retreating figure of Claire, then back at Hatch. "Old friends?" she asked. "What?" Hatch murmured. He was staring at Clay's left hand, possessively placed in the small of Claire's back. An arch smile formed on Bonne Terre's face. "No, I can see I am wrong," she said, leaning over the table. "Old lovers. How awkward it is to meet again. And yet, how sweet." "You have a keen eye," mumbled Hatch, still too off balance from the encounter, and the revelation that followed to make any kind of denial. "But you and the husband, you are not old friends. In fact, it seemed to me that he does not like you at all. That tiresome frown, and those big black bags under his eyes. He looks like he had a nuit blanche." "A what?" "A nuit blanche. How do you say it? A sleepless night. For one reason or another." She smiled wickedly. Instead of replying, Hatch picked up his fork and tried to busy himself with his lobster. "I can see you still carry her torch," Bonne Terre purred, with a cheerful smile. "Some day you must tell me of her. But first, let me hear about you. The captain's mentioned your travels. So tell me all about your adventures in Suriname." Almost 2 hours later, Hatch forced himself to his feet and followed Bonne Terre out of the restaurant. He had overindulged ridiculously, obscenely. 2 desserts, 2 pots of coffee, several brandies. Bonne Terre had matched him enthusiastically, order for order, yet she did not seem any worse for wear as she threw open her arms and breathed in the crisp night breeze. "How refreshing this air is," she cried. "I could almost learn to love a place like this." "Just wait," Hatch replied. "Another 2 weeks and you won't be able to leave. It gets in your blood." "Another 2 weeks, and you will not be able to get out of my way fast enough, Monsieur le Docteur." She looked at him appraisingly. "So what do we do now?" Hatch hesitated a moment. He'd never thought about what might happen after dinner. He returned the gaze, warning bells once again sounding faintly in his head. Silhouetted in the yellow glow of the street lamps, the archaeologist looked captivatingly beautiful, her tawny skin and almond eyes bewitchingly exotic in the small Maine village. "Careful," the voice said. "I think we say good night," he managed to say. "We've got a busy day tomorrow." Immediately, her eyebrows creased in an exaggerated frown. "C'est tout," she pouted. "You Yankees have had all the marrow sucked from your bones. I should have gone out with Sergio. He at least has the fire in the belly, even if his body odor could kill a goat." She squinted up at him. "So how exactly do you say good night in Stormhaven, Dr. Hatch?" "Like this." Hatch stepped forward and gave her hand a shake. "Ah." Bonne Terre nodded slowly, as if comprehending. "I see." Then, quickly, she took his face in her hands and pulled it toward her, letting her lips graze his. As her hands dropped away from his face caressingly, Hatch could feel the tip of her tongue flick teasingly against his for the briefest of moments. "And that is how we say good night in Martinique," she murmured. Then she turned in the direction of the post office and, without glancing back, walked into the night. Chapter 24. The following afternoon, as Hatch came up the path from the dock after treating a diver's sprained wrist, he heard a crash resound from the direction of Wapner's hut. Hatch sprinted into base camp, fearing the worst. But instead of finding the programmer pinned beneath a large rack of equipment, he found him sitting back in his chair, a shattered CPU at his feet, eating an ice cream sandwich, an irritated expression on his face. "Is everything all right?" Wapner chewed noisily. "No," he said. "What happened?" The programmer turned a pair of large, mournful eyes toward Hatch. "That computer impacted with my foot, is what happened." Hatch looked around for a place to sit, remembered there was none, and leaned against the doorway. "Tell me about it." Wapner shoved the last piece in his mouth and dropped the wrapper on the floor. "It's all messed up." "What is?" "Charybdis. The Ragged Island Network." Wapner jerked a thumb in the direction of Island 1. "How so?" "I've been running my brute force program against that goddamn second code. Even with increased priority, the routines were sluggish, and I was getting error messages. Strange data. So I tried running the same routines remotely over on Scylla, the Cerberus computer. It ran lickety-split. No errors." He gave a disgusted scoff. "Any idea what the problem is?" "Yeah, I got a good idea. I ran some low-level diagnostics. Some of the ROM microcode was rewritten, just like when the pumps went haywire, rewritten randomly, in bursts of a regular Fourier pattern." "I'm not following you." "Basically, it's not possible. Follow that? There's no known process that can rewrite ROM that way. And on top of that, in a regular mathematical pattern?" Wapner stood up, opened the door to what looked like a refrigerated corpse locker, and slipped out another ice cream sandwich. "And the same thing's happening to my hard disks and magneto-opticals. It only happens here, not on the boat, not in Brooklyn, just here." "You can't tell me it's not possible. I mean, you saw it happen. You just don't know why yet." "Oh, I know why. The friggin' Ragged Island curse." Hatch laughed, then saw Wapner was not smiling. The programmer unwrapped the ice cream and took a massive bite. Yeah, I know. Show me another reason and I'll buy into it. But everyone who's come to this goddamn place has had things go wrong. Unexplainable things. When you get right down to it, we're no different from the rest. We just have newer toys." Hatch had never heard Wapner talk like this. "What's gotten into you?" he asked. "Nothing's gotten into me. That priest explained the whole thing. I ran into him at the post office yesterday." So Clay's been talking to Thalassa employees now. Spreading his poison, Hatch thought, surprised at the strength of his anger. The man's an irritant. Someone ought to squeeze him like a sebaceous cyst. His thoughts were interrupted when St. John appeared in the doorway.
"There you are,"
he said to Hatch. Hatch stared back. The historian was dressed in a bizarre combination of muddy Wellingtons, old tweed, and Maine oilcloth. His chest was heaving from exertion. "What is it?" Hatch asked, rising instinctively, expecting to hear that there had been another accident.
"Why, nothing serious," said St. John, self-consciously smoothing down the front of his sou'wester. "Isabel sent me to bring you to our dig."
"Our dig?"
"Yes. You probably know I've been helping Isabel with the excavation of the pirate encampment."
Isabel this, Isabel that. Hatch found himself mildly annoyed by the historian's familiar attitude toward Bonterre. St. John turned to Wapner.
"Did the program finish executing on the Cerberus computer?"
Wapner nodded. "No errors. No luck, either."
"Then, Carey, there's no choice but to try."
"I'm not going to rewrite the program for polyalphabetics," Wapner said, giving the ruined CPU a childish kick. "It's too much work for nothing. We're running out of time as it is." "Just a minute," Hatch said, trying to defuse the argument before it started. "St. John was telling me about polyalphabetic codes." "Then he was wasting his breath," Wapner replied. "They didn't become popular until the end of the 19th century. People thought they were too error-prone, too slow. Besides, where would Macallan have hidden all his code tables? He couldn't have memorized the hundreds of letter sequences himself." Hatch sighed. "I don't know much about codes, but I know a little about human nature. From what Captain Needleman's been saying, this Macallan was a real visionary. We know he changed codes halfway through in order to protect his secret."
"So it stands to reason he would have changed to a more difficult code,"
St. John interrupted. "We know that, dummy," Wapner snapped. "What do you think we've been trying to crack for the last 2 weeks?" "Hush up a minute," Hatch went on. "We also know that Macallan switched to a code containing all numbers." "So?" "So Macallan wasn't only a visionary, he was also a pragmatist. You've been approaching this second code as just a technical problem. But what if there's more to it than that? Could there be some pressing reason why Macallan used only numbers in the new code?" There was a sudden silence in the hut as the cryptologist and the historian fell into thought. "No," Wapner said after a moment.
"Yes,"
St. John cried, snapping his fingers. "He used numbers to conceal his code tables." "What are you talking about?" Wapner grumbled.
"Look, Macallan was ahead of his time. He knew that polyalphabetics were the strongest codes around. But to use them, he needed several cipher alphabets, not just one. But he couldn't leave a lot of alphabet tables lying around where they might be discovered. So he used numbers. He was an architect and an engineer. He was supposed to have lots of numbers around. Mathematical tables, blueprints, hydraulic equations, any one of those could have done double duty, concealing a code table, and nobody would have been the wiser." St. John's voice had a clear, excited ring to it, and there was an eager flush on his face Hatch hadn't seen before. Wapner noticed it too. He sat forward, the forgotten ice cream sandwich melting into a brown and white pool on his desk. "You might have something there, Chris, old boy," he muttered. "I'm not saying you do, but you might." He pulled the keyboard toward him. "Tell you what, I'll reprogram the Cerberus computer to try a chosen plaintext attack on the code. Now you boys let me be, okay? I'm busy." Hatch accompanied St. John out of the hut and into the drizzle that cloaked base camp. It was one of those New England days when the moisture seemed to congeal out of the air itself. "I should thank you," the historian said, pulling the sou'wester tighter around his plump face. "That was a good idea you had, you know. Besides, he'd never have listened to me. I was thinking about bringing the captain into it."
"I don't know if I did anything, but you're welcome."
Hatch paused. Didn't you say that Isabel was looking for me? St. John nodded. She said to say we've got a patient for you at the far end of the island. Hatch started. Patient? Why didn't you tell me first thing? It's not urgent, said St. John with a knowing smile. No, I wouldn't call it urgent at all. Chapter 25. As they mounted the rise of land, Hatch glanced southward. The cofferdam had been completed, and Streeter's crew was now working on the massive pumps arrayed along the western shore, tuning them up after their recent ordeal and preparing them for use again the next day. Orthanc stood grey and indistinct, the illumination from the observation tower casting a greenish neon glow into the surrounding mists. Hatch could see the faint shadow of someone moving about inside. They topped the crown of the island and descended toward the east, following a muddy path that wound its way through an especially dense area of old shafts. The excavation site itself was spread across a flat meadow lying behind a sharp bluff on the eastern shore. A portable storage shed was standing on a platform of concrete blocks at the far end of the meadow. In front of it, the heavy grass had been trampled flat, and a great checkerboard grid had been marked out in white string across an acre of ground. Several large tarps lay in a disorganized heap. Here and there, Hatch could see that some of the meter-square grids had already been opened, exposing rich, iron-stained earth that contrasted sharply with the wet grass. Bon Terre and several diggers were crowded together on an earthen balk beside one of the squares, their slicker-clad backs glistening, while another excavator was cutting out the sod in an adjacent square. A few large orange markers had been posted beyond the grid site. It's a perfect spot for a pirate encampment, Hatch thought, hidden from both the sea and the mainland. 100 yards from the site, the ATV had been parked at a crazy angle on the rough ground, a large gray box trailer in tow. Several large pieces of equipment on 3-wheeled carts were lined up behind. Rankin was kneeling beside one, preparing to winch it back into the trailer. Where'd these toys come from? Hatch asked, nodding at the equipment. Rankin grinned. The Cerberus, man, where else? Tomographic detectors. Come again? The grin widened. You know, ground-penetrating sensors. He began pointing to the various carts. You got your ground-penetrating radar, good resolution of bodies, and, say, mines up to 12 feet or so, depending on the wavelength. Next to it is an infrared reflector, good in sand but with relatively low saturation. And there at the end is... Okay, I get the idea. Hatch laughed. All for non-metallic stuff, right? You got it. Never thought I'd get a chance to use any of it on this gig. As it was, Isabel nearly had all the fun to herself. Rankin pointed at the orange markers. You can see, I found a few scraps here and there, but she'd already struck the motherlode. Hatch waved goodbye and trotted ahead to catch St. John. As they walked down to the site, Bon Terre detached herself from the group and came over, slipping a handpick into her belt and wiping her muddy hands on her rear. Her hair was tied back, and her face and tawny arms were again smeared with dirt. I found Dr. Hatch, said St. John unnecessarily, a sheepish grin on his face. Thank you, Christophe. Hatch wondered at the sheepish grin. Surely St. John hadn't become the latest victim of Bon Terre's charms. But nothing else, he realized, could possibly have pried the man away from his books to grub about in the mud and rain. Come, she said, grabbing Hatch's hand and pulling him toward the edge of the pit. Move aside, she barked amiably at the workers. The doctor is here. Clear up your loose. What's this? Hatch asked in amazement, gazing down at a dirty brown skull rearing out of the dirt, along with what looked like 2 feet and a jumble of other ancient bones. Pirate grave, she said triumphantly. Jump in, but do not step on anything. So this is the patient. Hatch climbed down into the excavated square. He examined the skull for a moment with interest, then turned his attention to the other bones.
Or should I say patience? Pardon? Hatch looked up. Unless this pirate had 2 right feet. You've got 2 skeletons here.
2? That is vachement bien, cried Bonterre, clapping her hands.
Were they murdered? Hatch asked.
Monsieur le Docteur, that is your department.
Hatch knelt and examined the bones more closely. A brass buckle lay on a nearby pelvis, and several brass buttons were scattered across what remained of a rib cage, along with an unraveling string of gold piping. He tapped the skull slightly, careful not to prise it from the surrounding matrix. It was turned to one side, mouth gaping open. There were no obvious pathologies, no musket ball holes, broken bones, cutlass marks, or other signs of violence. He couldn't really be sure what killed the pirate until the excavation was complete and the bones had been removed. On the other hand, it was clear that the original body had been buried in haste, even thrown into the grave. The arms lay askew, the head was turned, and the legs bent. He wondered for a moment if the rest of the second skeleton lay beneath. Then his eyes were suddenly arrested by a golden gleam near one of the feet.
"What's this?" he asked.
A compact mass of gold coins and a large carved gemstone lay embedded in the earth near the lower tibia. Only a little of the soil had been brushed away, keeping the coins in situ. A peal of laughter came from Bonterre.
"I was wondering when you would see that. I believe the gentleman must have kept a pouch in his boot. Between Christophe and myself, we have identified them all. A gold mower from India, 2 English guineas, a French louis d'or, and 4 Portuguese cruzados, all dating prior to 1694. The stone is an emerald, probably Inca from Peru, carved into the head of a jaguar. It must have given the pirate quite a blister."
"So this is it at last," breathed Hatch. "The first of Edward Occam's treasure."
"Yes," she replied more soberly. "Now it is fact."
As Hatch stared at the compact mass of gold, in itself a small numismatic fortune, a strange tingling began at the base of his spine. What had always seemed theoretical, even academic, was suddenly real. "Does the captain know about this?" he asked.
"Not yet. Come, there is more to see."
But Hatch could not take his eyes off the fresh, thick gleam of metal. What is it, he thought, that makes the sight so compelling? There was something almost atavistic in the human response to gold. Shaking the thought from his head, he climbed out of the excavated square. "Now you must see the pirate camp itself," Bonterre said, slipping her arm into his elbow, "for it is stranger yet." Hatch followed her toward another section of the dig, a few dozen yards off. It didn't look like much. The grass and topsoil had been cleared from an area perhaps 100 yards square, leaving a brown, hard-packed dirt floor. He could see several blackened areas of charcoal, where fires had evidently been lit, and numerous circular depressions dug into the soil in no regular order. Countless tiny plastic flags had been stuck in the ground, each containing a number written in black marker.
"Those round areas were probably tent depressions," Bonterre said, "where the workers who built the water pit lived. But look at all the artifacts that were left behind. Each flag marks a discovery, and we have been at work less than 2 days."
She led Hatch to the far side of the storage shed, where a large tarp had been laid. She peeled it back, and Hatch looked down in astonishment. Dozens of artifacts had been laid out in neat rows, each numbered and tagged.
2 flintlock pistols, she said, pointing. 3 daggers, 2 boarding axes, a cutlass, and a blunderbuss. A cask of grape shot and several bags of musket balls. A dozen pieces of 8, several items of silver dinner plate, a backstaff, and a dozen 10-inch ship spikes. She looked up. "Never have I found so much so quickly. And then there's this." She picked up a gold coin and handed it to Hatch. "I do not care how rich you are. You do not lose a doubloon like this."
Hatch hefted the coin. It was a massive Spanish doubloon, cold and wonderfully heavy. The gold gleamed as brilliantly as if the coin had been minted a week ago, the heavy cross of Jerusalem stamped off-center, embracing the lion and castle that symbolized Leon and Castile. The inscription, Philippus IV, Dei Grat, ran around the rim. The gold warmed in his palm as his heart quickened despite himself. "Now here is another mystery," said Bonne Terre. "In the 17th century, sailors never buried people with their clothes on, because on board ship, to say, clothes were extremely valuable. But if you did bury them clothed, you would at least search them, no? That packet of gold in the boot was worth a fortune to anyone, even a pirate. And then, why did they leave all these other things behind? Pistols, cutlasses, cannon, spikes. These were the heart's blood of a pirate. And a backstaff, the very means of finding your way home. None would leave such things behind willingly." At that moment, St. John appeared. "Some more bones are appearing, Isabel," he said, touching her elbow lightly. "More? In a different grid? Christophe, how exciting!" Hatch followed them back to the site. The workers had cleared the second grid down to bone, and were now feverishly working on a third. As Hatch looked down at the new excavation, his excitement gave way to unease. 3 more skulls were exposed in the second grid, along with a careless riot of other bones. Turning, he watched the workers in the third grid brush the damp dirt away with bristled brushes. He saw the cranium of one skull appear, and then another. They continued to work, the virgin soil yielding up brown. A long bone, then the talus and calcaneus of a heel, pointing skyward as if the corpse had been placed in the earth face down. "Teeth gripping the ground soil," Hatch murmured. "What?" St. John started. "Nothing." A line from the Iliad. No one buried their dead face down, at least not respectfully. A mass grave, Hatch thought. The bodies thrown in willy-nilly. It reminded him of something he had once been called to examine in Central America, peasant victims of a military death squad. Even Bonne Terre had fallen silent, her high spirits fading fast. "What could have happened here?" she asked, looking around. "I don't know," Hatch said, a strange, cold feeling in the pit of his stomach. "There do not appear to be signs of violence on the bones." "Violence sometimes leaves only subtle traces," Hatch replied. "Or they might have died of disease or starvation. A forensic examination would help." He looked back over the grisly sight. Masses of brown bones were now coming to light, the skeletons stacked 3 deep in places, sprawled across each other, their tattered bits of rotten leather darkening in the light rain. "Could you do such an examination?" Bonne Terre asked. Hatch stood at the edge of the grave, not answering for a moment. It was nearing the close of day and the light was fading. In the rain, mist, and growing twilight, against the mournful sound of the distant surf, everything seemed to turn gray and lifeless, as if the vitality itself was being sucked out of the landscape. "Yes," he said after a moment. There was another long silence. "What could have happened here?" Bonne Terre repeated to herself, in a whisper. Chapter 26. At dawn the next morning, the senior crew gathered in the pilot-house of the Griffin. The atmosphere was far different than the subdued, demoralized atmosphere Hatch remembered after Ken Field's accident. Today there was electricity in the air, a kind of pregnant expectation. At one end of the table, Bonne Terre was talking to Streeter about transporting the excavation findings to the storage facility, while the team leader listened silently. At the other end, a remarkably disheveled and unkempt-looking Wapner was whispering animatedly to St. John, punctuating his sentences with wild hand gestures. As usual, Needleman was not to be seen, remaining in his private quarters until all had assembled. Hatch helped himself to a cup of hot coffee and a massive greasy donut, then settled into a chair next to Rankin. The door to the cabin opened and Needleman emerged. As he came up the steps, Hatch could tell instantly that the captain's mood matched that of the rest of the pilot-house. He motioned Hatch to the door of the cabin. "I want you to have this, Malin," he said in a low tone, pressing something heavy into Hatch's hand. With surprise, Hatch recognized the massive gold doubloon Bonne Terre had uncovered the day before. He looked at the captain, mutely questioning. "It's not much," Needleman said with a slight smile. "The smallest fraction of your eventual share. But it's the first fruit of our labors. I wanted you to have it as a token of our thanks for making such a difficult choice." Hatch mumbled his thanks as he slipped the coin into his pocket, feeling unaccountably awkward as he walked back up the steps and took a seat at the table. Somehow he felt an aversion to taking the doubloon off the island, as if it would be bad luck to do so before the rest of the treasure had been found. "Am I growing superstitious too?" he wondered half-seriously, making a mental note to lock the coin up in the medical hut. Needleman strode to the head of the table and contemplated his crew, emanating a remarkable nervous energy. Needleman looked impeccable, showered, shaved, dressed in pressed khakis, the skin tight and clean across his bones. His gray eyes looked almost white in the warm light of the cabin. "I believe there's a lot to report this morning," he said, glancing around the table. "Dr. Magnuson, let's start with you." "The pumps are primed and ready, Captain," the engineer replied. "We've set up additional sensors in some secondary shafts, as well as inside the cofferdam to monitor water depth during draining." Needleman nodded, his sharp, eager eyes moving down the table. "Mr. Streeter?" "The cofferdam's complete. All tests for stability and structural integrity are positive. The grappling hook's in place, and the excavating team is standing by on the Cerberus awaiting instructions." "Excellent." Needleman looked toward the historian and the programmer. "Gentlemen, I believe you have news of a rather different nature."
"Indeed we have," St. John began. "Let me handle this, Chris Baby," Wapner said. "We've cracked the second code."
There was an audible intake of breath around the table. Hatch sat forward, his grip on the armrests tightening involuntarily.
"What does it say?"
Bonne Terre blurted out. Wapner held up his hands. "I said we'd cracked it. I didn't say we'd deciphered it. We found some repeating letter sequences. We've set up an electronic contact sheet, and we've deciphered enough words that match the first half of the journal to know we're on track."
"That is all?"
Bonne Terre slumped back in her chair.
"What do you mean, that's all?"
Wapner looked incredulous.
"That's the whole ball of wax. We know what kind of code it is. A polyalphabetic, using somewhere between 5 and 15 cipher alphabets. Once we know the exact number, it's just a question of letting the computer do its thing. Using probable word analysis, we should know that in a matter of hours."
"A polyalphabetic cipher," Hatch repeated. "That was Christopher's theory all along, wasn't it?" This elicited a grateful look from St. John and a dark glare from Wapner. Needleman nodded. "And the programs for the ladder array?"
"I've tested the simulation on the Cerberus computer," Wapner said, flinging back a lock of limp hair. "Smooth as butter. Of course, the thing isn't in the pit yet," he added significantly.
"Very well." Needleman stood and moved to the arc of window, then turned to face the group. "I don't think there's much I need add. Everything is ready. At 1000 hours we will start the pumps and begin draining the water pit. Mr. Streeter, I want you to keep a close watch on the cofferdam. Alert us at the first sign of any problem. Keep Naiad and Grampus nearby just in case. Mr. Wapner, you'll be monitoring the situation from Island 1, running final tests on the ladder array. Dr. Magnuson will direct the overall pumping process from Orthanc." He stepped toward the table. "If all goes according to plan, The pit will be drained by noon tomorrow. The structure will be monitored closely while it stabilizes. During that afternoon, our crews will remove the largest obstructions from the pit and insert the ladder array. And the following morning, we'll make our first descent." His voice dropped, and his eyes moved from person to person. "I don't need to remind you that even free of water, the pit will remain a highly dangerous place. In fact, removing the water places a much greater load on its wooden members. Until we've braced it with titanium struts, there could still be cave-ins or collapses. A small team will be inserted to make initial observations and place piezoelectric stress sensors on the critical wooden beams. Once the sensors are in place, Carrie here will calibrate them remotely from Island 1. If there is any sudden increase in stress, signaling a possible collapse, these sensors will give us an early warning. The sensors will be remotely linked with the network via RF, so we'll have instantaneous response. Once they're in place, we can insert teams to begin a formal mapping process." Needleman placed his hands on the table. "I've thought carefully about the composition of this first team, but in the end there's really no question about who has to go. There will be 3 people: Dr. Bonterre, Dr. Hatch, and myself. Dr. Bonterre's expertise in archaeology, soil analysis, and pirate construction will be vital in this first look.